Hello and welcome to part 1 of our 6-part series, A Complete Guide to Greek Mythology. The full series can be found in the Courses tab on our YouTube page. This channel is ad-free and crowd-funded. Links to support us are in the description and pinned comment. There is a line in the Theogony of Hesiod, composed somewhere around 700 BCE by a shepherd poet from Boeotia, who claimed the Muses themselves had visited him on Mount Helicon and breathed divine song into him. It is this: first of all, chaos came into being. That's it. First, chaos. Before the earth, before the sky, before the gods, before time itself had any meaning, there was just chaos. But don't think about that in the modern sense. It doesn't really mean disorder, confusion. It's not the jumbled wreckage of a system that has broken down. The Greek word chaos is a little different. It means something closer to a gap or a yawning void, to the pure, formless, dimensionless emptiness that precedes existence. It is the nothing from which everything will come. And if you sit with that idea for a moment, if you really let it settle in, I think it's a bit terrifying. Because what Hesiod is saying is that the universe did not begin with a creator at all. It had no plan. It did not begin with a light or love, some word or click of the fingers snapped in the darkness. It began with absence, with a void that had no intention, no design, no purpose. And out of this void, spontaneously without explanation, the first beings simply appeared. This is the Greek creation myth, and it's unlike almost every other creation myth in the ancient world. The Babylonian Enuma Elish begins with the battle between gods, the Hebrew Genesis with a deliberate act of divine will. The Egyptian cosmology begins with the primordial ocean from which a creator god arises. But the Greeks, they don't have anything. It's simply a void. And they do not explain how nothing became something. They simply state that it did. Chaos came into being, and then from chaos, or perhaps alongside chaos, the first powers emerged. Gaia, the broad-bosomed earth; Tartarus, the misty depths beneath the earth; and Eros, the force of desire that drives all things toward union. They are conditions of existence, the preconditions for a universe, and without Gaia there is no stage. Without Tartarus there is no abyss, and without Eros nothing connects to anything else. So, just a quick little note on sources before we dive in completely. Our primary guide through this first chapter is going to be Hesiod, specifically his Theogony, this Birth of the Gods poem, just over 1,000 lines, that is our oldest and most systematic Greek account of how the universe came to be. Now, we've mentioned that Hesiod was not a priest or a philosopher, but rather a farmer's son from the small town of Askra in Boeotia. He apparently wasn't too fond of it. He called it a wretched place, bad in winter, hard in summer, never good. And his poem is not polished court literature either. It's a bit rough. It's repetitive, sometimes even contradictory. It's filled with lists and names that can numb the mind of the modern reader. But it is also one of the most ambitious intellectual projects in the ancient world, an attempt to explain everything. Well, doing this all in a single narrative is kind of difficult, but it's an interesting piece of work. Now, we'll also draw on later sources, Apotheosis' library, which is a prose summary of Greek myth from the 1st or 2nd century CE. We also have Ovid's Metamorphosis, the great Latin poem that retold and reimagined the Greek myths for a Roman audience, and the Orphic traditions, a parallel cosmological tradition that sometimes agreed with Hesiod and sometimes radically diverged. But do remember that Hesiod is our foundation. He was there first, and his vision is the one that all subsequent Greek mythology either builds upon or pushes against. And this is why we must return to Hesiod's sequence, because it matters. It is a philosophical argument about the structure of reality encoded in genealogy. First, chaos, and then from chaos, or alongside it, the Greek is ambiguous, came Gaia, the earth, shore-founded, the seat of all things. Hesiod's language is physical, it's tactile. Gaia is not an idea. She is a surface. She is the ground. She's the thing that you can stand on. The solid foundation that makes everything else possible. And she is alive. This is the first and most important thing to understand about the Greek primordial beings, that they are not abstractions. They are persons. Gaia is the earth, and she is also a being with desires, plans, resentments, and a capacity for vengeance that will drive the plot of the entire theogony. The earth is not a stage on which a drama happens. The earth is a character within the drama. She has opinions, she takes sides, and she acts accordingly. Alongside Gaia came Tartarus, the deep place, the abyss beneath the earth. Hesiod describes it as being far below the earth as the sky is above it. If you dropped an anvil from the surface of the earth, for example, it would fall for 9 days and 9 nights before reaching the bottom of Tartarus. It is the ultimate depth, the place of imprisonment, a dungeon. It is not yet the hell of later tradition, though. That function would develop over centuries. But it is already the place where defeated powers are confined. Tartarus, in a sense, the cosmos' built-in punishment. The universe came into being with a prison already installed, as if the first principles of creation already knew from the very beginning that some of the gods would be up to no good, and confining them would be necessary. Then, of course, there's Eros, desire, attraction, the force that draws things together. Eros is not yet the chubby baby with the bow and arrow of later art. He's just a cosmic principle, one of the oldest forces in existence, and his presence at the very beginning of the universe is a statement of extraordinary philosophical significance. Hesiod is saying that desire, this impulse towards union, towards combination, the merging of separate things into new wholes, is a fundamental principle to the universe as matter is itself. Without Eros, Gaia is all alone. Without Eros, nothing mates, nothing combines, nothing is born. Eros is the engine of creation, and he's there right from the start, not as a product of it, but a precondition for it. From chaos itself came 2 more primordial beings, Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, and Nyx, the darkness of the night. These 2, brother and sister, born from the void, immediately mated and produced their opposites. Aether, the bright upper air, the radiance of the heavens, and Hemera, the day. Darkness gives birth to light. This is not a moral statement. Greeks aren't saying that good comes from evil. It's more of a cosmological one. The universe generates its own opposites. You see, night produces day and darkness produces light. Every force calls into being the force that will balance it. The cosmos is, from its very first moment, a system of tensions, of opposites in dynamic relationship. And this principle, the universe as a tension between opposing forces, will govern everything that follows. Nyx, night. Well, that deserves particular attention, because she is one of the most powerful and, frankly, unsettling figures in the theogony. Hesiod treats her with a reverence that borders upon fear. Nyx produced from herself alone a catalogue of children that's almost like an inventory of what every human being dreads. Moros, doom; Thanatos, death; Hypnos, sleep; the Oneroi, the tribe of dreams; Momos, blame; Oasis, misery; the Keres, the spirit of violent death; the Moirai, fates; Clotho, who spins the thread of life; Lachesis, who measures it; and Atropos, who cuts it; Nemesis, retribution; Apate, deception; Philotes, tenderness; Geras, old age; and Eris, strife. Night is the mother of everything that waits for you in the dark. Not merely the physical dark, but existential. The uncertainty, the suffering, the inevitable decline that shadows every life from birth to death. And note that Hypnos, sleep, and Thanatos, death, are brothers, twins in fact. Sleep is death's rehearsal. Every night you practice dying. Every morning you're briefly resurrected. The Greeks understood that, and they felt it quite clearly. They built it into their architecture of the cosmos. Among Nyx's children, the Moirai, the Fates, are the most philosophically significant, because they raise a question that Greek mythology will never fully resolve. Are the Fates subject to Zeus, or is Zeus subject to the Fates? In Hesiod, the Fates are daughters of Nyx, which makes them older than Zeus, by the way, older than the Olympians, older than even the Titans. We'll get to all that later. They were spinning the threads of destiny before the gods were born. If the Fates are senior to Zeus, then even the king of the gods operates within a framework that he did not create and cannot alter. He can influence events, he can delay outcomes, but he can't overrule destiny. This is not a minor theological detail. This is the foundation of Greek tragic worldview. Even if Zeus cannot escape fate, well, that means no one can. And if no one escapes fate, then the proper response to life is not optimism, but rather endurance, the courage to face what is coming, knowing that it is coming, knowing that you can't stop it, and choosing to face it with dignity anyway. That is the emotional core of the Greek tragedy, and its roots are right here in Hesiod, in the genealogy of Nyx. Gaia, meanwhile, produced her own offspring without a mate. Parthenogenesis, self-generation, a power that only the most primordial beings possess. She brought forth Ouranos, the starry sky, equal to herself, Hesiod says, to cover her completely and to serve as a home for the blessed gods. She also produced Aurea, the mountains, and Pontos, the sea. Now notice what is happening. The physical structure of the world is being assembled through reproduction. The earth gives birth to the sky, and the earth gives birth to the mountains and the sea. Geography is genealogy. The landscape is a family, and every part of the natural world is alive, it's personal, it's some primordial being's child. Of course, that's radically different in the way of understanding of the natural world in anything of Christian traditions, if you're that way inclined. Oh, well, let's look at the more Judeo-Christian type. In Genesis, the world is created by a God who is separate from his creation. You see, God makes the sea, but he's not the sea himself. In Hesiod, the world is its own family. The earth did not make the mountains. The earth gave birth to the mountains. The sky was not placed above the earth as an external creator. The sky was born from the earth. It is the son of it. The relationship between the elements and the natural world is not mechanical. This has profound consequence for how the Greeks understood their environment. The river's not a resource, it's somebody the mountain not a landmark, but a primordial being's child. And you don't merely use the natural world. You interact with it, as you would with a family, with respect, caution, and awareness that it has its own whims, its own agenda, and as we'll see from later stories, its own capacity for brutal revenge. Gaia and Ouranos, the earth and sky, then came together, and their union produced the first generation of gods, the 12 Titans. Their names in Hesiod's catalogue read like a roster of cosmic forces. Oceanos, the great river that encircles the world. Koios, Krios, Hyperion, the god of light who would father Helios and the sun. Selene, the moon. And Eos, the dawn. Lapidos, whose descendants would include Prometheus and Atlas. Thea, Rhea, who would become the mother of the Olympians. Themis, the goddess of divine law and order. Mnemosyne, memory, who would become the mother of the Muses. Phoebe, Tethys, the great sea goddess. And Kronos, the youngest and most terrible, who would change everything. But the Titans were not Gaia and Ouranos' only children. After the Titans came the Cyclops, the 3 enormous beings, capable, each with a single eye in the center of their forehead. Brontes, thunder, Steropes, lightning, and Arges, bright flash. They were craftsmen of terrifying skill, and they would eventually forge the thunderbolt of Zeus, the weapon that would decide the war between the old gods and the new. And after the Cyclops came the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, Cotus, Briareos, Gyges, each with 50 heads and 100 arms. These were beings of unimaginable strength, and equal the unimaginable ugliness. Their very existence horrified their father. The Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires are easy to dismiss as mere monsters, fantastic creatures thrown in for color, but they serve a specific narrative and cosmological function. The Cyclops are craftsmen, makers of things. They will forge the thunderbolt, and that will decide the fate of the universe. They represent the production, creative potential of the cosmos, the ability to make tools, shape matter, and turn raw power into something usable. The Hecatoncheires represent something a little different. Pure, overwhelming, undifferentiated force. 100 hands, 50 heads, not skill but sheer magnitude. When the war between the Titans and Olympians finally comes, it will be the Hecatoncheires who turn the tide. Not through cleverness, but through the brute ability to throw 300 boulders simultaneously. The cosmos needs both, skill and force, craftsman and warrior, and both were present from the beginning, born from the union of sky and earth. But here is where the story takes its first dark turn. Ouranos, the sky, looked upon the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires, looked upon his own children, and he hated them. Couldn't stand the sight of them. Hesiod's word is stoukeroi, hateful. They were too powerful, too strange, too monstrous. And so, Ouranos did something that would echo through the entire subsequent history of the Greek gods. He locked them up in the prison. He pushed them back into Gaia's body, back into the earth, back into the womb, and he held them there, refusing to let them emerge into the light. The sky pressed down upon the earth, and the earth was forced to contain within herself the children she had borne and the husband who had fathered them. Gaia was simultaneously mother, prison, and victim. The sky lay on top of her permanently, suffocatingly, and her children writhed inside her, unable to be born. The cruelty of this image is deliberate, and it's worth pausing over. Ouranos doesn't merely neglect his children. He does not merely banish them. He forces them back inside their mother. His own mother turned into a dungeon. Now that violation is both political and physical. It's an act of tyranny and an act of sexual violence simultaneously, and Gaia experiences it both. She's in pain. Hesiod says that she groaned under the weight of the children trapped inside her, and that the husband, who would not let them go, couldn't care less about any of it. From this pain, from this groaning, comes the first act of rebellion in the history of the universe. So what happens next? Well, Gaia wasn't going to take it lying down. He came up with a plan. A weapon, a great sickle made of grey adamant, a metal so hard that nothing could blunt it. And she called her children together. She said, "Children of mine and of a wicked father, if you will obey me, we can punish your father's cruelty, for it was he who first devised unworthy deeds." Speeches is remarkable. She doesn't weep. She's not pleading of any sort. She rather makes a political argument that the father had committed crimes, and justice demands that he be punished. She's not merely a suffering mother, but kind of a revolutionary on a recruiting drive. But the Titans, they were not as brave. Most of them were terrified, and most of them didn't say anything. Hesiod says, fear seized them all. Only Kronos, the youngest, stepped forward. He said, "Mother, I will undertake to do this deed, for I have no respect for our father of evil name, for it was he who first devised these unworthy deeds." The repetition of Gaia's exact words, unworthy deeds, it's not careless on Hesiod's part, it's more of a legal formula. You see, Kronos is accepting Gaia's argument. He's adopting her case, and he's pronouncing his own father as guilty. The son is trying the father and finding him wanting. The sentence is already decided. Gaia gave Kronos the sickle and set him in ambush. When night came, Ouranos descended upon Gaia, longing for love, Hesiod says, with a casualness that borders on the grotesque, given what is about to happen. And, well, he spreads himself over her, covering her completely. And Kronos, hidden, reached out with his left hand, the sinister hand, the hand of ill omen, and with his right hand he swung the great sickle and castrated his own father. The scene is one of the most shocking in all of ancient literature, and as Hesiod describes its aftermath with meticulous and almost clinical precision, it only just keeps getting worse. Kronos flung the severed parts behind him and they fell into the sea, where the blood splattered on the earth, on Gaia herself. New beings sprang into existence. The Erinyes, the Furies, those terrible goddesses of vengeance who could punish crimes within families for all eternity. The giants, enormous warriors born from the earth's blood. And the Miliae, the ash tree nymphs, from whose wood the first spears would be made. Violence begets violence. I think that's the main thing that Hesiod's trying to get at. The blood of the father produces the avenger's blood. Even the weapon of future wars, the ashwood spear, is born from this moment. And the entire subsequent history of divine and human conflict is seeded in this single act. Well, the severed parts themselves cast into the sea drifted on the waves, and white foam gathered around them. The Greek word is aphros, and from that foam, rising from the water onto the shore of Cyprus, emerged Aphrodite, the goddess of love, born from an act of castration. I'm not sure if that's meant to be ironic, but the most beautiful being in the universe is born from the most violent. I suppose it's more of a clever etymology. It's a statement about the nature of desire. You see, Aphrodite is born from Ouranos' severed generative power. From the moment when creation was violently separated from the creator, she is what remains when the ability to create is cut away from the being who possessed it. She is desire set free, no longer attached to a person, no longer under anyone's control, now an autonomous force in the universe, ungovernable, irresistible, and potentially catastrophic. The Greeks understood again, from the very beginning of their mythology, that love is dangerous, precisely because it cannot be owned. The aftermath of the castration sent ripples through the cosmos. Ouranos, in his agony, gave his children a name. He called them the strainers, or the overreachers, the Titanes, a word that Hesiod connects to the verb taitano, to strain or stretch beyond. Now the name was a curse and a prophecy. The Titans had overreached, and they would pay for it. Ouranos declared, in vengeance afterward, great punishment would come. The father's curse was not empty, but a structural feature of the cosmos. You see, you'll see it repeated for the next 6 hours of this course, if you make it that far, that every act of rebellion carries within it the seed of its own punishment. The Titans overthrew their father, and the act of overthrowing created the conditions for their own overthrow. Not a mere irony, but cosmic law. The Greeks called it dika, justice, in its most impersonal and terrifying form, the universe balancing accounts, and nobody escapes that. The mutilated Ouranos withdrew from Gaia forever. The sky pulled back from the earth, and the permanent gap between them, the space in which we live, the atmosphere, the air, is in the mythological imagination the wound. The sky and the earth are separated because the sun attacked his father with a sickle, and the space we inhabit is the scar of that attack. We live in the aftermath of the first crime, and we breathe the air that the first wound opened. With Ouranos deposed, Kronos took power, and what followed, according to Hesiod and the later tradition, was the Golden Age, the first and most blessed era of human existence. The poet describes it in the Works and Days, his other great poem. The humans of the Golden Age lived like gods, free from toil and sorrow, the earth producing grain and fruit spontaneously, without any need for ploughing or planting. They did not grow old, or rather they grew old without the misery of old age, remaining strong until death came to claim them gently like sleep. They had no laws, because they didn't need them. They had no wars, because they had nothing to fight over. They feasted, they celebrated, and when they died, they became benevolent spirits who wandered the earth, watching over mortals, dispensing justice. It is a beautiful picture, and it is important not to dismiss it as mere nostalgia. The Golden Age is not simply one of those good old days fantasies. It is a philosophical proposition. It suggests that the natural condition of the universe, when it is properly governed, is abundance, scarcity, suffering, labor. These are not the defaults. These are corruptions, introduced by subsequent ages and subsequent rulers. And the implication's radical. Basically, the world does not have to be the way it is. That it was better once. It could theoretically be better again. The Golden Age is an argument against the inevitability of suffering, and as such, it is one of the most political potent ideas in Greek thought, an idea that would echo through Plato's Republic, through Virgil's Fourth Eclogue, through the Christian concept of Eden, through pretty much every utopian project in Western history. The later tradition, Particularly the Roman poets, Ovid above all, celebrated the Golden Age with lush detail. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, written around the turn of the first millennium, the Golden Age is a world without agriculture, without navigation, walls, or round cities, or weapons in men's hands. The earth gives up everything freely. The rivers flow with milk and nectar. Honey drips from the oak trees. There's no private property, because there's no scarcity to make property meaningful in any sense. It is a vision of a world before the invention of mine and yours, before the division of the common wealth into individual shares, which is in the Greek and Roman imagination the origin of all conflict. Hesiod does not go quite so far, but the essential idea is the same. There was a time before suffering, and that time ended, not because of any natural processes, but because of a political one. The Golden Age did not decay. It was overthrown. It was replaced by a worse regime. And that worse regime was replaced by an even worse one. And so on, down to the present day. The Iron Age in Hesiod's schema, the age of toil, injustice, and the slow grinding down of everything good. History in the Greek mythological imagination is not a progress, it's just decline. Nothing usually gets better, I'm afraid. But there is a shadow over the Golden Age, and the shadow is Kronos himself. You see, because Kronos, having castrated his father to seize power, knew something haunted him. He knew what sons did to fathers could be done again. The pattern had been established. The precedent had been set. And Ouranos, in his agony, had spoken a prophecy, or rather a curse. Kronos too would be overthrown by his own children. The punishment would fit the crime. The usurper usurped, and the cycle of violence would always continue. Hesiod is careful to note that Kronos did not simply receive this prophecy passively. He was told by Gaia and Ouranos, both of his parents, that he was destined to be overthrown by his own son, strong though he was. The information came from the very earth and sky, and the fundamental structures of the cosmos, so it's probably accurate. It was not a conditional warning, but rather a statement of destiny. It was going to happen whether he liked it or not. The only question was when and who. Kronos' situation in the first fully developed, or rather is the first fully developed example of a theme that will dominate Greek mythology. The trap of foreknowledge, to know the future and not be able to do anything about it. I mean, knowing that destiny doesn't mean that you're free from it. Rather, you're imprisoned by it. Kronos knows his fate, and knowing it drives him to the very actions that will bring it about. If he had not devoured his children, Rhea would have no reason to deceive him. Zeus would have grown up openly, and the conflict might have taken a different form. But Kronos' attempt to prevent the prophecy is what creates the conditions for its fulfillment. The more tightly he grips, the more surely the future slips through his fingers. This is the structure of the Greek concept of fate, moira, and it will reappear in the stories of Oedipus, Perseus, Acrisius, and in pretty much every figure in Greek myth who tries to outrun a prophecy and who discovers that the act of running itself is a road that leads to the destination that they were fleeing. The Greeks did not believe that the future was unknowable, only that it was unescapable. And the difference between those two beliefs is the difference between a mystery and a tragedy. Kronos' response to the prophecy is one of the most viscerally horrifying acts in all of mythology, and it establishes that theme that runs through Greek myth, the father who destroys his children to preserve his power. Kronos married his sister, Rhea. Marriage between siblings was not taboo among the gods, by the way, who had no one else to marry. And Rhea bore him children. Pretty glorious ones, as Hesiod says. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, Demeter, the goddess of grain and harvest, Hera, who would become queen of the gods, and Hades, who would rule the underworld. But then there was also Poseidon. He would rule the sea. And as each child was born, Kronos took it from Rhea's arms and swallowed it whole. I know, unexpected, right? Let that image settle for a moment. Kronos physically consumed his own children. He took each newborn infant and put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Num 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 num. But the children did not die. Remember, they're gods. Gods cannot die. They were imprisoned inside their father's body, conscious, alive, utterly helpless. Kronos had learned nothing from Ouranos' example, or rather he learned exactly the wrong lesson. When Ouranos imprisoned his children in Gaia's body, Kronos imprisoned children in his own. The method changed, but the logic was identical. The father who fears his children will destroy him chooses to destroy them first. The later artistic tradition seized on this image with horrified fascination. The most famous depiction is Goya's Saturn devouring his son, painted on the walls of the Quinta del Sordo around 1820. A pretty nightmarish image of a wild-eyed giant tearing into a human body with his teeth. Rubens painted it too, in 1636, with the cold-eyed god biting into a screaming infant. Not getting any Father of the Year awards, isn't he? Well, they are responses to a truth that myth articulates. That is that power, once acquired, will consume the future to preserve the present. The king eats his heirs. The revolution devours its children. The metaphor has lost none of its force in 3,000 years because the behavior it describes has lost none of its potency. Rhea's grief is one of the most poignant elements in the theogony. Hesiod describes her as an overwhelmed mother with sorrow. Penthos, the deep, unprocessable grief of a mother who has lost not one, not two, but all of her children to the appetite of their father. She has borne 6 children, and she has held none of them. Each one was taken from her at the moment it was born. The cruelty is specific and deliberate. Kronos does not swallow the children before they are born. He waits until Rhea has labored, has given birth, has seen the child, and then he takes it. Now that timing ensures maximum suffering. Whether this is conscious cruelty on Kronos' part or simply the mechanics of the myth, the effect is the same. Rhea experiences the full cycle of hope and loss 6 times without mercy or variation. There's a detail in a few later sources too, Apollodorus, the mythographer, and others, that adds additional layers of pathos to Rhea's situation. In these versions, Kronos did not merely wait for each child to be born. He stood over Rhea during each labor, watching, ready to seize the infant the moment it crowned. Rhea gave birth under surveillance, the most intimate and vulnerable act of her existence, performed under the gaze of the being who would immediately destroy it. The image of the watching father is one of the darkest in Greek mythology, patient, implacable, and certain of his right to consume what his wife has produced. And it encodes a truth about the relationship between power and reproduction that the Greeks understood with uncomfortable clarity. The father's claim on the child is absolute. In this society, at least. The mother produces, the father disposes, and Rhea, until the birth of Zeus, has no recourse. When Rhea was pregnant with her 6th child, her youngest, the child who would change everything, she went to her parents, Gaia and Ouranos, and begged them for help. She asked them to devise a plan, a strategy, to save this child and punish Kronos for what he had done to all the rest. The appeal is significant. Rhea goes to the same Gaia who had armed Kronos against Ouranos. Gaia is now arming Rhea against Kronos. The grandmother is the constant in this story. The earth abides, remembers. The earth takes sides, but it always takes a side against the tyrant, always for the good of the upcoming generation. Gaia is not neutral. She is a permanent revolutionary, the force that ensures that no regime lasts forever. Gaia and Ouranos heard their daughter's plea and told her what would happen. She would bear a son, and this son would overthrow Kronos, and through him the prophecy would be fulfilled. They sent Rhea to Crete, the town of Lyctos, according to Hesiod, though other traditions place the birth in a cave at Mount Ida or Mount Dicte. And there, in secret, in the darkness of a Cretan cave, Rhea gave birth to Zeus. The newborn Zeus was hidden immediately. Gaia received him. The earth literally took the infant god into herself, concealing him in a deep cave on the thickly wooded slopes of Mount Aegaeon. And Rhea, steeling herself for the performance of her life, wrapped a large stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to Kronos as a newborn child. Kronos took the stone child in his hands. He didn't look closely. He didn't even unwrap it or pause. He just swallowed it whole, straight away. The Lord of the universe, the god who had castrated his own father with a sickle of adamant, was fooled by a rock in a blanket. But hang on, that rock would have weighed quite a bit, right? Maybe he just wasn't paying attention. I don't know. The image is meant to be deliberately humiliating. Kronos, that all-powerful devourer of gods, can't tell the difference between his own child and a stone. His hunger, that compulsive need to consume the threat before it can grow, it's clouded his judgment. It's made him stupid, overlook very obvious things. He's so focused on the act of swallowing that he does not bother to examine what he is actually taking in. The tyrant, the myth suggests, is ultimately undone, not by superior force, but by his own appetite. He's so busy consuming the present that he cannot see the future being smuggled past him in a blanket. But that's not the only version of the story. There is another one, preserved in later sources, including the mythographer Apollodorus, in which Rhea substituted not a stone but a fowl, a baby horse which Kronos swallowed instead. It must have tasted foul, for sure, don't you think? Whatever. Well, anyway, this variant may reflect an older tradition, or it might be a regional variation. But the core logic is the same, and that's the substitution and the deception, the mother's cunning saving the child from the father's hunger. In some traditions, Poseidon, not Zeus, was actually the child who was saved by the foul substitution, and Zeus was saved by the stone. But it doesn't really matter too much. There's all these little changes in details, but the structure is constant. And that's just one child escapes, one child is hidden, and one day that child will come back. The infant Zeus was raised in a secret cave on Crete, and the traditions surrounding his upbringing are among the most vivid and varied in Greek myth, a sign that scholars have long noted that the myth of Zeus' Cretan childhood was very old and widely told, accumulating layers of local detail as it was retold across the Greek world. In the most common version, Zeus was nursed by the she-goat Amalthea, whose milk sustained the infant god. Amalthea's horn, broken off in some tellings during play, became the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, an inexhaustible source of food and drink. The image is beautiful and significant. The future king of the gods is nourished not by divine ambrosia, but by a goat's milk, raised not in a palace, but in a cave, and attended not by any fancy servants, but by animals. Now that pattern is another universal in heroic mythology, the future king being raised in these humble circumstances and completely ignorant of his true identity. It appears in Moses, in Oedipus, in Romulus and Remus, and even in later traditions, the young Arthur. Of course, I'm sure that this tradition is going to keep going the way it is. The hero has to be hidden, because he is in danger, and his concealment in lowly circumstance is both a protection and preparation. You see, he's meant to learn humility, self-reliance, and develop the strength that will eventually allow him to claim the throne, and not just claim it, but rule justly, not born with this silver spoon in his mouth, but rather a man of the people. That's the whole point. The cave was guarded by the Corytes, young warriors who danced around the entrance, clashing their spears against their shields, stamping their feet, shouting war cries to drown out the cries of the baby. If Kronos heard the infant's wails, he'd come looking for it. So the Corytes made noise, constant noise, rhythmic, martial and ecstatic noise. Their dance was, in some traditions, the origin of war dances. In others it was the origin of music itself, the first rhythms and beats, first coordinated human sound, produced not for entertainment, but for survival. The Corytes dance is simultaneously protective and creative. It conceals Zeus, and it also invents percussion. The birth of the king of the gods and the birth of music happened in the same cave at the same moment, and not to mention for the same reason. Other traditions add nurses and guardians. The nymph Andrastia rocked the infant in a golden cradle. The nymph Ida, whose name is the same as the mountain, tended to him as well. Bees would bring him honey from the wild hives of the Cretan mountains, and in some versions, anyone who entered the sacred cave without permission was transformed into a bee, because the cave's holiness could not be violated. The Cretan connection was so strong that later Greeks, especially the Cretans themselves, claimed that Zeus had not merely been born on Crete, but he also died there. They pointed to a tomb. The rest of Greece was scandalized, of course. Zeus could not die. Zeus was immortal. He was a king of the gods. But the Cretans persisted, and the poet Callimachus, writing in the 3rd century BCE, famously scolded them, quote, "Cretans are always liars." His words, not mine. Sorry for any Cretans listening at the moment. In any case, the accusation stuck. Even St. Paul quotes it in his letter to Titus. But the Cretan tomb of Zeus may reflect a very old stratum of belief, predating the classical pantheon, in which Zeus was a vegetation god who died and was reborn with the seasons. Think about Osiris or Adonis. The Cretan Zeus is not quite the same as the Zeus of the Olympian thunderer. You see, he's older, stranger, and quite a bit more mysterious. The historical and archaeological context of these myths is worth noting, because Crete was the home of the Minoan civilization, one of the great Bronze Age cultures of the Mediterranean, flourishing from approximately 2700 to 1450 BCE, and was known certainly to later Greeks. They remembered it in myth as the kingdom of Minos, the labyrinth of the Minotaur, the workshop of Daedalus. The association of Zeus's birth with Crete may preserve a genuine memory of Minoan religious practice. We know from Minoan art and archaeology that Cretans worshipped in caves, that they revered a young male god associated with vegetation and renewal, and that the bull played a central role in their religious symbolism. When the Mycenaean Greeks absorbed Minoan culture after the fall of the Minoan palaces around 1450, they may have incorporated this Cretan vegetation god into their own sky god traditions, producing the composite figure of Zeus, a Cretan infant who grows into an Olympian thunderer. The myth remembers the synthesis, even if it does not give us the courtesy of explaining it. I suppose your own interpretations are up in the balance too. After all, no one's really going to complain about that. Well, as Zeus grew, rapidly, supernaturally, as gods do, he became aware of his identity and his destiny. The details of how he learned the truth vary by source. In some versions, Gaia just showed up and told him. In others, the Titaness Metis, cunning intelligence, who would later become his first wife, advised him. In Apotheosis' account, Metis gave Zeus a drug, a pharmakon, which could mean medicine, poison, or magical substance, to administer to Kronos that would force the god to disgorge the children he had swallowed. So, the plan was set. The hidden prince of the gods would reveal himself. The Devouring Father would be forced to give back what he had consumed. And if you hadn't noticed, the cycle of divine violence was about to turn again. Zeus came to Kronos. How he approached, in what guise, and under what pretext, the sources don't always agree, and he administered the pharmakon. Kronos took it. He vomited, and out came all of those children that he had swallowed, in reverse order. First came the stone, the wrapped rock that Rhea had substituted for Zeus, and then the 5 gods, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, completely alive, pretty much unharmed, fully grown, and absolutely furious. Well, the stone came out first, and that detail is not incidental. The stone was set up at Delphi, the very navel of the world, the Omphalos, where it was anointed with oil and venerated for centuries. Pausanias, the traveller writer of the 2nd century CE, saw it there and described it as a stone of no great size, which they anoint with oil every day, and on each festival they place upon it unworked wool. The stone had been Zeus's substitute, the object that had saved his life by taking his place in Kronos' stomach. It became one of the holiest relics in Greece. It was proof that the substitution had happened, the material evidence of Rhea's deception and Zeus's survival. It now sat at Delphi, right at the center of the world, a permanent reminder that the current order of the universe was built on a trick, on a mother's cunning, a stone in a blanket, and a father too hungry to look closely. Perhaps there's a lesson in all of it. Anyway, the 5 disgorged gods, Zeus's older siblings, though Zeus was now effectively their liberator and therefore the leader, gathered around their youngest brother, and for the first time, the future Olympians were assembled. They were a family, but a family with very specific trauma. They'd been eaten by their father, imprisoned in his body, and liberated by a brother that they had only just met for the first time. Their loyalty to Zeus was not merely political, it was existential. You see, he had given them their lives, or rather, he had given them back the lives that the father had taken. The debt was absolute, and it was established in the hierarchy that would govern Olympus for all eternity. Zeus was not the eldest, he was the youngest, but he was the savior, and in the logic of Greek mythology, the savior outranks all the saved. There is a beautiful detail in later tradition about the order of disgorging. Because Kronos had swallowed the children in order, Hestia first, then Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, and vomited them in reverse. Hestia was the last to come out, having been the first to go in, that is. She had been inside Kronos the longest. She spent the most time in that unimaginable confinement. And yet Hestia, in the later mythology, is the gentlest of all the Olympians, the goddess of the hearth, the keeper of the sacred flame, and the deity who chose neither war nor politics, but rather the quiet, essential work of maintaining the home. And there's something deeply moving about the idea that the goddess who endured the most extreme imprisonment became that model of domestic peace, as if the experience of being consumed had given her a wisdom that her more turbulent siblings had perhaps lacked. A wisdom that said, the most important thing is not power. The most important thing is that we keep going, that that fire keeps burning, that there is warmth, and that someone needs to tend that flame. But the liberation of the 5 swallowed gods was only the beginning. Kronos was deposed, but he was not defeated. The Titans, Kronos' brothers and sisters, and the other children of Gaia and Ouranos rallied to his side. A war was coming, the Gigantomachy, the 10-year battle between the gods, old and the new, the Titans against the Olympians. It would establish the order against revolutionary generation. It would be the first great war in the history of our universe, and it would decide the shape and cosmos for all time. That war, and what came after it, is the subject for our next installment. But before we leave this chapter, did you notice the pattern that Hesiod established? Because it is the pattern that drives the entire theogony, and arguably the entire Greek mythological tradition. A father fears his children. A father tries to suppress them. A mother intervenes, Gaia with a sickle, Rhea with a stone, and the younger son overthrows the father. The cycle repeats. Ouranos, Kronos, Zeus, 3 generations with the same story, just a bit of changing it up. But there is a question that hangs over the entire narrative, the question that Zeus himself will spend eternity trying to answer, and that is whether or not the cycle will continue. Will one day Zeus too be overthrown by his own son? Will the youngest generation always devour the oldest? Or can Zeus find a way, through wisdom, force, maybe cunning, to break that cycle and make his rule permanent? That is the engine of Greek mythology. It is the anxiety that drives Zeus's affairs, his jealousies, his interventions in human history, and his desperate and sometimes brutal attempts to control fate. The king of the gods sits on his throne, and he remembers what happens to his father, and to his father's father, and he knows, he can't not know, that the pattern is waiting for him too. The sky was castrated, the Titan was made to vomit. So what will happen to the bearer of the thunderbolt, the Olympian? The answer is not yet written, but the question is already ancient, and it will not go away. Well, thank you very much for listening to part 1 of our complete guide to Greek mythology. Definitely an interesting start. I hope you've enjoyed. Anyway, follow along with the playlist, and I will see you in part 2. Thank you very much for listening, and goodbye for now. Hello everybody, and welcome back to part 2 of our complete guide to Greek mythology. Hope you're having fun following along the playlist. In the first part of the series, we ended in a cave on Crete, with a young god growing in secret. Fed on goat's milk and wild honey, his infant cries masked by the clash of warriors' shields. You know who I'm talking about. It was Zeus, the youngest child of Kronos and Rhea. He had survived, smuggled past his father's devouring appetite by a mother's desperate ingenuity, and a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes as a disguise. His 5 siblings were alive, but imprisoned, conscious but immobile, trapped inside the body of the Titan who had swallowed them. The universe was ruled by Kronos, the devourer, the castrator, the god who had overthrown his own father and lived in perpetual terror that his children would do the same to him. The Golden Age continued on the surface, but beneath it the machinery of revolution was turning. And today we pick up the story at the moment of that crisis, the moment when Zeus emerges from hiding. The Gigantomachy, the War of the Titans, is one of the great conflict narratives of world mythology. A 10-year war between generations of gods that reshapes the physical and moral structure of the universe. It is a story of power, how it is seized, organized, defended, what it costs. And it is a story about order, specifically about the creation of order under which the Greeks believed that they lived, the rule of the Olympian gods, with Zeus as king, governing from the summit of Mount Olympus. But before we reach that summit, we have to pass through war. And the war the Greeks imagined at the dawn of time is not a neat and heroic affair. It's cosmic in scale, apocalyptic in its violence and terrifying in implication, because the Gigantomachy establishes a principle that will govern Greek myth forever after. The current order was not created peacefully. The gods we worship do not inherit the universe, they took it in battle. And if they took it, well, that means it can be taken from them. The throne is never safe. The war is never truly over. Like, comment, and subscribe, and thank you to those supporting in the Patreon and YouTube memberships. Links are in the pinned comment and description. Let us begin. We covered the disgorging of the 5 swallowed gods at the end of the previous installment, but the political significance of that moment deserves a bit of attention and context. You see, when Zeus forced Kronos to vomit up Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, he didn't merely just free his siblings, but he created an army, or rather at least the core of one. 5 gods, fully grown, possessed of divine power, and united by a shared trauma. They had been consumed by their own father. They had been liberated by their youngest brother. Certainly forges some bonds, right? Their loyalty to Zeus was not a matter of choice, but one of existential debt. He had given them existence itself. And in the logic of ancient Greek politics, the person who saves your life owns your allegiance. There's no greater debt than that. And how on earth are you meant to pay that off? Well, 6 gods, I'm afraid, were not going to be enough, because Kronos was not alone. He had other allies, the other Titans, his brothers and sisters, the 12 children of Gaia and Ouranos, and while not all of them would fight for him, enough of them would. The Titan Hyperion, the Lord of Light, the Titan Koios, the Titan Kleos, Lapetos, the father of Prometheus and Atlantis. These were the ancient powers that he had on his side, enthroned for an age of the world, and they were not going to surrender their position just because some young upstart god had performed a conjuring trick with an emetic. War was inevitable, and Zeus, for all his power, needed more than just a few siblings to win it. His first strategic act was one of the great alliance-building decisions in mythology. Zeus went down to Tartarus, the abyss beneath the earth, the prison that Ouranos had built and Kronos had maintained. He then freed the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires. These were the beings that both Ouranos and Kronos had imprisoned, the 3 one-eyed smiths and their 300 armed giants, locked in the deepest darkness since the beginning of the world. Their crime had been simply their existence. They were too powerful, too strange, too threatening to the established order. Well, now in comes Zeus, and offers them what no one else had ever offered, and that was freedom, in exchange for their support. The liberation of the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires is a moment of profound narrative and political intelligence. Zeus doesn't just free them out of kindness. He really does need them. But he also understands something that neither Ouranos or Kronos did. The beings you imprison out of fear are the beings who will fight hardest against you when you set them free. Gratitude, in the economy of power, is a more reliable currency than terror. Ouranos and Kronos ruled through suppression. Zeus would rule through alliance. This is the founding difference between the old order and the new, and it is invisible, or rather visible, from the very first moment of Zeus's political career. The young god builds coalitions. His predecessors built prisons. I mean, whose side would you rather be on? Team Zeus in the comments. Now the Cyclops were very grateful, and their gratitude took the form of gifts that would define the Olympian regime forever. Remember that they were master craftsmen, these three one-eyed giants, and, well, they went to their forges and produced three supreme weapons of the new order. For Zeus, they forged the thunderbolt, the Kronos, the weapon that no shield could block, no armor could withstand, the concentrated power of the storm, rendered as a projectile. Pretty handy. For Poseidon, they forged the trident, the three-pronged spear that could shake the earth, split the mountains, and command the sea. And for Hades, they made the Kune, the cap of darkness, the helm of invisibility, which rendered its wearer unseen by gods and mortals alike. Well, notice what these three weapons represent. Did you catch it? The thunderbolt is overwhelming offensive power, the ability to destroy anything, anywhere, instantly. The trident is environmental control, the ability to reshape the physical world, to move water and earth. And the helm is stealth, the ability to act without being seen, to be present without being detected. Together they constitute a complete military toolkit: force, terrain, and intelligence. The Cyclops did not merely arm the Olympians, they armed them strategically. They gave each god a weapon that matched his nature and future domain, played to all of their strengths. Zeus, who had ruled the sky, received the weapon of the storm. Poseidon, who would rule the sea, received the weapon that commands earth and water. Hades, who would rule the unseen world of the dead, received the weapon that makes its bearer invisible. Not arbitrary weapons at all, but prophecies in metal, announcing the division of the cosmos that would follow the war. Now, the thunderbolt itself deserves a bit more detail because it is the most important object in Greek mythology, the symbol of Zeus's power, the guarantee of the Olympian order, and the weapon that no being in the cosmos can withstand. Later traditions elaborated its nature. It was not a single bolt of lightning, but a device, a forged weapon, crafted by the Cyclops, with a specific weight, shape, and mechanism. Some sources describe it as a kind of javelin. Others describe it as a handful of concentrated fire. Pindar, the great lyrical poet, calls it, quote, the ever-flowing thunderbolt, and describes its forging in terms that suggest a weapon of almost industrial precision. The thunderbolt is not wild energy, it is crafted energy, the transformation of raw elemental power into a usable tool, which is exactly what the Olympian order itself represents, the transformation of the cosmos' raw chaotic forces into a governable structure. The thunderbolt is the Olympian order made material, and to wield it is to wield order itself. The war lasted 10 years. Hesiod describes it with a combination of cosmic grandeur and surprising restraint. He doesn't really give you a blow-by-blow account of individual battles, as Homer would later do for the Trojan War. Instead, he kind of gives you a war of positions. The Titans, led by Kronos, established their stronghold on Mount Orpheus, a mountain in Thessaly. The Olympians, led by Zeus, established theirs on Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece, visible from Orpheus across the Thessalian plain. For 10 years the two sides fought to a standstill. Neither could gain a decisive advantage. Neither could dislodge the other from their mountain fortress. And the war ground on, year after year. Violence escalated, but there was no outcomes. The stalemate in itself is significant, because it tells us that the Titans were not weak. They were not doddering old gods, easily swept aside by their dynamic young replacements with their fancy new weapons. No, they were immensely powerful. Powerful enough to hold the Olympians at bay for a decade. Powerful enough to make the outcome genuinely uncertain. The war was not a foregone conclusion at all. It could have gone the other way. Kronos could have won. The Olympian order, the order under which the Greeks believed they lived, was not inevitable. It was contingent. It depended on specific decisions, alliances, acts of courage and cunning. And this is an important feature of the Greek mythological worldview. The current state of things is not natural. It is the product of a fight, and that fight could have ended differently. So you better thank Zeus and the Olympians the next time you pour out a libation. Well, the geography of the Gigantomachy itself is significant. Mount Orpheus and Mount Olympus are real mountains in Thessaly, visible to each other across the Thessalian plain, and the fact that Hesiod places the war between them, two armies on two peaks, hurling divine ordnance across the valley between, gives the myth a grounding in real landscape that would have resonated with any Greek who had seen those mountains. The Thessalian plain, one of the great agricultural heartlands of Greece, becomes the no-man's land between the old gods and the new. Farmland becomes the battlefield. The place where grain grows becomes the place where gods fight. It's a deliberate juxtaposition. The war that produced order that we live under was fought on the land we depend on, and the violence of the gods is never far away from the fertility of the earth. Well, remember Gaia, the earth? Well, Gaia is simultaneously the mother of the combatants and the ground on which they fight. So she is the cause of the war and the terrain. But not all the Titans fought against Zeus. Some abstained. Some even switched sides. The most important defectors were the Titaness Themis, the goddess of divine law and custom, who would later sit on as a counselor to Zeus on Olympus, and the Titan Prometheus, the son of Lapetos, whose role in the mythology will become enormous in later installments. Excuse me. The Titaness Styx, goddess of the river of the Underworld. She was the first to bring her children to Zeus's cause, and Zeus rewarded her by making the oath sworn on the river Styx the most binding and terrible oath in the cosmos, an oath that even the gods could not break without catastrophic consequence. The river of the dead became the river of ultimate truth. Loyalty to the new regime was paid for with the currency of the old world. Ouranos, the eldest Titan, the great river that encircles the world, also decided not to fight. And his neutrality was actually quite crucial. You see, Ouranos was the most powerful of the Titans by seniority, and if he had committed his forces to Kronos' side, the balance might have tipped decisively against the Olympians. just too hard to fight against Oceanos and his buddies. But the thing is, luckily for the Olympians, Oceanos decided to stay out of things, and his daughter, Metis, i.e. cunning intelligence, actively helped Zeus, providing the drug that forced Kronos to disgorge his children. The defections and neutralities were not incidental. They were the political maneuvering that made military victory possible. Zeus won the Gigantomachy, not only on the battlefield but in the council chamber, by detaching allies from the enemy, rewarding loyalty by offering a better deal than the old regime could offer. He was, from the beginning, a politician, as much as he was a warrior, of course. The role of Prometheus in the Gigantomachy is worth noting too, even though his full story belongs to a later installment, which we will get to. Now, the name itself actually means forethought, right? So that's give you a bit of an idea about how he functions in the mythology. And Prometheus fought alongside Zeus, despite being a Titan himself, the son of the Titan Lapithos. He chose the winning side, not out of loyalty to Zeus, but foresight. Think about his name, right? Forethought. He could see which way the war would go, and decided to hedge his bets with, how would you say, the good guys. Wars are a bit more complicated than that, but at least the guys who were going to win it. He knew what was coming. That's his defining characteristic. He sees the future. His decision to betray his own kind for the sake of the new gods is pragmatic but deeply ambiguous, because Prometheus's relationship with Zeus will eventually sour, and sour catastrophically, like Greek yogurt in the desert. That's how sour it gets. The ally will become the rebel. The defector will become the champion of humanity against the gods he helped to power. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. That's a story for later. For now, we've just got Prometheus rolling up his sleeves and fighting beside Zeus. And of course, Zeus is well and truly grateful, and gratitude, as we will see, is not a currency that Zeus handles well. So here comes the turning point. When Zeus unleashed the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed ones, Kotos, Briareos, and Gyges, freed from their prison in Tartarus, understandably furious, but also grateful, but also possessed of a destructive power that had no equivalent in the cosmos. Hesiod's description of the final battle is one of the great passages in ancient literature. It deserves to be experienced in something close to its full intensity. Zeus held back no longer. He advanced from Olympus with his thunderbolt, striking continuously. Bang, 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 left, right, and center, bolt after bolt, the lightning pouring from his fists, the thunder rolling without pause, the earth burning, forests exploding into flame, even the oceans boiled up, the air itself incandescent with divine energy. The heat reached chaos. Hesiod says this explicitly. The fire was so intense that it penetrated to the original void from which the universe had been born, as if the universe were in danger of being unmade, going back to that primordial state, returned to nothingness. The earth screamed and the sky groaned. And then the Hecatoncheires joined the fight. Each one of the 300-handed ones picked up boulders. The 300 boulders, each one in every hand, were launched at the Titans simultaneously. And that's 900 boulders. I'm not a math magician, but I worked that out in my head. Thrown all at once, a barrage so dense that it blotted out the sky. Hesiod said that the Titans were buried under the missiles, overwhelmed by a bombardment that no strength could withstand, and no skill could evade. Well, it is a violent image, sure. The description of a landslide, an avalanche, a mountain falling on you from every direction at once, the walls closing in. The scale of violence transcends anything of human imagination at the time. It was a collision between tectonic forces. The Titans, ancient, powerful, enthroned for an age, now buried. The description of the Gigantomachy's aftermath is quite remarkable for its detail, especially in ecological terms. Hesiod tells us that the earth cracked, the foundations of the world shook, and the dust rose into the atmosphere and hung there to dim out the sun. The noise reached the depths of Tartarus and the heights of the sky. The entire vertical axis of the cosmos was shaken, all the way from the abyss to the stars. Nowhere was safe. The war was not fought in a locale. It was fought in the cosmos, and the cosmos bore the scars. Every earthquake, every volcanic eruption, every unexplained atmospheric disturbance could be, in the mythological imagination, an aftershock of the Gigantomachy, the universe still trembling from the violence that established the current order. The Typhon myth has deep parallels in Near Eastern mythology, parallels so close that scholars have long argued for direct borrowing. You've got the Hittite myth of Illuyanka, the serpent dragon who defeats the storm god and steals his heart and eyes. It follows an almost identical structure, you know. The storm god is defeated, dismembered, and restored through the cunning of lesser beings before returning to defeat the monster again. The Babylonian Enuma Elish, in which Marduk defeats the chaos monster Tiamat, operates on the same pattern. The young god defeats the serpentine embodiment of primordial chaos and establishes order from the monster's body. The Greeks didn't just invent Typhon from nothing. They inherited a Near Eastern mythological template, the storm god versus the chaos serpent, and they adapted it to their own theological framework. But the adaptation is significant. You see, in the Near Eastern versions, the storm god's victory is total and permanent. In the Greek version, Zeus's victory is neither total nor permanent. Typhon is imprisoned, not destroyed, and Gaia, the force that produced him, is still alive, still present, still very capable of generating new threats. The Greek cosmos is never fully secure, the chaos never fully defeated, merely contained. Containment is not the same as a victory. The defeated Titans were seized, bound, cast into Tartarus, the same prison where Ouranos had kept the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires, the same abyss that Kronos had maintained. Don't you think the irony is obvious? Deliberate, certainly, that the Titans are imprisoned in the dungeon that they once guarded. They are punished with the same punishment they inflicted upon others. And the Hecatoncheires, the very beings that the Titans had helped to keep imprisoned, were appointed as their jailers. Talk about a role reversal. Oh, how the turntables. The oppressed became the guards, the prisoners the wardens. The moral architecture is precise. You're punished by the instruments of your own crimes. An eye for an eye, I suppose. The universe remembers what you did, and it's going to use it against you. Hesiod's description of Tartarus after the Titan's imprisonment is one of the best passages in the Theogony. A rare moment of sustained scene setting in a poem that typically moves briskly through its genealogies. Tartarus is surrounded by a wall of bronze. Night pours around it in 3 layers. Above its gates grow the roots of the earth and the unharvested sea. The Titans are locked within, behind the gates that Poseidon himself fixed in place, in a region so deep that it is beyond the reach of wind, light, of any influence from the upper world. It is the absolute bottom, the place from which no escape is possible, the silence beneath all sound, the darkest place. Guarding this abyss, pacing before the bronze gates, are Cotus, Briareos, and Gyges, the 100-handed ones, faithful sentinels, each with 100 arms folded across the darkness, waiting for a disturbance that will never come. The image is one of terrible finality. The old gods are not merely defeated, but entombed now, sealed in a darkness so complete that even memory cannot reach them. The Gigantomachy is over, and the silence that follows will last forever. With the Titans defeated and thrown in prison, the victorious gods faced a question, and that's one that all victorious alliances have to face. It's kind of awkward. How do they divide the spoils? Well, the universe was one, but who's going to rule what? The answer, according to the tradition preserved in Homer's Iliad, where Poseidon recounts the division in Book 15, was decided by lot. The three sons of Kronos, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, drew lots for the three giant great realms of the cosmos. Zeus received the sky, the aether, the bright upper air, the domain of weather and storms of the thunderbolt. Poseidon, the sea, Thalassa, the grey, salt, boundless water that surrounds the land. Hades received the underworld, the realm of the dead, the kingdom of shadow, the domain from which no mortal returns. Sounds like he got the short end of the stick. Oh well. And the earth, Gaia's surface, the land where the mortals live, was declared common ground, shared by all three brothers. It didn't belong to anyone exclusively. This is a detail of enormous significance. You see, the earth is not owned, it's contested. The space where the jurisdictions of sky, sea, and underworld overlap. And it is, therefore, the space where conflicts between the gods are most likely to erupt. The Trojan War, the wanderings of Odysseus, the sufferings of Heracles. Nearly every great story in Greek mythology takes place on the shared ground of earth, and the conflicts in those stories frequently are caused by gods whose competing jurisdictions and whims produce incompatible demands of the humans who live in between them. The division of the cosmos by lot did not eliminate conflict. It created a system of overlapping authorities with no clear hierarchy on the earth itself. A recipe for disaster, I suppose, the perpetual suffering of the mortals caught in between. The method of division, by lot, chance, the fall of a token, is itself quite significant. The universe was not assigned by merit. Zeus did not receive the sky because he was the bravest or the most powerful, even though he was both. He received it because the lot fell that way. The randomness is the whole point. It prevents any of the brothers from claiming inherent superiority. Zeus is not king because the sky is intrinsically more important than the sea or the underworld. He is king because someone had to be king. And the lot, Moira, the same word as fate, chose him. This is a deeply Greek idea. Fate is not rational. It's not moral. It's the distribution of portions, and the portions are distributed by chance. You get what you get. And your task is not to question the distribution, but to inhabit your portion with as much skill and dignity as you can manage. Whatever job you are given, you're meant to take it seriously. Maybe that reflects real life, too. I don't know. Well, Poseidon, in the Iliad, is careful to point out that while Zeus receives the sky and the title of king, the three brothers are equal in birth. Quote, "We are three brothers, sons of Kronos, who Rhea bore, Zeus, and I, and Hades, who rules the dead. All was divided into three, and each received his portion of honor." The claim of equality is politically important. It is Poseidon's assertion that Zeus's kingship is a matter of convention, not of nature. Zeus is just the first among equals. He's not superior. And this tension between Zeus's claim to a supreme authority and his brothers' insistence on their own sovereignty within their domains generates much of the dramatic energy of Greek mythology. Poseidon challenges Zeus repeatedly. Hades operates independently, refusing to attend Olympian councils. The divine family is not one in harmony. It's just all about this push and pull, a negotiation conducted under the constant threat of breakdown. Hades deserves a bit more attention, I suppose, because his portion, the underworld, is frequently misunderstood. You know, he's viewed as a kind of Greek Satan, but that's a little bit misinformed. He's not evil. He's not the enemy of the other gods or the tormentor of the dead. He's just the boss, the administrator, the king of a realm that nobody wants to visit and nobody wants to govern. But that is absolutely essential to the functioning of the cosmos. Because the dead have to go somewhere. Someone has to receive them and process them. Someone has to maintain the boundary between the living and the dead that keeps the universe from collapsing into confusion. It's an important job. Very important. Sure, he drew the short straw, quite literally, but he accepted it because someone was going to draw it, and they had all prepared themselves for that possibility. He runs his kingdom with efficiency and an impartiality that the other gods rarely match. He doesn't play favorites, meddle in human affairs. He does not leave his domain to pursue love affairs or political intrigues on the surface. He just sits on the throne in darkness and gets the job done. Now there's something almost admirable about Hades. The Greeks seem to have recognized this. They feared him, sure. He was certainly fearsome. No one wants to meet the Lord of the Dead. But they didn't hate him. He was not a villain, just a necessity. And they respected that necessity even as they dreaded it. Perhaps that's the best kind of respect. And so, with the cosmos divided, Zeus established his court on Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece, rising to just under 3,000 meters on the border between Thessaly and Macedonia. Remember that Olympus is a real mountain. You can go there and climb it today. But in the mythological imagination, Olympus was far more than just a geographic feature. It was the axis mundi, the center of the universe, the point where the human world, the divine world, and the cosmic order all met and converged. Its summit was above the clouds, above the weather, above the reach of mortal perception. Snow fell on its lower slopes, but its peak was bathed in eternal sunlight. Aethra, the unclouded radiance of the divine atmosphere. Homer describes the Olympian summit in the Odyssey. No wind shakes it, no rain falls upon it, no snow touches it, but cloudless air spreads around it, and a white radiance plays over it. It is a place of permanent calm, above a world of permanent turbulence. The gods lived on Olympus in palaces built by Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, the god of the forge, the lame smith god, who would later figure prominently in the mythology. They feasted on ambrosia and drank nectar, different substances that sustained their immortality and that were categorically different from human food. The distinction between divine and human nourishment is important as well. You see, gods and mortals don't just eat the same things. They have different menus, different restaurants completely, I suppose. The boundary between divine and human is, at its most basic level, a dietary boundary. You are what you eat, and the gods eat ambrosia. The moment a mortal tastes ambrosia, if it is ever permitted, which is almost never, the boundary between mortal and immortal begins to dissolve, and the consequences of that are always quite dangerous. The court of Olympus was organized around the council of the 12 Olympians, though the membership of the 12 varied slightly, depending on the source and the period. The canonical list, as it eventually solidified, was as follows. It included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hermes, and either Hestia or Dionysus. Now Hestia, the gentle goddess of the hearth, voluntarily yielded her seat to Dionysus, the god of wine, in some traditions at least, preferring the quiet tending of the sacred flame to the noise and politics of the council, opting for an early retirement from her political career. Hades, despite being one of the 3 sons of Kronos, was not counted among the 12 Olympians, because he did not live on Olympus. His domain was the Underworld, and he rarely left it. The Olympian court functioned, in the mythological imagination, much like a human royal court, with all the attendant politics, rivalries, alliances, betrayals, and intrigues that the analogy implies. Zeus presided, but he did not dictate. He was frequently opposed by Hera, his wife and sister, whose jealousy and political cunning made her one of the most formidable figures on Olympus. Well, Athena was his most trusted counselor. Born, in the myth we will explore in a later installment, directly from his head, she was the embodiment of his intelligence, given independent form. Ares, the god of war, was despised by nearly everyone, including his own dad, which is pretty harsh. But hey, it's a running theme. Aphrodite pursued her own agenda, indifferent to any plans that Zeus had. Hermes was the messenger, the go-between, the god who moved freely between all realms. The court of Olympus was not a bureaucracy. It was a family, a dysfunctional, passionate, dangerously powerful family, and its internal dynamics drove the mythology as surely as any external threat ever could. The daily life of the Olympians, insofar that Hesiod and Homer describe it, was a blend of feasting, debate, and interference in the mortal world below. The gods gathered in Zeus's great hall, drank from golden cups, listened to Apollo's lyre and the muses singing, and argued about the fate of mortals with a passion that often escalated into genuine conflict. In the Iliad, the Olympian council scenes are some of the most dramatically charged episodes in the poem. Gods threaten each other, they insult each other, they stab each other in the back, sometimes literally, and occasionally they, form secret alliances. When Zeus threatens to throw Hera off Olympus, for example, Hera, Athena, and Poseidon once attempted to bind Zeus in chains, and were only prevented by the intervention of the 100-handed Briareos. Ares, wounded in battle, comes howling back to Olympus like a child throwing a tantrum. Aphrodite is injured and flees the battlefield in tears. The gods are far from serene or dignified. They are in many ways worse than the mortals they govern. They're more petty, vindictive, and susceptible to jealousy and spite. And the only thing that prevents their quarrels from destroying the world is the authority of Zeus, which is maintained not by universal consent, but by the threat of the thunderbolt. And that's the cool thing about Greek mythology. You see, the gods are not morally superior to humans. Sure, they're powerful and immortal. They're beautiful, sure, but they're not better. They lie, they cheat, they betray each other, and they're mortal worshippers with a casualness that is, from a human perspective, quite breathtaking. And the gods did not pretend otherwise either. They didn't construct elaborate theodicies to explain why they behaved badly. They simply observed that power and virtue are not the same thing, that the beings who rule the universe are not necessarily the beings who deserve to rule it. Think about that. And that the human task is not to admire the gods, but rather to survive them. The Olympians had barely settled into their new order when the next challenge arrived, and this time it came from the earth itself. Gaia, the grandmother of the gods, the permanent revolutionary who had armed Kronos against Ouranos and Rhea against Kronos, was not satisfied with the new regime. The Titans, her children, were imprisoned in Tartarus. Her Cyclops and Hectoncheires had been freed, only to be used as weapons and then assigned as jailers. And Zeus, the grandson that she had helped to save, was proving to be every bit as authoritarian as the gods had preceded him were. So Gaia raised up the giants, an army of enormous, serpent-legged warriors, born from the blood that had fallen on the earth when Kronos castrated Ouranos. The blood of the first crime produced the soldiers of the second war. Gaia's decision to raise the giants against the Olympians is one of the most morally complex moments in the theogony. She is not simply a force of chaos, but, well, think about it, she's a mother whose children are in prison. And, well, mothers always love their kids, right? The Titans, her sons and daughters, are locked in Tartarus. They're suffering, and the gods who put them there are her very grandchildren, gods she herself helped to power. She must have been losing quite a bit of sleep over this whole situation. Gaia's role in the mythology is often described as contradictory, because she helped to overthrow Ouranos and then tried to overthrow the gods who overthrew Ouranos' successor. But it is more consistent than it appears. You see, Gaia's principle is not loyalty to any particular regime, it's loyalty to her children. She opposes whoever imprisons them. She arms whoever promises to free them. She is the earth, and the earth does not take sides between gods. It takes sides between parents and the powers that hurt their children. Every revolution she supports is, at its core, a mother's campaign to release her imprisoned offspring. The Gigantomachy, the War of the Giants, is depicted in Greek art with a frequency and fervor that suggests that it was, for the Greeks, an even more emotionally resonant myth than the Titanomachy. The great frieze at the altar of Zeus at Pergamum, one of the masterpieces of Hellenistic sculpture carved in the 2nd century BCE, shows the Gigantomachy in excruciating detail, writhing, monumental relief, gods and giants locked in combat, serpent tails coiling around divine limbs, the earth splitting open and the cosmos in a violent convulsion. The frieze wraps around the entire base of the altar, over 100 meters of continuous battle, and its message is clear. The order of the world was purchased at a terrible cost, and the fight's never really over. The Gigantomachy introduced a detail that would have enormous consequence for the relationship between gods and mortals. The giants could not be killed by gods alone. An oracle, or Gaia herself, depending on the source, had decreed that the giants were invulnerable to divine weapons, unless a mortal fought alongside the gods. Well, the gods needed a bit of help from the human side of things. This is an extraordinary theological concept, that the all-powerful Olympians, who had just defeated the Titans in a cosmic war, could not win the next war without the assistance of mortal beings. Well, they had somebody in mind. You've probably heard of him. The mortal they recruited was Heracles, the greatest of the Greek heroes, the son of Zeus by a mortal woman, who fought beside the gods, finishing off each giant after a god had wounded it. Without Heracles, the gods would have lost. Without human courage, divine power was insufficient. The Gigantomachy established a principle that the Greeks carried through their entire mythology, and that's that gods and mortals needed each other. The relationship is not one of simple subordination, but rather mutual dependence, and that dependence is what gives human life its danger and dignity. The requirement for mortal participation in the Gigantomachy also introduces one of the central paradoxes of Greek religion. Why do the gods need us at all? After all, if they're all-powerful, immortal, If they feasted before we existed, and will feast after we are gone, why are we even relevant to them? Well, the answer the Gigantomachy provides is structural. The cosmos itself is designed in such a way that divine power alone is insufficient. The gods can wound the giants, but they can't kill them. They can initiate the victory, but they can't complete it. They need the mortal hand to deliver the finishing blow. And there's an implication to that. Mortality, the very thing that makes humans weak, is also the thing that makes them necessary. The gods can't die, and therefore they cannot kill the giants. Heracles can die, and therefore he can. Death is not a limitation, but a power. The one power that the gods lack, and the one power that the cosmos, at its most critical moment, requires. The individual combats of the Gigantomachy are vivid and specific. Athena thought Enceladus the mightiest of the giants and buried him under the island of Sicily. His thrashing beneath the earth is the cause of Mount Etna's eruptions. Poseidon broke off a piece of the island of Kos and threw it at the giant Polybotes, creating the island of Nisros. Zeus struck with his thunderbolt. Apollo shot with his silver bow. Hermes fought, wearing the helm of invisibility borrowed from Hades. Hephaestus hurled molten metal, and even Dionysus joined the fight, smashing giants with his ivy-wreathed staff. It was a team effort, the entire Olympian family fighting together, and the victory was a collective achievement. No single god won the war. The court did. The institution did. Perhaps that's the political lesson in the myth that was designed to teach that individual power is not enough. Only the organized collective working in communication and coordination can fully defeat the forces of chaos. Gaia was not finished. The Titanomachy had failed. The Gigantomachy had failed. And now she produced her final champion. And he was the most terrifying being of all Greek mythology. His name was Typhon, and he was quite simply the monster to end all monsters. Hesiod's description of Typhon is one of the great passages of horror that we have in Greek literature. He was a creature of impossible dimensions. From the thighs down he was a mass of coiling serpents. From the thighs up, a humanoid, but of monstrous size. His head brushed the stars. From his shoulders grew 100 serpent heads, each one with dark flickering tongues and eyes that flashed fire. When he spoke, the sounds that came from those 100 mouths were different in each. Sometimes the language of the gods, or that of a roaring bull or a barking dog, sometimes even a hissing that filled the mountains. He was chaos incarnate. Not the original chaos, the empty void, but chaos this time in a modern sense. Disorder, confusion, the annihilation of structure. If Typhon won, the Olympian order would not merely be replaced, but it would be erased completely. The universe would return to the formlessness from which it emerged. Game over. The battle between Zeus and Typhon was the ultimate single combat. The king of the gods against the ultimate anti-god. Order against disorder. Hesiod's account is relatively brief, but it's quite telling. Zeus struck with his thunderbolt, the lightning searing the serpent heads, the thunder shaking the earth. Typhon fell, crippled, and Zeus threw him into Tartarus, or in a more famous variant, buried him under Mount Etna, where his writhing produces volcanic eruptions, and his breath produces the hot winds that scorch the Mediterranean. But there's another version of the Typhon myth, preserved in Apollodorus and other sources. That's far more dramatic, and a bit more disturbing, because in this version, Zeus does not win easily. In this version, Typhon defeats Zeus. The monster wraps his serpent coils around the god, tears the sinews from his hands and feet, and leaves him helpless, a god without his muscles, powerless and immobile. Typhon takes Zeus's sinews and hides them in a cave, guarded by the she-dragon Delphine. Zeus is rescued only through the cunning of Hermes and Pan, the trickster god and the goat-footed nature god, who sneak into the cave, steal back his sinews, and restore them to Zeus's body, allowing him to resume the fight and ultimately prevail. This version of the myth is a little bit more unsettling in its implications. Zeus, the king of the gods, was defeated, the supreme power in the universe. He didn't match Titan. He was dismembered and helpless. The order of the cosmos was for a moment genuinely undone. The king was unkinged, and the restoration of order depended not on Zeus's own power, but on the cunning of lesser gods, who acted while the supreme god lay paralyzed. The myth says, the Olympian order is not invincible. It can fall. It has failed, and when it fails, it is saved not by the power at the top, but by the resourcefulness at the margin. This is a surprisingly democratic theology, by the way. The king needs the trickster and the ruler the helper, and it reflects a worldview in which no single authority, however great, is self-sufficient. Anyway, with Typhon's defeat, the challengers to Olympian rule were exhausted. Gaia, the grandmother, the earth, the permanent revolutionary, finally accepted the new order, or at least stopped actively trying to destroy it. The pattern of three challengers, Titanomachy, Gigantomachy, Typhon, established a rhythm that appears across Indo-European mythology. Excuse me. The gods must fight 3 times to secure their rule, each time against a more primal and chaotic and destructive enemy. The first fight is against the old regime, the Titans, organized political rival government. The second against a raw military force, the giants, soldiers, warriors, this brute violence of the earth. And the third against chaos itself, Typhon, the negation of order, the dissolution of form. Each battle strips away another layer of the threat, until at the deepest level, the gods confront the one thing that would unmake everything, the return to formlessness. Zeus wins. Order holds. But the fact that the myth imagines these challenges at all tells us something the Greeks understood with painful clarity, and that is, order is not the natural state of things, but rather an achievement, and that achievement is precarious, only maintained by vigilance, force, and the constant willingness to fight the same fight as many times as it needs to be fought. With the cosmos secured, the Titans in Tartarus, the giants buried and Typhon smouldering beneath Etna, the Olympian order settled into its permanent form. And let's examine exactly what the Greeks believed that order looked like, because the structure of the cosmos as Hesiod and his successors imagined it is both more elaborate and more strange than modern readers sometimes realize. The cosmos is a layered structure. At the top was the sky, the domain of Zeus, and below the sky was the surface of the earth, Gaia's body, the shared domain of gods and mortals, encircled by the great river Oceanos, which flowed around the rim of the world in a perpetual circle. And below all that was Hades' kingdom, the Underworld, the realm of the dead, reached through caves and fissures in the earth's surface. Below the Underworld, at the absolute bottom of everything, was Tartarus, the abyss, the prison, and the place of ultimate confinement. Hesiod's anvil, falling from heaven, as we mentioned in part 1, would take 9 days to reach the earth, and another 9 days to fall from the earth to Tartarus. The cosmos was deep, deeper than it was wide, and the deeper you went, the more terrible things you would encounter. At the junction of all these realms, where the underworld met the surface, where the roots of the earth met the foundation of the sea, Hesiod places the house of Nyx, night, and the house of her children, Thanatos, death, Hypnos, sleep, who share a dwelling but never occupy it at the same time. When sleep goes out to walk the earth, death stays home, and vice versa. The image is eerie and beautiful, I think. Two brothers, the two aspects of the same darkness, alternating their patrols over the world of the living, never meeting or coinciding, but locked in an eternal rhythm that is both comforting, you'll always wake from sleep, and terrifying, one day you won't. This was the universe that the Olympians governed, a universe that was not created by them, but conquered by them, one whose fundamental forces were older than they were and would outlast them. Zeus did not create the sky. He was the administrator, same as Poseidon didn't create the sea, nor Hades created death. The Olympians were just stewards. And this is a crucial difference between the Greek theological imagination and the Judeo-Christian one that, well, considering most of you are Westerners, are part of that tradition, well, the Christian tradition. At least culturally, you know what I mean. The Greek gods do not stand outside the universe looking in. They stand inside it, and they're subject to its laws, constrained by its structure, and struggles. They try to maintain their position in a system that they did not design, and a lot of the time they don't fully understand. There's a moment, too, in Hesiod that is easy to miss, buried in a catalogue of divine marriages that captures this truth perfectly. After the Gigantomachy, after the wars, the cosmos is secured. Zeus marries Themis, the goddess of divine law, and she bears him the Horai, the seasons, Eunomia, good order, Dike, justice, Irene, peace. Well, notice what has happened. Order, justice, and peace are not preconditions of Zeus's rule, but rather products of it. They are born after the war, not before it. They are the children of power married to law, an offspring of force and legitimacy combined. Without Zeus's strength, Themis's law has no enforcement. Without Themis's law, strength has no legitimacy. It all sort of bends into each other. The marriage is the foundation of governance itself. Power and law, force and principle, all united in a relationship that is productive precisely because neither partner can function without the other. It's perhaps one of the most politically sophisticated images in the theogony, and it usually passes almost without comment, so it's worth mentioning here, I think. Anyway, the cosmos was now secured. The wars were over, at least the wars between the gods were over. But the gods settled on Olympus, feasting on ambrosia, gazing down from their cloud-wrapped summit, found themselves asking a new question, and that was what to do with all of these mortals, these fragile, fascinating, short-lived creatures who inhabited the shared ground of the earth. Who were they? Where did they come from? And what were they for? And what, if anything, did the gods owe them? These questions, the questions of creation, of Prometheus, of Pandora, the relationship between divine power and human suffering, are the subject of the next part of this series. The cosmos is built, order established, and now the humans are moving in. And with people comes problems. Well, thank you so much for listening to part 2 of our complete guide to Greek mythology. I hope you're feeling sufficiently Greek at this point. Anyway, I have been your host. Thank you so much for liking, subscribing, and everything else that you should be doing. Anyway, good night, everyone, and I will see you in part 3. Hello and welcome back to part 3 of our complete guide to Greek mythology. I hope you're enjoying the series so far. If you are, take a look at the links in the pinned comment and give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Let's continue straight off from where we were last time. There is a scene in Prometheus Bound, a play written by Aeschylus around 430 BCE, performed on the slopes of the Athenian Acropolis before an audience of free citizens who had recently defeated the largest empire in the world. In this play, the Titan Prometheus, chained to a rock at the edge of the earth, has his liver torn out daily by an eagle sent by Zeus, and explains to that audience why exactly he is being punished. Now, he does not say that he stole fire, nor does he say he defied the king of the gods. He says something a little more radical. He says, "I gave mortals hope. I stopped them from foreseeing their own doom. And besides that, I gave them fire." Now the order is deliberate. Hope first, fire second. The psychological gift before the technological one. The ability to imagine a future before the physical tool that makes that future possible. To plan, to dream, to believe that tomorrow might be better than today. Aeschylus understood something profound about the Prometheus myth. Fire is important, sure, but hope is revolutionary. Fire warms the body, but hope transforms the soul. And it was for hope, as much as fire, that Zeus punished Prometheus. Because hope makes mortals dangerous. A creature that can hope is a creature that can resist. A creature that can imagine a better future is a creature that will not accept its present. And the god who rules through the acceptance of the present has every reason to fear a creature like that. And so, with that in mind, that's where we kick off the third installment of our journey. And we've arrived at the moment when the gods, having secured their cosmos, defeating the Titans, the giants, and Typhon, turn their attention to the small, fragile, bewildering creatures, the mortals. That's us. And the story of how gods and mortals came to know each other is not one of love, though there is a little bit of love in it. It's not a story of hatred either, though there is a little bit of hate in it too. It's rather a story of a mutual fascination, suspicion, and ultimately a power balance so extreme that it produces both the most generous and most cruel acts in mythology. The gods give humans fire, language, art, agriculture, and law, and also disease, suffering, old age, and death. A double-edged sword, but the two gifts are inseparable. The hand that offers the flame is the same hand that opens the jar. The question of where mortals came from is one that Greek sources answer in contradictory ways, which is itself a significant fact. You see, there's no single canonical Greek creation of humanity myth equivalent to the Genesis account or any other religious account. Hesiod, in the Works and Days, simply states that the gods made the first race of mortals, the golden race, but he doesn't really specify how they did it. In the Theogony, mortals are barely mentioned at all. The poem is concerned with the genealogy of gods, not the origins of men. The story of Prometheus, molding humanity from clay, is actually a later tradition, not attested in our earlier sources, but firmly established by the classical period, powerfully told by the Roman poet Ovid in the Metamorphoses. In Ovid's version, written in Latin around 8 CE but drawing on Greek sources, Prometheus takes clay, mixes it with rainwater, and shapes it into the form of the gods, fashioning a creature that walks upright, that lifts its face towards the stars rather than looking down at the earth like animals. The image is beautiful and deliberate. Humans are made from the basest material, dirt, mud, the stuff that you step on, but they are shaped in the image of the divine. We are earth that looks upward, clay that contemplates the stars. The tension between our material and our aspiration is, in the Promethean creation myth, that fundamental condition of human beings. We are made of nothing, but we reach for everything. Now there is another tradition, less well known but equally fascinating. That is the one in which Prometheus creates humans and Athena breathes life into them, supplying the soul that transforms the clay figure from a sculpture into a being. The collaboration between Prometheus, that is intelligence, craft, and forethought, and then Athena, wisdom, breath, and divine spark, is symbolically rich. Humanity is the joint creation of cunning and wisdom, of the Titan and the Olympian, of the old order and the new. We are the product of both sides of the cosmic war. And the fact that a Titan made our bodies while an Olympian gave us our souls might explain why humans are so perpetually divided, why we are capable of the craftiest deception and the purest wisdom, or the good and the bad. We contain within ourselves the full range of possibilities that divine war had opened up. Prometheus himself, who we should have mentioned again that name means forethought. We mentioned it in part 2, but it really is a point worth hammering home. The ability to think ahead, to plan, to anticipate consequences, is one of the most complex and compelling figures in all of Greek myth. You see, he's a Titan, a member of the older generation of gods, who sided with Zeus during the Gigantomachy. He is the son of Lapetos and the Oceanid Clymene, or in some versions Themis. He is the brother of Epimetheus, Afterthought, the one who always thinks too late, which is not as good of a superpower as what Prometheus got, but anyway. And also of Atlas, who would be condemned to hold up the sky. And he is, in the classical tradition, humanity's champion, the being who stood between mortals and the gods and who consistently chose the side of the mortals, even when doing so meant his own destruction. The first great conflict between Prometheus and Zeus, as Hesiod tells it in the Theogony, was not about fire at all. It was actually about meat. A gathering at Mecone, a place that some scholars identify with Sicyon near Corinth, the gods and mortals came together to determine how sacrificial offerings would be divided. Prometheus was asked to guide a great ox and divide it into 2 portions, one for the gods, one for the mortals. But he had a trick up his sleeve. He wrapped the edible meat and rich fat in the ox's stomach, making a good portion look disgusting, and he wrapped the bare white bones in a layer of glistening fat, making the worthless portion look appetizing. Zeus chose the bones wrapped in fat. The beautiful exterior concealed the empty interior, and the mortals, well, they got the good stuff. This is why, in Greek sacrificial practice, the bones and fat were burned on the altar for the gods, while the worshippers ate the meat. The ritual reenacted the original deception of Prometheus. Hesiod said that Zeus saw through the trick, that he chose the bones knowingly, as a pretext for punishing mortals. Other readings suggest that Zeus was genuinely deceived, and that his fury was the fury of a being that has been made to look quite foolish. But either way, the consequence ends up the same. Zeus, enraged, withheld fire from mortals. He took the element that made cooked food, metalwork, warmth, and civilization possible, and he locked it away. Mortals would have to eat their meat quite rare, I'm afraid. They would also shiver in the dark, and they'd live like animals, because a god felt cheated at dinner time and decided to punish an entire species. The pettiness of Zeus's response is the entire point. The king of the gods is not above spite, or envy, or any of these base human emotions. In fact, the gods are just as, if not more, emotional than humans. He governs the universe, but he can't control his own resentment sometimes. The Makone trick is one of the foundational narratives in Greek religion, because it explains the central paradox of Greek sacrifice. Why do the gods get the inedible parts? Every time a Greek community sacrificed an animal, by the way, a sacrifice was quite an important religious act in Greek life. Every festival, public occasion, and moment of crisis demanded one. Well, every time they did it, they burned the thigh bones wrapped in fat on the altar for the gods, and they would eat the meat themselves. The ritual was universal, unquestioned, but it did require a bit of explanation. Why would the gods even accept the bones? The Prometheus myth provides the answer. The gods were tricked into choosing them, and now the precedent is set, the contract signed, and the distribution cannot be renegotiated. Greek sacrifice is, at its origin, a con, a trick played by a titan on a god, and every altar in Greece is a monument to that original deception. The relationship between gods and mortals is built from the very first meal they shared on dishonesty. Not really a comforting theology. We can't really use that word, but hey, at least it's honest. Prometheus's response to Zeus's withdrawal of the fire is the most famous act of rebellion in the mythology. He went to the workshop of the gods, in some versions to the forge of Hephaestus on the island of Lemnos, in others to the sun chariot itself, and he stole the fire, hiding it in a stalk of fennel plant and narthex and carrying it down to earth. That's one way to deal with a confiscation. The fennel stalk is a detail of unbearable precision. You see, the narthex, the giant fennel, Ferula communis, which grows wild all over the Mediterranean, has a dry and plithy interior that can hold an ember for hours, smouldering slowly without burning through the stalk itself. I suppose we can call it a natural match, a fire-carrying device that nature provides us free of charge. How convenient. Prometheus did not need divine technology to transport the flame. He just needed a plant. The most revolutionary act in history of the cosmos was accomplished with something you could find growing on any Greek backyard. Well, the humility of the vehicle is part of the point. Fire is not inherently divine. It's a natural force, present in the world, and accessible to anyone with the wit to use a hollow stalk. But what makes it divine is this new claim by Zeus to control and monopolize it, keep it away from all the humans. Prometheus's theft is not a violation of nature, but it's more about him retaking the ownership. He's a redistributor. With fire, everything changed. Hesiod does not elaborate on the consequences. For him, the theft of the fire is primarily a plot point in the conflict between Zeus and Prometheus, but the later tradition, especially Aeschylus, fills in the details with quite a bit of specificity. Prometheus, speaking from his rock, catalogues what fire made possible. Metallurgy, the smelting of bronze and iron, the making of tools, all very important. Also architecture, the building of houses that protect from the weather. Navigation, the reading of stars and the construct of ships. Medicine, the compounding of drugs that heal the sick. Mathematics, the counting and measuring. Writing, that great servant of memory, as Aeschylus calls it. And also divination. Fire is the master of technology, the technology that makes all other technologies possible. And Prometheus's gift of fire is the gift of civilization to humanity itself. The Promethean myth is at its core a myth about the ambiguity of progress. Fire is good, but also dangerous. The same flame that cooks food can burn the entire city down. The same metallurgy that produces plowshares produces swords, and the same navigation that enables trade enables invasion. Every gift Prometheus gives has a shadow, a downside. The mythology doesn't dress it up to make it prettier than it needs to be. The Greeks were not naive about all of this. They knew about technology. They understood that every tool could also be a weapon, every advance creates a vulnerability, and that the creature who masters fire can also be consumed by it. Well, the Prometheus myth has resonated across Western culture with an intensity that no other Greek myth can really match. Mary Shelley subtitled her novel Frankenstein, The Modern Prometheus, the story of a creator who gives life to something he cannot control. The Romantic poets, Shelley, Byron, Goethe, they all saw in Prometheus the archetype of the creative genius who defies convention and suffers for his vision. Karl Marx called Prometheus the most eminent saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar. The myth speaks to anyone who has ever felt that the acquisition of knowledge is an act of defiance against an established power, that learning, inventing and questioning and creating are inherently rebellious acts because they change the balance of power between those who control us and, well, those who are being controlled. Prometheus did not merely give mortals a tool. He gave them this autonomy, the one thing that a tyrant, human or divine, cannot tolerate. And as an aside, before we move on, there's an old quote that I like. Knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. Zeus's punishment of Prometheus is pretty important in terms of the larger story of Greek mythology, and it's designed to be quite harrowing, because the severity of the punishment is the measure of the threat. Zeus doesn't merely imprison Prometheus, he makes an example of him. Prometheus was seized by Kratos, strength, and Bia, violence, two servants of Zeus whose names tell you everything you need to know about their nature, and he was then brought to the end of the world, to a desolate rock in the Caucasus Mountains. There, Hephaestus, reluctantly and mournfully, because Hephaestus was a craftsman, not a torturer, and he recognized a fellow maker in Prometheus, chained him to a rock with unbreakable bonds of adamantine. And then Zeus sent an eagle, his own sacred bird, the emblem of his power, to tear open Prometheus' side every day and devour his liver. Now the liver regenerated overnight. Prometheus was immortal after all, but the eagle would come back every morning. The punishment was not death. Death would have been a mercy. The point is to make them suffer, an eternity of the same agony, repeated without variation, without relief or without end. And the choice of the liver as well. You're probably wondering, why is that? Why not the heart? Why not the eyes? Why not, something else? Well, the Greeks believed that the liver was the seat of emotions, of passion, desire, irrational forces that drive human behavior. To eat Prometheus's liver was to consume its capacity for feeling. To have it grow back was to restore that capacity, just in time for it to be consumed again. The punishment was a punishment of the heart as much as the body, an eternity of feeling, followed by an eternity of having that feeling torn away, followed by an eternity of feeling again, and so on and so forth. It is a punishment designed for someone who cared too much, who felt too strongly for the creatures he had created, and its cruelty lies precisely in the fact that it attacks the thing that made Prometheus noble, and that is his compassion. Zeus punishes Prometheus, not for what he did, but for what he felt. The crime was not the theft of the fire, that was secondary. The crime was love for humanity. Aeschylus's Prometheus Bound takes this further. In the play, Prometheus is visited on his rock by a series of figures. The chorus of oceanid nymphs who weep for him, Oceanos himself who advises compromise, and a mortal woman transformed into a cow by Zeus's persecution, who represents the human cost of divine caprice. Prometheus endures, and he does not recant or apologize, neither does he beg for mercy. You see, he possesses a secret, the knowledge of which marriage will produce a son strong enough to overthrow Zeus, and he holds on to it, using it as leverage, the last weapon of a prisoner who has nothing left but his own forbidden knowledge. He declares, "I care less than nothing for Zeus. Let him do what he will." It's one of the great statements of defiance in literature. It establishes a template that echoes through Western culture too, the rebel chained by the tyrant, suffering but unbroken, justified not by victory but by the righteousness of his cause. Prometheus is the ancestor of every political prisoner, every dissident, every person who chose principle over comfort and paid the price. Well, eventually, Prometheus would be freed. By guess who? That's right, Heracles, the mortal hero who shot the eagle with an arrow and broke the chains. But the liberation was thousands of years in the future, and in the meantime, Prometheus hung on his rock, watching the mortals he saved go about their lives below, cooking food with his fire, building their cities with his knowledge, hoping that their hopes with the hopes that he had planted in them, unable to join them, unable to help them either, just watch and endure. Now that's tragic. Very tragic. A savior that cannot be saved. A god who loved humans so much he was destroyed by it. There's a philosophical question embedded in the Prometheus myth that the Greeks never stop asking. And that's, was Prometheus right in what he did? Was the theft of fire a good thing? Well, the answer seems obvious to us. Maybe we're a bit biased because we're humans. Of course fire's good. Of course civilization is better than savagery. But the Greeks were not so sure. Hesiod, remarkably, seemed to side with Zeus. He presents Prometheus as a trickster whose cleverness brought suffering on humanity, because Zeus's punishments, Pandora, the withdrawal of easy living, were consequences of Prometheus's defiance. Now, in this reading, humanity would have been better off without the fire, living in the golden age simplicity, without technology, without ambition or recklessness, without consuming the drive to know everything and to make Prometheus ignited. Well, Aeschylus takes the opposite view. Prometheus is the hero, and Zeus is the tyrant, and suffering is the price of freedom. The two poets offer two visions of the same myth, and the tension between them. Is the progress really worth the cost? And is knowledge worth the suffering it brings? Well, that's one of the permanent questions. Asked first and most powerfully in the story of a titan chained to a rock. It wasn't the last time this kind of question was asked. The punishment of Prometheus was personal, directed at the rebel himself. But Zeus's fury was not satisfied by punishing just one titan. The problem was, he wanted to punish the species that Prometheus had championed. Once again, that's us. He was angry at humanity. But he had a different kind of weapon, this time not the thunderbolt, nor a flood, nor a plague. He sent a woman by the name of Pandora. And Hesiod tells the story of Pandora both in the Theogony and the Works and Days. His account is one of the most troubling and most detailed passages. Zeus commanded Hephaestus to mold from clay the likeness of a shy maiden, beautiful, irresistible. Athena dressed her in silver garments, and taught her weaving. Aphrodite poured grace over desire over her head. Hermes placed in her breast lies and crafty words and a thievish nature. The gods adorned her with a golden crown, worked by Hephaestus, depicting every creature of the land and sea, a crown of astonishing beauty, designed to make the wearer more beautiful still. And they named her Pandora, which meant all-gifted, because every god on Olympus had contributed something to her creation. Hesiod's description of Pandora is to modern ears, well, frankly, a little misogynistic. It would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. He calls her a kalon kakon, beautiful evil, a quote, sheer deception, irresistible to men. He says that from her comes the deadly race and tribe of women, who live among mortal men to their great trouble. The first woman, in Hesiod's telling, is a punishment, a curse disguised as a gift, a trap baited with beauty. Before Pandora, men were living without women. They had no sickness, they had no toil. Everybody was getting along just fine. And Hesiod explicitly connects the arrival of women with the end of this utopia, the arrival of suffering. Things get a little complicated. Now, it's not a subtle subtext either. It's rather the surface of the entire text. He says it quite plainly, a real slap in the face. I suppose it just reflects the worldview at the time, in which women were understood as a burden that men must bear, necessarily for reproduction, but evil in their consumption of male resources and their capacity for deception. Well, Hesiod's words, not mine. It is important as students of mythology to engage with this as honestly as we can. We can acknowledge that Hesiod's opinions are real and, a little misinformed and harmful, while also noting that the Pandora myth is doing something a lot more complex than just woman-bashing. Pandora is a weapon aimed at humanity by Zeus. She is a tool of divine punishment, and her evil is the evil of the god who made her, not something inherent in her nature. She was designed to be deceptive. She was filled with lies by Hermes at Zeus's command. Her treachery is not her choice. It is her programming. And so, in this reading, Pandora is less a villain than a victim. The first woman and the first weapon, but created without her consent for a purpose that she did not choose, by gods who used her and discarded her. Poor thing. The pairing of Pandora with Epimetheus is itself a parable. Epimetheus, afterthought, is the brother who never learns. Prometheus told him explicitly not to accept gifts from Zeus. Prometheus foresaw exactly what was going to happen if he did, and Epimetheus just forgot about it, or he ignored the warning. Maybe he was simply unable to resist the beautiful thing in front of him. The myth is ultimately a fable about the two modes of human intelligence, foresight and hindsight, planning and regret. Prometheus sees the trap and warns against it, and Epimetheus just sees the bait and reaches for it. Humanity, the myth suggests, is caught between these two brothers, between the part of us that knows better and the part of us that just does it anyway. It's like, I believe, says, I think it's the book of Job, I know what I must do, but I do not do it. Something like that. It's been a while since I've read that. Anyway, we are all in a little bit of our own way Epimetheus, an afterthought. We see the danger after it's consumed us, and then we call it somehow wisdom. It's hard to see the future. Maybe it's better that we don't. So, basically the story goes that Pandora was sent to Epimetheus. Prometheus was warned by his brother, don't accept any gifts from Zeus, almost called him Goose, sorry. But Epimetheus, true to his name, forgot the warning, and accepted her. and with her came a jar, a pithos, a great storage vessel. Now, it's not a box. I know that we say Pandora's box, but the box is a bit of a mistranslation from a 16th century scholar called Erasmus. It was more of a jar that contained everything. But that being said, it's a little bit too late now to change the culturally accepted name of the story. And, well, Pandora's jar does not sound as good. Anyway, Pandora opened the jar. Hesiod does not explain why, whether from curiosity, or from malice, or from the thievish nature Hermes had installed in her, or simply because jars are just, I don't know, they're meant to be opened, aren't they? So she lifted the lid, and out flew all the evils that inflict humanity. Disease, old age, hard labor, madness, vice, passion, famine. 10,000 sorrows, pouring out into the world like a rush of smoke, spreading across the earth, filling every corner, entering every house. Nowhere was safe. Well, before Pandora, people got along without these things, and after her, they couldn't escape them. The evils were invisible, silent and pervasive. They came without warning and without mercy. And once they were there, well, they could never really be gathered back. Pandora slammed the lid shut, but it was too late to contain the evils. She was just in time, however, to trap one thing inside. Elpis, hope. The last thing in the jar, the one thing that did not escape, caught under the rim of the great vessel. This is one of the most debated details in Greek myth. Why is hope in the jar with all the evils? Isn't hope a good thing? Why would they trap that inside the jar and deny it to humanity? Or is hope itself an evil? Think about it the other way. Perhaps it's a cruel delusion that prolongs suffering by making you believe that things will improve when they will not. Well, I suppose there's arguments for both positions. They've been doing that sort of arguing for centuries. If hope is good, then imprisoning it in the jar is the final cruelty. You get diseases but not the cure, the suffering but not the consolation. If hope is evil, then its imprisonment is an act of mercy. At least you are spared the torment of false optimism. Hesiod does not resolve the ambiguity, he lets it stand. And the ambiguity is, perhaps, the point. Hope is a little bit of both. It is the thing that keeps you going when everything is terrible, and the thing that prevents you from accepting reality. It is a medicine and a poison, the most human thing in the jar, because it is the one thing that makes all the other evils bearable, and the one thing that makes them inescapable. See how this all goes into a bit of a philosophy, right? Well, if the Greeks loved two things, it's philosophy and mythology. Now, the Pandora myth, taken as a whole, is Hesiod's answer to that question that every culture must eventually ask, and that's why do we suffer? It's a pretty easy and I guess maybe sometimes a bit of a naive question, but it's a fair one to ask. Now, the Greeks aren't going to answer this question in the way that the Christians would later, with this original sin hypothesis. They didn't answer it with karma like the Hindus would either. They answered it with a story about a god's revenge and a woman's curiosity. A story in which suffering enters the world not as a consequence of human failure, but as a deliberate act of divine punishment. You see, we suffer because Zeus wants us to suffer. It is our punishment. It's what we have to do to make up for the love of Prometheus. We are afflicted because a god was embarrassed at a dinner party and threw a tantrum and never got over it. The cause of human misery, in the Greek account, is not cosmic justice, but cosmic spite. And the only thing that makes the spite survivable, the only thing left at the bottom of that horrible, bloody jar, is irrational, unjustifiable, and possibly delusional hope. but at least we got that. Now let's wheel back a little bit to Hesiod's works and days, because it contains something pretty important, and that's the myth of the 5 ages. If you don't know what that is, well, it's basically a framework in which humanity does not progress, but degenerates, each successive age worse than the one before it. Sounds familiar. Well, the Golden Age, which we discussed in part 1, that was the age of Kronos, when the mortals lived like gods. Things were great. No toil, no sorrow, everybody happy. Then the Silver Age followed. Its people were inferior, childish, taking 100 years to grow up and then dying quickly, unable to refrain from violence against each other and refusing to worship the gods. Zeus destroyed them. The Bronze Age came next, a race of terrible warriors, obsessed with war, made of ash trees, the same ash trees born from the blood of Ouranos' castration, who destroyed themselves through their own violence. They went to Hades, nameless, despite all their strength. But then, there comes an anomaly, and that's the heroic age, the age of the demigods, the age of great heroes, Heracles, Theseus, Achilles, the warriors of Thebes and Troy. This age breaks the pattern of decline. The heroes are better than the Bronze Age, nobler, more glorious. Hesiod acknowledges this explicitly. They were a godlike race, who fought at Thebes and Troy, and who after death were transported by Zeus to the islands of the blessed, where they live in paradise at the edge of the world. Basically a comfortable retirement in a seaside location. Sounds pretty good, huh? Well, the insertion of the heroic age into the sequence of decline is one of the great puzzles of the poem. Why exactly does Hesiod interrupt his downward trajectory with this out-of-nowhere age of glory? Well, there is an answer. It's most likely that the heroic age was already too firmly established in Greek tradition, too present in the epic poetry of Homer, too central to Greek self-understanding to be omitted or diminished. Hesiod couldn't just leave out the heroes. That would be rude. So he inserted them into his scheme, at the cost of logical consistency. The heroes break the pattern, and the pattern cannot recover. The Iron Age, Hesiod's own age, and our age, by the way, is the worst. It is the age of toil, suffering, injustice, and the breakdown of familial bonds. Hesiod writes, "Would that I had not been born in this age, but either before or after." The father will not agree with his children, and the children will hate their fathers. The guest will not be safe with the host, the friend not safe with a friend. Men will honor the doers of evil and condemn the righteous. Might will be right, shame and conscience, Aedos and Nemesis, will depart from the earth, leaving only suffering behind them. A vision of social collapse, so bleak and so specific that it feels less like prophecy and more like social commentary and journalism, a description of what Hesiod saw around him in that hard-scrabble age of villagers of the 8th century Boeotia, where his own brother Perseus was cheating him of his inheritance with the help of corrupt judges. The 5 ages are not really a myth. They're more a commentary on the present, described as a history of the past. Now, the model of the declining ages, gold, silver, bronze, iron, it has parallels in other Indo-European traditions. Now, I know that a few of you might have already got that. You know, the Hindu concept of the 4 yugas, Satya, Treta, Dvapara, and Kali, which follow an identical trajectory from perfection to degradation. The structural similarity is so close that scholars have argued that, maybe they might have leaned over and copied a little bit of homework, if you know what I mean. A shared mythological template, perhaps, that was carried into India and Greece by the migrating peoples who brought the Indo-European languages to both regions. It might be true. Maybe we'll never know. But that's not the point. The important thing is the psychological truth of the declining ages model is powerful. It articulates a universal human intuition that the world is getting worse, and things in the past were much better. We've fallen from our state of grace, and even if we can recover, it's going to be extremely difficult to do so. Every generation believes that it lives in the worst of times. Hesiod's genius was to give that intuition a structure and a name. There is also a metallic logic to the sequence. You see, gold is beautiful and soft. It's useless for war. Silver is harder, but still ornamental. Bronze is the metal of weapons. The Bronze Age people are warriors who live and die by the sword. Iron is the hardest, the most useful, the most associated with labor and the tools of agriculture and industry. The metals descend in beauty and ascend in hardness, and the ages they represent descend in happiness and ascend in difficulty. The Iron Age is the hardest age in both senses, the most demanding and the most enduring, and we are the Iron people. We're tough, sure, but we're born to suffer. In any case, there is nothing else to do but keep going on. Well, and speaking of moving on, let's move on to the Greek flood myth, the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha. Well, I think you'll find it to be quite recognizable. We did a video on ancient flood myths a while back, and I don't believe we mentioned it in there, at least not in detail. Anyway, it's like all the other ones. A god decides to destroy humanity, and a single righteous couple is warned. They build a vessel and they survive. They repopulate the earth. Pretty simple. Now, the universality of the flood myth has fascinated scholars for centuries. The question is, does this represent a shared memory of a real flood? Does it reflect a shared mythological template? Of course, both of these have their defenders, and neither has been conclusively established. I suppose it's a bit of a moot point at this point, but, it's all interesting. Now, in the Greek version, preserved most fully in Apollodorus and Ovid's Metamorphoses, Zeus looks down at the earth and sees that humanity is corrupt, violent, and impious. Of course, he's not too pleased at this observation, so he decides to just kill everybody. He sends the great flood, in some versions assisted by Poseidon, that covers the entire surface of the earth, every city, every field, every forest. And only 2 people make it: Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, the son of the Titan who loved humanity, remember, and Pyrrha, the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora. Prometheus, from his rock, had warned his son to build an ark, a larnax, a chest, and Deucalion and Pyrrha floated on the flood for 9 days and 9 nights before the waters receded and their vessel came to rest on the peak of Mount Parnassus, the mountain above Delphi, by the way, the navel of the world. On the detail that Deucalion is Prometheus's son and Pyrrha is Pandora's daughter, that is not incidental. It's extremely important because it means that the survivors of the flood are the descendants of both the savior and the punishment, the lineage of the rebel who loved humanity and the weapon who was used to punish it. The human race, after the flood, carries both inheritances: Prometheus' intelligence and compassion, Pandora's beauty and capacity for deception. We are the children of the best and the worst that the gods could produce, all the good and bad wrapped into one. Deucalion and Pyrrha, alone on the drowned earth, prayed to the gods for guidance. An oracle, Themis, the goddess of divine law, told them, Throw the bones of your mother behind you. Well, they were horrified. Desecrate their own mother's bones? Not cool. But Deucalion, his father's son, possessed the intelligence of forethought. He understood the riddle. The mother was Gaia. The bones were stones. They picked up stones and threw them over their shoulders, and the stones Deucalion threw became men. Stones that Pyrrha threw became women. And just like that, humanity was reborn from the earth itself, from the bones of the mother, from the most basic and most durable material in the world. So, we are stone people, children of the rock. And this too is a statement about human nature. We endure, we survive the flood, because we are made of the stuff that floods cannot dissolve. The flood myth also establishes a pattern that will recur, the divine near extermination of humanity, followed by a new beginning, a new age. Zeus destroys humanity, and then he allows it to be reborn. He is not a god who creates and then steps back. He's always destroying and starting over again. More of an editor than a writer, revising a draft until it meets its standards or simply satisfies his mood. The post-flood humanity, the stone people, Deucalion's children, are harder than their predecessors. They have to be, because they live in the Iron Age, the age of toil, and they are made of iron's equivalent, rock, the stuff of endurance. The softness of the Golden Age is gone forever, and what remains is durability, the capacity to survive, and the knowledge carried in the bloodline from Prometheus to Deucalion to us, that the gods who govern the world are capable of destroying it at any moment, for any reason, and that the only defense against divine caprice is the stubborn refusal to be extinguished. And so, with humanity established on earth, fragile, mortal, dependent on divine favor and vulnerable divine spite, well, the Olympian gods settled into the roles that would define them for the rest of Greek mythology. Each god governed a specific domain, had their own character, and they interacted with mortals in their own and often terrifying ways. A brief survey of the major Olympians is necessary here because, well, these are the figures who will drive every story from this point forward. So let's just remind ourselves, okay, of who the main characters are. First of all, you've got Athena, who is born from Zeus's head, fully armed, after Zeus swallowed her mother Metis to prevent the birth of a son who might overthrow him. She was the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and craftsmanship. Now, since she was Zeus's favorite child, the only god permitted to wield the Aegis, the terrible shield, sometimes described as a goat skin draped over her arm, bearing the face of the Gorgon. Pretty cool weapon, huh? Well, Athena was a virgin goddess, permanently unmarried, fiercely independent, and aligned with no male god. She was the patron of Athens, of course, the city that bore her name, and that considered itself under her protection. The intellectual capital of the Greek world, that's for sure. Athena represents the civilized application of intelligence, the plan that wins the battle, the craft that builds the ship and law that governs the city. She is the antithesis of Ares, who is considerably less popular. Well, next up we have Poseidon. Everybody's heard of him, the god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, the most volatile of the three brothers. He was legendary for his temper. He held grudges for decades, punished entire cities for the offenses of individuals, and wrecked the ships of mortals who failed to sacrifice him before sailing. The sea, in the Greek imagination, was not a romantic abstraction. It was the single most dangerous environment that a Greek was likely to encounter. Unpredictable, lethal, and governed by a god whose moods changed as rapidly as the weather over water. Poseidon's trident could split mountains and raise islands from the sea floor. But he used it as often in rage as in creation. He contested Athena for the patronage of Athens, and he lost, never to forgive that city. He pursued Odysseus across 10 years of ocean for the blinding of his son Polyphemus. Poseidon is the god of the forces that are bigger than you, the wave that capsizes the ship, the earthquake, everything you can't control, and his worship was more driven by fear than devotion. Demeter, the goddess of grain, of the harvest, the fertile earth, was the most directly important deity for the survival of ordinary Greeks. Now, without her favor, the crops did not grow, and without the crops, you died. Her great myth, the abduction of her daughter Persephone by Hades, Demeter's grief, the withering of the earth, and the compromise that created the seasons, is one of the most emotionally powerful narratives we have, and was the basis of the Eleusinian mysteries, the most sacred and secret religious rites in the Greek world. Demeter represents the aspect of divinity that is most intimate to human life, the food on the table, what separates us from survival and starvation. She's not glamorous either, neither is she warlike, but rather essential. A power, though less dramatic than Zeus's thunderbolt, is in some ways greater, because you can't survive without her. But we could do without the lightning, I suppose. Bread's a bit more important. Now, next up we have Ares, the god of war in its most brutal and chaotic form. He was despised by nearly all the other Olympians, including his own father. Zeus tells him flatly in the Iliad, quote, "You are the most hateful to me of all the gods on Olympus." Ares is not strategy, but rather slaughter. The screaming, the blood, all those unpleasantries of the battlefield. The experience of war as it feels to the person who's on the pointy end of it, not to the glorious general directing the campaign to victory. His companion is Ares, strife. His attendants are Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror. He's necessary, though. You see, war exists, and therefore its god exists. But that doesn't mean people like him. He's not admired in any way. The Greeks made a clear distinction between the warfare of Athena, the strategic, intelligent one directed toward a goal, and this mindless, savage destruction of Ares. Of course, they vastly preferred Athena. Next we have Apollo, the god of music, prophecy, medicine, archery, and the sun. In later tradition, that is. He was one of the most complex and revered of the Olympians. He was the god of order, of proportion, of the know yourself and nothing in excess carved above his oracle at Delphi. He was also, paradoxically, a god of terrible violence. He was the one who sent the plague, the god whose arrows killed without mercy, and who flayed the satyr Marsyas alive for daring to challenge him in a musical contest. Apollo is the Greek ideal in its most double-edged form. Beauty and cruelty, harmony and punishment, the clear light of reason, and the devastating precision of the archer who never misses. His twin sister, Artemis, the huntress, the goddess of the wild, protector of young girls and animals, shared his capacity for lethal force. For she was a virgin goddess, fierce in her independence, killing without hesitation anyone who violated her boundaries. The hunter, Actaeon, who stumbled upon her bathing, was transformed into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. The message is unmistakable. To see a god uninvited is a death sentence. Aphrodite, born, as we discussed in part 1, from the severed parts of Ouranos cast into the sea, governed the most powerful and most ungovernable force in the universe, desire. She was married to Hephaestus, the lame craftsman god, and she was perpetually unfaithful to him. most famously with Ares, beauty and violence in bed together, an image the Greeks found endlessly fascinating and morally troubling. Aphrodite's power was not limited to romantic love. She governed the force of attraction in all of its forms, the desire for beauty, union for the merging of separate beings into something new. And she was older than the Olympians, born before Zeus was. Her power was in some ways greater than Zeus's, because even Zeus was subject to desire. He could resist any force in the universe, except for Aphrodite. Hermes, the messenger, the trickster and the guide of souls, a god of boundaries and the crossing of them. He governed trade, theft, language, diplomacy, and the roads between places. He was the psychopomp, the guide that led the dead to the underworld, and his role as boundary crosser made him the most mobile and adaptable of all the gods. He could go anywhere, too. Olympus, the underworld, the mortal world, the camps of enemies. He was cunning, charming, quick, and morally flexible, the only god who could lie to Zeus and get away with it, the only god who was equally at home with the living than he was with the dead. Then there was Hephaestus, the smith, the maker of things, the only physically imperfect god on Olympus because he was lame. He was thrown from Olympus at birth by Hera, who was ashamed of his deformity, or perhaps by Zeus, who was angry at him for taking Hera's side in a quarrel, depending on what source you read. He landed on the island of Lemnos, where he built his forge and produced the most beautiful objects in the cosmos. The palaces of Olympus, the armor of Achilles, the golden robots who served as his assistants. Well, less robots and more kind of like golems, I suppose. The net that caught Aphrodite and Ares in their adultery. Hephaestus is the god of making, of the transformation of raw material into finished form, and his lameness is essential to his identity. You see, he's the god who proves that creation does not require physical perfection. It just requires skill, patience, and the willingness to work. Be like him a little bit, huh? Yeah, he's right. Effort always beats out perfection, 100% of the time. Anyway, and Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, theatre, and, the dissolution of boundaries. He arrived last on Olympus, the youngest god, born from Zeus and the mortal woman Semele. The only Olympian with a mortal mother, by the way. Dionysus was the god of the mask, of the transformation that occurs when you lose yourself in wine, in dance, in performance, that collective frenzy of a good party. He was dangerous, in a way that was different to all the other gods. You see, he threatened with liberation. He freed you from the constraints of identity, sobriety, and social role. And that freedom could be glorious, or fatal, depending on the end result, whose backyard you wake up in. Well, his worshippers, the Maenads, tore animals apart with their bare hands in states of ecstatic possession. His enemies, the kings who refused to accept his divinity, were driven mad and destroyed. Dionysus is the reminder that civilization has a thin skin, and beneath it runs something wild, ancient, something that Olympian order can contain but never eliminate. Now, we know all of the main characters, and these gods did not merely observe humanity from Olympus. They descended and meddled. They fell in love with mortal women and men, and from those unions came children of extraordinary power, half divine, half human, caught between two worlds, destined for glory or for suffering. The heroes, the demigods, the children of the gods who would fight at Thebes and Troy, who would slay monsters and defy fate. Their stories are the subject of our next installment. The gods have created the world. They created humanity. and now unable to keep their distance. They're about to create something new. Heroes. Well, I suppose I'll see you in what part we have to? Part 4, yeah. Thank you for joining me, and leave your thoughts down below in the comments. I will see you next time. Bye-bye for now. Welcome back to part 4 of our complete guide to Greek mythology. If you're enjoying this series, give it a like and subscribe, leave your thoughts in the comments, and thank you to all of those keeping it ad-free by supporting. Links are in the pinned comment and description. Let's continue off from where we were last time. In the 5th century BCE, the Athenian playwright Sophocles wrote a chorus for his play Ajax. It was a play about a hero who basically goes mad, slaughters a flock of sheep, believing them to be his enemies, and then, in his cold clarity, recognizes what he has done, and the final murder is himself. Well, that contains one of the most famous lines in Greek literature. The chorus sings, "Many things are wondrous, but nothing is more wondrous than man." That is the thing, the word that Sophocles uses is deinos, and deinos does not really mean wonderful. What it really means is wonderful and terrible simultaneously. Kind of like how we use the word great. It's awesome and awful at the same time. The same intelligence that masters nature can destroy it. And the same courage that conquers monsters births new ones. The Greek hero is the embodiment of that paradox. A being of extraordinary virtue and violence, whose greatness and ruin are inseparable, and whose glory is purchased at the price of suffering, so extreme that it would dissolve a lesser being. And so as we begin our 4th installment today, we have arrived at the age of heroes, the age that Hesiod placed between the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, the one age in his declining sequence that was better than the one before it. The heroes are the children of gods and mortals, half divine, half human. They're caught between two worlds, and they're never fully at home in either of them. They're stronger than ordinary humans, but they're mortal, and their mortality is what makes them so heroic. A god who kills a monster is just performing a function, but a mortal who kills a monster is risking it all. And the risk is the heroism. Without the possibility of failure, there is no courage, and without the certainty of death, there is no glory. So today let's meet 3 heroes who define the archetype. Perseus, the monster slayer, whose quest to kill the Gorgon Medusa is the purest expression of adventure in Greek myth. Theseus, the founding hero of Athens, whose journey into the labyrinth to confront the Minotaur is a myth about civilization confronting the beast at its own center. And of course, who could forget Heracles, the greatest and most tragic of them all, whose 12 labors are penances rather than adventures, performed more for absolution than glory, whose story is ultimately asking whether suffering can redeem the violence that caused it. And of course, we'll meet a few other minor characters. Bellerophon, Atalanta, Orpheus. Stories like that illuminate the edges and extremities of what heroism can mean. So with that in mind, let's get straight to it. What makes a hero a hero? Well, first up, remember the Greek word for hero, heros. It's been so thoroughly absorbed into modern language that perhaps we've largely forgotten how specific its original meaning was, because it's a bit different in the Greek sense. After all, a few thousand years have passed, but we better explain it. You see, in the Greek mind, a hero is a precise category of being, a mortal of divine or semi-divine parentage who performs something extraordinary, but also who suffers extraordinary, and, well, ultimately receives this kind of cult worship after death. Well, not just admired, but venerated, prayed to, sacrificed to even, buried in a specific tomb that becomes a site of religious power. The hero is, in death, a minor god who can still influence the living world, be petitioned for help, and, of course, like the other gods, can be offended. The Greeks did not merely tell stories about heroes, in fact they were worshipping them. The tomb of a hero was a source of protection for the community that possessed it, and the cities competed fiercely over the possession of heroic bones, and like relics, and sometimes, if the histories are to be believed, they went to extraordinary lengths to acquire them. When Athens decided it needed the bones of Theseus, the statesman Cimon was dispatched to the island of Cycros, where he reportedly found an enormous skeleton, alongside a bronze spearhead and a sword, and brought the remains home in triumph. Of course, back then they couldn't really know for sure. They weren't sure if the bones were genuinely Theseus, or just a conveniently large skeleton from someone else. But that was a question that everybody was a little bit too overjoyed to ask. No one wanted to really ruin the fun, I suppose. The defining feature of the Greek hero is Kleos, glory, fame, and the reputation that survives death. It is in some sense more durable than life itself. Kleos is achieved through great deeds, but transmitted through song. Without the poet, the hero gets forgotten, and without the song, the deeds dissolve into silence. The relationship between the hero and the poet is therefore one of symbiotic nature. The hero is the material, and the poet writes them into immortality. Achilles chose a short life of glory over a long life of obscurity, and that choice only makes sense in a culture where the poet's song can genuinely confer a kind of permanence. After all, everyone still knows Achilles. Thousands of years later, after his death, his name is spoken. That poet, back in the day, he kept his promise. But the problem is, Kleos comes at a cost, and that cost is pathos, suffering. The Greek hero doesn't simply triumph, he has to work for it, and that suffering is constitutive of his heroism rather than incidental to it. Heracles is driven mad, and he kills his own family. Perseus is cast out to sea as an infant. Theseus loses his father through a failure of memory. Orpheus loses his wife in the underworld through a failure of nerve. The hero is broken well before he is exalted, and the breaking is the exaltation. The Greek hero is a tragedy in motion, a being whose greatness and whose destruction are the same force, just viewed from different angles. So there is a social dimension to Greek heroism that is often overlooked too, and that is that the hero operates within this web of obligation to family, city, patron, god, the codes of hospitality and reciprocity that govern all Greek social relations. The hero who violates these obligations is punished, often catastrophically, even unfairly, sometimes, to be honest, even quite ironically. Theseus forgets to change his sails and kills his father, and Heracles, maddened by Hera, destroys that family he was supposed to protect. The hero's failure is almost always a social failure, and the consequences are borne not only by the hero but by everybody around him. Usually the hero is kept alive to live with that guilt. So Greek heroism is communal. The hero's glory elevates the city, but the hero's shame drags it down. Well, that's the gist of it anyway. Let's get on to Perseus, because he's quite important. The story of Perseus begins, as so many Greek stories do, with a great prophecy that a king tries to circumvent and thereby fulfills. Acrisius, the king of Argos, learned from the oracle at Delphi that he would be killed by his own grandson. Of course, if you've watched the previous few parts, you'll see that this is quite a prevailing theme. Now, the king, Acrisius, had one child, a daughter, Danae, and he resolved to prevent her from ever bearing a son. He locked her in a bronze chamber, underground, all sealed up, basically giving her a permanent grounding, I'm afraid. The king had defeated fate, just like that. Or so he believed. Zeus was unmoved by bronze. He entered the chamber as a shower of golden rain, one of the most famous images in Greek mythology, painted and sculpted endlessly across the centuries. You'll see it somewhere. And, well, Danae, she conceived. It was not a friendship visit, I'm afraid. She bore a son, and lo and behold, it was Perseus. When Acrisius discovered the child, he could not bring himself to kill his daughter and grandson directly. The Erinyes, the Furies, punished such crimes. He wasn't going to get away with that one. So he sealed them in a wooden chest and set them adrift to sea. Of course, the sea did not kill Perseus. It carried him to the island of Seriphos, where a fisherman named Dictys pulled the chest from the water and raised the boy himself. Perseus grew to be quite a strong lad on Seriphos, where the local king, Polydectes, desired Danae and wanted Perseus out of the picture. Polydectes announced he was collecting wedding gifts, horses from each of his subjects, and Perseus, who didn't have a horse, rashly boasted that he would bring the king anything, even the head of the Gorgon Medusa. Well, he already said it, so Polydectes accepted. It was, of course, said in jest, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, as we say. And, well, it was really going to be a death sentence for anyone besides Perseus. Medusa was one of the three Gorgot sisters, you see, and she was the only mortal one. Her gaze turned any living creature to stone. So effectively, Perseus had put his hand up for a pointless mission, and Polydectes sent him off to die. But here's the thing. The gods had other plans. They intervened, specifically Athena and Hermes, who had their own reasons for wanting Medusa dead. They equipped Perseus with divine tools, winged sandals for flight, the kibisis, a magic bag that could safely contain Medusa's severed head, the cap of Hades for invisibility, and a harpe, a curved sword. The weapons are significant, you see. Perseus carries the same blade that Kronos used to castrate Ouranos. He uses it to kill the last Gorgon. The mythological resonance is deliberate. Perseus continuing the divine tradition of necessary violence that separates the monstrous from the ordered. So, Perseus shows up, and he finds the Gorgons sleeping. He approached Medusa backward, using the polished surface of his broad shield as a mirror, looking at her reflection rather than at her directly. He struck with the curved sword, and her head came off in a single blow. Like that. Well, from her severed neck sprang two beings, the winged horse Pegasus, and the giant Chrysaor, children of Poseidon, conceived when Poseidon had taken Medusa in Athena's temple, a violation, by the way, that had caused Athena to transform the once beautiful Medusa into a monster. Violence, once again, produces new life, just as it did with Ouranos. You see, the monster's body is generative as well as destroyed. I mean, that is the pattern repeated from the blood of Ouranos producing Erinyes and Aphrodite. You see, another theme in Greek mythology is violence is never purely destructive. It never ends the cycle. It always creates something else, and it usually comes back to bite you. So on the journey home, Perseus encounters Andromeda, a princess chained to a rock on the coast of Joppa, offered as a sacrifice to a sea monster sent by Poseidon to punish her mother, Cassiopeia's boast that she was more beautiful than the Nereids. Perseus slew the sea monster. Apparently he used Gorgon's head to petrify it, in some versions at least. In any case, Andromeda was quite smitten by that, and, Perseus claimed her as a wife. The rescue is worth looking at from both sides, though, because you see, Perseus saves Andromeda, but he also takes her as the prize, the hero's reward, and the woman's liberation. They're the same act, viewed from different perspectives. And the Greek myth does not pretend that the woman's perspective is the one that matters, because in Greek myth it rarely is. Anyway, the story closes with the fulfillment of the prophecy. Perseus returned to Greece, and at an athletic competition, the funeral games of a local king, he threw a discus that veered off course and struck an old man in the crowd. Now, this is probably the worst luck that anybody had ever had, because that old man was Acrisius, his grandfather, the king who had locked Danae in a bronze prison to prevent that very event occurring. The instrument of death was a discus, sporting implement, a toy, really. Well, the killing was accidental. Perseus did not intend it. He did not even know Acrisius was there, to be honest with you. But the prophecy only required completion, by any means necessary. You didn't really have to cooperate with it. Final destination sort of stuff. Fate, in the Greek understanding, does not need your awareness. It will just use you to accomplish its purposes, whether you know what you're doing or not. So the discus curves, the old man falls, and the prophecy comes true, witnessed by hundreds. To be honest, the story does not even bother to be dramatic about it. The guy just drops on the floor and, well, there you go. Well, that's the story of Perseus over. Now, he's kind of a hero of adventure. But then we have Theseus, and he is the hero as civilization. He is Athens' founder, the unifier, and a king who brought the scattered villages of Attica together under a single government, and his mythology is inseparable from the mythology of Athens itself. Where Perseus operates in a world of monsters and magic, Theseus is in the arguably more dangerous world of politics, justice, and the transition from barbarism to law. The monsters he kills threaten the social order as much as the physical one. So, Theseus was the son of Aegeus, the king of Athens, or in a variant tradition, the son of Poseidon, who lay with Theseus's mother Aethra on the same night as Aegeus. The double paternity itself is important. Theseus belongs to the human political order of Athens, and simultaneously to the elemental power of the sea. He grew up in Troezen, raised by his mother, unaware of who his dad was. And when he came of age, Aethra revealed the truth, and that was that Aegeus had left a sword and a pair of sandals hidden under a great rock, and when Theseus was strong enough to lift the rock, he was meant to take the tokens to Athens. Well, Theseus lifted it, quite easily. He set out for Athens by land route, crossing a more dangerous coastal road rather than the safe sea crossing, a decision that immediately establishes his character as a man who walks towards danger. The journey from Troezen to Athens, the 6 labors of the road, is a remarkable sequence in which Theseus encounters and defeats a series of bandits, each representing a specific perversion of civilized behavior. Periphetes, the club bearer, murdered travelers with a bronze club. Theseus killed him, and he took the club as his own weapon. Sinis, the pine bender, tied travelers between two bent pine trees and released the trees, tearing them apart. Theseus gave him a taste of his own medicine. Siron forced travelers to wash his feet on a cliff edge and then kicked them into the sea where a turtle devoured them. Theseus kicked Siron off his own cliff. And Procrustes, the most famous, had a bed to which he fitted his victims. Too tall, and he cut off their legs. Too short, and he stretched them on a rack. Theseus fitted Procrustes to his own bed. The pattern's consistent anyway, you know what I mean. Each villain imposes a cruel, arbitrary order on the world, and Theseus defeats each by turning the villain's own method against him. The punishment mirrors the crime. It's an eye for an eye sort of thing. So the road to Athens is symbolically a clearing of the path for civilization, destroying of the old order, that kind of thing. Now, the 6 labors are explicitly modeled on the labors of Heracles. The Athenians were conscious of that comparison. But there is a crucial difference. You see, Heracles' labors take place in the wilderness, against monsters that threaten natural order. But Theseus's labors take place on the road, against humans who threaten the social order. Heracles is taming nature, Theseus is taming society. The distinction reflects different mythological needs of the different cities. Argos and Thebes valued brute strength, but Athens valued justice and the suppression of tyranny. The hero is shaped by the city that worships him. But the supreme challenge of Theseus's career was the labyrinth, the vast impossible maze beneath the palace of Knossos, built by the master craftsman Daedalus to contain the Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull monster born from the unnatural union of Queen Pasiphae and the divine bull sent by Poseidon. Athens paid Crete a tribute of 7 young men and 7 young women every 9 years, sent to feed the Minotaur. A blood tax, a kind of humiliation, just a reminder of Athenian weakness. Theseus volunteered to go as one of the 7, with the intention of killing the Minotaur and ending the tribute forever. On Crete, Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos, fell in love with Theseus. She gave him a ball of thread, Ariadne's thread, one of the most durable metaphors in Western culture, and told him to unwind it as he entered the labyrinth, so that he could follow it back to the entrance. Theseus entered the maze. He found the Minotaur, and he killed it, in most versions with his bare hands, followed the thread back, gathered the Athenian captives, and fled Crete with Ariadne. Happily ever after, huh? Well, the labyrinth is one of the most potent symbols in world mythology, not just Greek mythology. It is a structure designed to be entered but not exited, a space in which movement is possible but progress is not, in which every corridor looks like every other, until the distinction between forward and backward dissolves, like the dungeons on Daggerfall, if you've ever played that. The road goes somewhere, but the labyrinth goes nowhere. And at its center sits the Minotaur, that beast, the product of transgressions against nature, an abomination, the shame of Crete hidden in the dark. The Minotaur is civilization's secret, the monster it had produced, and a kind of violence it can't acknowledge. But it still feeds its appetite in the dark, a dirty little secret. Theseus enters that labyrinth to confront the truth that civilization conceals beneath its beautiful surfaces. The thread that Ariadne gave him is a connection to the world above, and without it, the hero would be absorbed into the dark, lost in the structure of his own civilization's guilt. But the story is not quite over yet. It turns dark. He abandoned Ariadne on the island of Naxos. Why? That depends on the source. In some versions, he simply forgot her. In others, Dionysus wanted her and Theseus was forced to yield. In others, he was simply callous. The abandonment is one of the great betrayals in Greek mythology, and it introduces a theme that shadows the rest of Theseus's career. The hero who saves the city but destroys the people closest to him. Consequences? Devastating, you could imagine. Theseus had promised his father Aegeus that he would change the ship's sails from black to white if he survived. Black sails for death, white for victory. But he forgot. Aegeus, watching from the cliffs of Sonion, saw the black sails and believed his son was dead, throwing himself into the sea. The sea that bears his name, the Aegean, is his monument and tomb. Theseus's greatest triumph and his greatest failure arrived simultaneously. He killed the Minotaur, rather. He freed Athens from its tribute and became a hero, sure. But what's all that if your wife and your dad are gone? The hero's glory and guilt are all wrapped up together. Is it worth it? Probably not. But of course, then there is Heracles, the hero against whom all the others are measured, and beside whom all the others look kind of small. Heracles is the most suffering. His mythology is a passion, a narrative of pain, endurance, and ultimate transcendence, has more in common with the suffering of Christ than with the exploits of a comic book superhero. He is also, in the ancient sources, one of the most physically extraordinary figures in all of mythology. Pindar claims he was identifiable from birth by his extraordinary size, and various ancient sources credit him with a height approaching 8 feet. Almost certainly mythological embellishment, sure, but the sheer consistency with which antiquity insisted on it says something about how the tradition wanted him to be imagined. Now Heracles was the son of Zeus and Alcmene, a mortal woman, the last mortal woman that Zeus would pay a visit to. According to some traditions, that makes Heracles the final product of divine human unions that populated the heroic age. His conception involved a little bit of deception and trickery. Zeus disguised himself as Alcmene's husband, Amphitryon, and came to her bed on the same night as the real Amphitryon, so that Heracles and his twin brother Iphicles had different fathers, one divine, one mortal. Hera, Zeus's wife, was not pleased about this. Understandable, right? She hated Heracles from before his birth. He was, after all, living proof of her husband's infidelity, and she pursued him with a relentless fury that would define his entire existence. Hera's persecution began in the cradle. She sent 2 serpents to kill the infant Heracles as he lay sleeping. The baby seized the serpents, one in each hand, and strangled them. The infant god, effortlessly destroying the instruments of divine spite, perhaps one of the most famous in Greek art. You'll find it on vases and gems and sculptures across the Mediterranean. In any case, it establishes the fundamental dynamic of Heracles' life. He's too strong to be killed, but he's not too strong to be made to suffer. Hera can't destroy him, but she can torment him, and the torment will last a lifetime. The catastrophe came at the height of Heracles' happiness. He just gotten married to Megara, a princess of Thebes, and they had kids too. He was all settled down. He was loved and prosperous. And that's when Hera struck. She sent madness, Lysa, a specific kind of divine insanity, a red fog that descended on the brain and turned the familiar world into a landscape of enemies. In his madness, Heracles saw his own children as the children of the enemy, and he killed them all. In some versions he killed Megara too, with that same human strength, or superhuman rather, that made him the greatest warrior in the world. He turned it against his own interests, and when the madness lifted, all that was left was the evidence of what he had done. But the madness of Heracles raises a disturbing question. Is it just? Heracles did not choose to go mad. He did not provoke Hera. He was living peacefully, loving his family, doing nothing wrong. And Hera destroyed him anyway, not because of anything that he had done, but because of who his father was. The punishment falls upon the innocent. And in Greek theology, the gods are powerful, but their justice is not like human justice. They operate on a scale that human categories of fairness cannot really contain. Heracles' madness is not a punishment for a crime. It's just a consequence of existing in a universe governed by beings who have the power to destroy you, and who sometimes exercise that power for reasons entirely disconnected from your own behavior. You can do everything right and still lose it all. And this is the Greek tragic insight in its most concentrated form. Poor old Heracles would be the one who embodied it. Euripides dramatized this moment in his play Heracles, and the scene's almost unbearable. The hero wakes from madness to find himself surrounded by the bodies of those he loved, and he doesn't understand. He asks what happened, and he's told. As the strongest man in the world collapses spiritually, he wants to die. He covers his head with his cloak because he cannot bear to be seen. He thinks about ending it all. But then Theseus arrives. Theseus, whom Heracles had rescued from the underworld. And Theseus talks him out of it. He says, "What man is not touched by fortune? Endure. Live." Now that's probably one of the great moments of compassion in Greek drama. The hero saved by friendship, by the simple, stubborn insistence of another human being that life is worth continuing, even when it feels like it's become unbearable. The 12 labors, the most famous element of Heracles' mythology, they were his penance. He went to the oracle of Delphi, asking how he could atone for all this, and the oracle told him to submit to the authority of his cousin, Eurystheus, the king of Sirens, a weak and cowardly man who owed his throne to Hera's machinations. Well, go to him and perform whatever tasks that Eurystheus set for him, and maybe he'll have some respite. The labors were designed, of course, to be impossible. They were designed to kill him, but he completed every one. The Nemean lion, whose skin could not be pierced by any weapon, Heracles strangled it and wore its pelt as armor. The Lernaean hydra, the many-headed serpent that grew 2 heads for every one cut off, Heracles cauterized the stumps with fire, while his nephew Aeolus held the torch. The Cernaean hind, sacred to Artemis, which had to be captured alive, Heracles chased it for a year before catching it. The Erythmantian boar, the Augean stables, 30 years accumulated filth from 3,000 cattle, which Heracles cleaned in a single day by diverting 2 rivers through the building. The Stymphalian birds, the Cretan bull, the mares of Diomedes, man-eating horses that Heracles tamed by feeding them their own master, the belt of Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, the cattle of Geryon, the 3-bodied giant at the edge of the western world, the apples of Hesperides, guarded by a dragon that never slept, which Heracles obtained by holding up the sky while Atlas fetched them. And finally, the descent into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the 3-headed dog who guarded the gates of Hades, the ultimate labor, journey from which no mortal was supposed to return. Each labor takes Heracles further from the human world, deeper into the wild, the monstrous, the impossible. The early labors are local, a lion in a cave, a serpent in a swamp. The later labors take him to the edges of the world, to the garden, at the end of the earth, the kingdom of the dead. The trajectory is outward and downward. The hero moves from the civilized center to the uncivilized periphery, from the world of the living to the dead, and at each stage he brings back something that proves where he has been. The labors are acts of cartography, you see. Heracles maps the boundaries of the world by reaching and exceeding them. But the labors also reveal something about Heracles' character that popular accounts tend to miss. He's a thinker as well as a fighter. The Augean stables were cleaned by engineering, diverting those rivers using water to do what muscle could not. The Hydra was defeated not by cutting more heads, but by cauterizing the stumps. You got to think one step ahead to solve a problem like that. And the apples of Hesperides were obtained by tricking Atlas into fetching them, and then tricking Atlas again when the Titan tried to leave Heracles holding the sky permanently. His mother was Alcmene, known for her intelligence, and the tradition constantly depicts Heracles inheriting that quality alongside his father's strength. So the labors test both in equal measure. There's also a dimension of humiliation in the labors that is essential to understanding their meaning. Heracles performs them as penance, as a slave, bound to the will of Eurystheus, a man who he despises, performing tasks set by a coward for the benefit of a coward's reputation. The greatest hero in the world takes orders from the smallest man in the world, and he obeys, not because Eurystheus deserves obedience, not at all, but because the oracle has spoken, and a debt has to be paid. There is a detail in the ancient sources that catches the quality of this perfectly. Eurystheus, on hearing that Heracles had actually completed the first labors, was so terrified of having him enter the palace that he held a large bronze jar buried in the ground, and would hide inside it whatever Heracles returned with and he would hide inside it whenever Heracles returned with another trophy. The hero delivered his impossible proofs to the opening of a jar. Eurystheus accepted them from underground. This is bureaucracy of heroism in its most pathetic form. And the Greeks preserved it because they understood something important, that heroism and absurdity are sometimes inseparable. Heracles' submission is the ultimate expression of strength, the ability to endure humiliation without being diminished by it. The labors also have a disputed edge that the tradition preserves with characteristic honesty. Eurystheus refused to count 2 of the 12 labors toward the tally, the Hydra, because Aeolus had helped with the torch, and the Augean stables, because Heracles had accepted payment for the work. The king Augeas had agreed to give him 1/10 of his cattle, though he later reneged on that deal. So Heracles completed not 12 labors but 14, 2 of which were disqualified on technicalities by a man hiding in a jar like a coward. The Greeks seem to have taken a certain dark pleasure in that detail. It would have been simpler to leave it out, I suppose, but they didn't. So it tells you a little something. Heracles' death is one of the most painful and significant moments in the tradition. After the labors, after decades of further adventures, the rescue of Theseus, the sack of Troy. Now, that's the first sack, by the way, decades before the famous one. We'll get to that later. The battle with the river god, Achelos. Heracles married Deianira, and Deianira, in an act of love that became an act of destruction, actually ended up killing him. You see, years earlier, the centaur Nessus had tried to assault Deianira while carrying her across a river, Can't use the actual word. You know what YouTube's like. Now Heracles shot Nessus with an arrow poisoned with a hydra's blood, and as Nessus died, he whispered to Deianira, "Save my blood, smear it on a garment, and it will act as a love charm. If Heracles' affection ever wanders, the blood will bring him back." Well, spoiler alert, that was a lie. The blood was poison, mixed with the hydra's venom from the arrow that killed Nessus, and Deianira, years later, when she feared that Heracles was falling in love with another woman, smeared the blood on a robe and sent it to him. Heracles put on the robe. The poison activated. It burned into his skin, bonding with his flesh impossible to remove. The strongest man in the world was consumed by pain so extreme that he begged for death. This is the grim logic of the Hydra, extended across decades. The monster he killed in labor provided the weapon that killed him at the end of his life. He defeated the Hydra, but the Hydra won anyway. He built his own funeral pyre on Mount Oeta. He climbed onto it, and he asked his companion, Philoctetes, to light the fire, and Philoctetes, in agony at the request, obeyed. In exchange, Heracles gave him his bow and arrows, the weapons poisoned with the Hydra's blood. Those arrows would later appear at the siege of Troy, where they were declared essential to the Greek victory. Yet another example of violence propagating forward through time in Greek myth, the weapons of the dead becoming the instruments of distant wars. The flames consumed Heracles' mortal body, and what remained was the divine part, the part inherited from Zeus. And so he ascended to Olympus. He was received among the gods. He was reconciled with Hera, finally, after a lifetime of persecution. The stepmother accepted the stepson. He married Hebe, the goddess of youth, and lived among the immortals forever. Is it a happy ending? I'm not sure. In any case, Heracles is the only Greek hero who reaches full apotheosis. That's a transformation from a mortal to a god. Other heroes receive cult worship after death, but they remain shades in the underworld. They're honored, but they're not divine. Heracles alone crosses the boundary permanently. He earns his divinity through suffering, through sheer grinding, relentless endurance of a life that was from beginning to end a very painful one. His apotheosis is a reward for survival, rather than heroism in a conventional sense. He suffered it all: madness, murder, slavery, betrayal, poisoning, being burned to death. But he endured, and that endurance was enough. The fire burned away the mortal part, and what was left was pure and divine. The apotheosis answers the question that haunts the entire heroic tradition, and that is, can a mortal become a god? Well, the answer is yes, but only this mortal, and only at this cost. Achilles, who is faster, dies on the plains of Troy. Odysseus, who is more clever, goes home and grows old. Theseus ends his life, pushed off a cliff by a treacherous host. But only Heracles, whose life was the longest sustained by experience of pain in Greek myth, he is rewarded with divinity. It's not a comforting message, isn't it? You can become a god. You've just got to give everything you have, everything you love, everything you are. Not worth it. Heracles, the god, is not the same as Heracles, the man. What is left after the fire is not the full, messy and suffering person, but the essence. The man who wept over his dead children, covered his head in shame, who needed Theseus to talk him out of taking the self-checkout line, that man is gone. The apotheosis is a triumph and a loss, and the myth doesn't pretend that the triumph actually compensates for that loss. Well, let's move on. The three great heroes dominate the tradition, sure, but there's plenty more than that. So let's look at the lesser ones. I don't mean lesser in terms of value, just lesser in terms of reputation, perhaps. Bellerophon, the rider of Pegasus. That hero is an overreacher. Well, he was a mortal who accomplished the impossible. He captured the winged horse Pegasus, with the help of a golden bridle given to him by Athena, and on Pegasus's back he killed the Chimera, the fire-breathing lion-goat serpent that was ravaging Lycia. He defeated the Amazons. He defeated the Solymi. He accomplished every task set before him with a grace and a power that seemed almost divine. And then he pointed Pegasus upward toward Olympus, intending to take his place among the gods. Zeus sent a gadfly that stung Pegasus, and Bellerophon fell crashing to the earth, spending the rest of his life as a broken, wandering outcast, lame, despised, and avoiding the paths of men. Homer mentions him in the Iliad, almost an afterthought. Quote, "But when he too came to be hated by all the gods, then over the alien plain he wandered alone, eating his heart out, avoiding the paths of men." End quote. That's one of the bleakest sentences in Homer, a man reduced to 3 verbs, all of them solitary and painful. Bellerophon's story is the hero's story, pushed to its logical extreme. The same ambition that kills the monster kills the man, because ambition does not know where to stop. There is a particular detail early in Bellerophon's story that Homer preserves, and is worth noting. It represents one of the earliest references to writing in Greek literature, and the writing is used as kind of a death warrant. You see, before the Chimera, Bellerophon had been falsely accused of attempted seduction by a king's wife whose advances he had actually refused. The king could not kill a guest without violating the laws of hospitality, so he sent Bellerophon to Lycia, bearing a sealed letter to the Lycian king, Iobates. Hate it when the eyes look like L's. Anyway, a letter that, unknown to Bellerophon, requested the reader to kill whoever brought it. Homer describes it as baneful signs inscribed on a folded tablet. Scholars studying early Greek literacy point to this passage as evidence that writing existed in the Mycenaean period, but was associated with official communication rather than literature. The hero carried the letter, ordering his own death across the sea, to the man who would execute it. Now, he survived, of course, but the letter is one of the more quietly disturbing details. The technology of writing introduced into Greek myth as an instrument of assassination. Next up we have Atalanta. She was a huntress, exposed at birth by a father who wanted a son, raised by a she-bear in the wilderness, faster and fiercer than any man. She sailed with the Argonauts in some tradition. She drew first blood on the Caledonian bear, the monstrous pig that ravaged Aetolia, a detail that infuriated the male hunters who had come for the glory and found themselves outpaced by a girl. She defeated all suitors in foot races, killing those who lost. Talk about a bad winner. Well, until Hippomenes defeated her by dropping golden apples, gifts from Aphrodite, which Atalanta stopped to pick up, costing her the race. Now, her story is on one level a cautionary tale. The wild woman is eventually tamed by marriage, brought under masculine control through trickery and divine assistance. Of course, you don't have many independent women in Greek mythology, just the way it is. But Atalanta also exists as a figure of kind of liberation, I suppose. She lives outside the social order, and she excels in domains not typically reserved for her gender. She fights, hunts, runs, but the mythology ultimately shoehorns her into a marriage. But it can't erase the image of a woman who was, for a time, freer and more capable than any man around her. And Orpheus, the musician whose song could charm stones and trees and wild animals. who descended into the underworld to bring back his dead wife Eurydice and almost succeeded. Hades agreed to release Eurydice on one condition. Orpheus must walk ahead of her as they climbed back to the surface, and he must not look back until they had both reached the light. While he walked, he climbed, he could hear the footsteps behind him. Or could he? Was she really there? Was she really following? Doubt crept in. The silence pressed, and at the very threshold of the upper world, with the light just ahead, Orpheus couldn't help himself. He looked back. Eurydice vanished. She was pulled back into the underworld, and this time the loss was permanent. Orpheus's failure is one of the most devastating myths, but it raises a question the myth refuses to answer. Why did he look? Was it doubt or love, the unbearable need to see her face, or simply human weakness, the inability to resist the one thing you've been told not to do? The myth doesn't really say. Perhaps it's up to the reader. It lets the question hang because the question's more important than the answer. Orpheus's backward glance is the moment when love and loss become the same gesture. The reaching toward what you desire that is simultaneously the destruction of what you desire. He looked because he loved her. He lost her because he looked. The love and loss, well, that's the real tragedy. After losing Eurydice for the second time, Orpheus wandered in grief, refused to love again, or in some variations, turned his affections exclusively to young men, which enraged the women of Thrace. The Thracian Maenads, devotees of Dionysus, tore him apart limb from limb. His severed head floated down the river of Hebrus, still singing, still calling Eurydice's name, and it drifted to the island of Lesbos, where it continued to prophesy until Apollo silenced it. The image of the singing head, that's pretty haunting, don't you think? Orpheus is not, or rather is, the myth of Kleos in its purest and most painful form. Your art will live forever, sure, but you will not. When we look back across the heroic myths, there's a few patterns, don't you think? A set of rules that the Greek hero's story almost always follows. Divine parentage is first. The hero has one divine parent and one mortal parent, and that places them in an impossible middle position. Too strong for the human world, too mortal for the divine world. The strength is a gift from the divine side, but the vulnerability, capacity for suffering, error, and death comes from the mortal. The hero's tragedy is almost always a consequence of this divided inheritance. The divine power collides with a mortal limitation, and that collision is fatal. But secondly, there's an early threat. The hero is endangered in infancy or childhood. He's exposed, cast out, targeted for destruction by a figure who fears the prophecy being fulfilled. Perseus in the chest, Heracles in the serpents, Oedipus on the hillside. The early threat establishes the hero as someone marked by destiny, forces them to grow up in exile and discover their identity through their own efforts rather than inheritance. Third, it's the impossible task. Sent to accomplish something that no one has ever survived. Designed to destroy the hero, but the hero's nature is to accomplish the impossible. And the task that was meant to kill him makes him stronger instead. Fourth, there is suffering. The hero pays. He loses things. Family, freedom, sanity, everyone he loves. He's paying the price of Kleos. Glory is purchased with blood and grief. And finally, there's transformation. The hero's journey changes him, from youth to warrior. And Heracles ascends to Olympus. Perseus becomes a constellation. Theseus becomes the founder of Athenian democracy. The hero can't go back to where he started. The labors and the horrors have remade him. The monster he killed was, in some sense, the old version of himself. Of course, these patterns are not uniquely Greek. The scholar Joseph Campbell marked them across world mythology in The Hero with 1,000 Faces, one of those seminal works, and they appear in traditions from India to Ireland and West Africa. But the Greek version has a specific emotional register. The story is fundamentally tragic, not incidentally. The glory accumulates while the grief does. The Greek hero is the human condition, raised to its highest intensity. The creature who achieves the most and suffers the most, who lives, as Sophocles said, as the most wondrous and terrible thing in the world. Well, one dimension of the heroic pattern that modern retellings almost universally emit is the hero's continued presence after death as a being of genuine supernatural power, not a ghost or a memory, but an active force. The Greeks built heroa, hero shrines, the tombs of their champions, and these were considered sites of considerable intensity. But the hero was offered different sacrifices from the Olympian gods. The Olympians received sacrifices on raised altars, those smoke carrying upward to the sky, but the heroes received sacrifices into pits cut into the earth on low hearths, the blood directed downward into the ground. The distinction reflects the heroes' underworld associations. They are honored dead, not celestial powers. There are records of Heracles being worshipped simultaneously in two incomplete modes, as a god and as a hero, in different cities on the same day. The Greeks were apparently quite comfortable with this ambiguity, or perhaps they were simply being careful about covering both bases. The ancient attitude toward heroic power was, in the end, profoundly practical. If there was any chance the dead champion could hear you, well, I suppose it was worth saying something. And so the age of individual heroes was drawing to a close. The tradition itself recognized this. The heroes of later mythological periods move in groups rather than alone. But the heroes also left behind a world that was, in important ways, different from the one they inherited. The landscape was cleared. The monsters that had haunted the roads, the seas, the mountains, well, they were all dead. The world was safer. Not safe, but safer. The heroes had not made everything peaceful. The violence they had used to kill the monsters had not been extinguished with the monsters themselves. It had been passed on, from individual monster to collective war, from the ancient monstrous to the newly human. The same capacity for extraordinary violence that made Perseus a hero and Heracles a legend was now available to anyone who could carry a sword, and the armies were gathering. A wedding had been celebrated on Mount Pelion, at which a golden apple had been thrown into the crowd by Eris, the goddess of discord, inscribed with the words, "For the most beautiful." A Trojan prince named Paris had been asked to judge which goddess deserved it, and he made a choice. A queen named Helen had been promised to him as his prize. He had collected her, and in the kingdoms of Greece, kings were being called to war by their oaths and to honor their peculiar logic of a world in which the greatest crime man can commit against another man is not murder but the theft of property, and the most valuable property a man possesses is his wife. The war for Troy was about to begin, and the age of individual heroism was about to become the age of collective catastrophe. The heroes had cleared up the monsters, but it turns out the real monsters were just about to rear their heads. They had merely learned to wear human faces. But that's a story for next time. Thank you for joining me in part 4. I suppose I'll see you in part 5. Right? I hope so. Anyway, thank you to the supporters, keeping everything ad-free. Links in the description and pinned comment. And thank you for listening all this way to the end. Give it a like, comment, and subscribe. You know what to do. Good night, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 5 of our complete guide to Greek mythology. Thank you again to those supporting the channel, keeping everything ad-free. Links are in the pinned comment and description. And thank you for those following along with the playlist. Let's kick off from where we were last time, when we opened with a bit of a teaser for one of the great works of Greek literature. In the opening lines of the Iliad, 27 syllables of ancient Greek that have been called the most famous words in Western literature, Homer tells you exactly what the poem is about. Sing, goddess, the wrath of Achilles, son of Peleus. It's not about the war, it's about the wrath. The menis, a word so extreme that in all of Greek literature it is used almost exclusively for the rage of the gods, a different kind of anger, one that mortals should really fear. And so Homer takes this divine word and applies it to a mortal, a young man, barely more than a boy, who's sitting there in his tent by the black ships on the beach at Troy, refusing to fight because his commander has humiliated him, and in doing so, he announces the subject of the poem and the subject of his entire installment of our series. What happens when the most powerful human being in the world decides that his honor matters more than the lives of everybody around him? The Trojan War is a central event in Greek myth. It's the narrative around which all other narratives arrange themselves, the conflict that gathers the greatest heroes of the age into a single catastrophe, and most of them don't make it out. The climax of that heroic age we talked about in part 4, the moment when the children of the gods are assembled in one place and thrown against each other. There's no real lasting peace, and the triumph is only shadowed by shame. Troy falls. We all know that. A little late for spoilers at this point. But the Greeks who sack it are cursed. They're scattered, they're shipwrecked, murdered and driven mad on their journeys home. The winners lose almost as much as the losers. The Trojan War reads from the beginning to end like a typical Greek tragedy. But this time it's on a civilizational scale. It's not just one unlucky hero meeting his doom, but everyone. Well, today we're going to trace that war from its frankly absurd beginning, a beauty contest judged by a shepherd on a hillside, we'll get into that in a minute, through its 10 years of grinding slaughter, and that devastating conclusion that turns the city to ash. So, let's get straight into it. The war begins at a wedding. That is the wedding of Peleus, a mortal king, to Thetis, a sea goddess, a Nereid, the most beautiful of the daughters of the old sea god Nereus. And of course this was not a simple little contract signing ceremony, not at the registry office. It was a grand affair, attended by all the gods of Olympia, except for one, Ares, the goddess of strife. No invite for Ares, I'm afraid. But there was a reason for that. You don't invite strife to a wedding. But it was also dangerous because Ares, uninvited, decided to show up anyway. She walked into the banquet hall and rolled a golden apple across the floor. On it was inscribed a single word, Callisti, for the fairest. 3 goddesses claimed the apple: Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and desire. The problem was each believed that she was the fairest one, and as all 3 of those hands touched the apple, they kinda looked at each other awkwardly. What are you doing? I'm the prettiest. Of course, they were all too proud to yield. Zeus was watching from the corner, and he sensed a catastrophe, that would follow any judgment that he made. No matter who he chose, the other two would become his enemies forever. So he decided to not make a choice at all. He was saying, no, I'm not getting involved. Pretty smart on Zeus's account. Unfortunately, he was delegating this decision to a mortal, a young Trojan prince named Paris, also named Alexandros, who was at the moment tending his father's flocks on the slopes of Mount Ida, just outside the walls of Troy. Paris had been exposed at birth, again the recurring motive, because prophecy had declared he would be the ruin of Troy. When we mean exposed, basically just left out in the sun, left to die. Kind of way the Spartans would throw them off cliffs. Of course, the Spartans weren't the only ones doing that, but the most famous motive, perhaps. Well, his mother, Hecuba, had dreamed while pregnant that she gave birth to a flaming torch that set the city on fire. The seers interpreted the dream that the child would destroy Troy. The infant was given to a shepherd and left on a mountain to die. But he survived. He was raised as a shepherd, and now the three most powerful goddesses in the universe stood before him on his hillside, and each offered him a bribe. He had to make a choice, but they had something for him in return, a sweetening of the deal. As for Hera, she offered power, dominion over all of Asia, kingship over the greatest empire in the world. That's a pretty good deal. A hard act to follow. Well, Athena chimed in. She offered wisdom and military glory. He would have the ability to win every battle, to be the greatest warrior alive. Also sounds good. But it was Aphrodite's offer that was really tempting. She offered the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Problem was, Helen was already married to King Menelaus. She was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, a woman whose beauty was so extreme that every king in Greece had once competed for her hand. Well, Paris was a red-blooded young man like anyone else. He chose Aphrodite. Maybe love, desire, beauty, lust. Well, that's up to you. Depends on your interpretation of his choice. He chose the personal over the political, and in doing so, he chose the destruction of his city, the death of his brothers, the enslavement of his mother, and the end of Trojan civilization. The judgment of Paris is the founding act of the Trojan War, and it is an act of breathtaking selfishness. You see, it was one man's desire for one beautiful woman weighed against the survival of an entire people. And the desire wins. The personal devours the political. And the myth puts this across in no uncertain terms. They don't really dance around the issue of it. Paris is not put across as somebody who's chosen a prudent choice, but really he was shoehorned into a bad decision, whatever he was doing. But anyway, before we get into that, you've got to pause for a moment, because you've got to think about what this story tells us about the Greek understanding of war. The Trojan War is not caused by a just grievance. It's not something by economic necessity or land or anything like that. It's rather about vanity and desire. Three goddesses quarreling in a beauty contest, and a young man chooses. That's it. This is the cause of a 10-year slaughter, of the destruction of one of the great cities of the ancient world, and not to mention the deaths of Achilles, Hector, and Patroclus, and Ajax, and thousands of unnamed soldiers, whose bones were just scattered across the Trojan plain. Well, the triviality of the cause is the entire point. The Greeks did not believe that great wars require great reasons. They believe that great wars require only small passions, amplified by power, and the machinery of obligation until a quarrel between three goddesses at a wedding becomes a continent on fire. But then there's a deeper layer to the wedding of Peleus and Thetis. The reason Thetis was married to a mortal in the first place. You see, Thetis was a goddess, an immortal, a nereid of extraordinary beauty. How on earth did she end up with Peleus, After all, both Zeus and Poseidon had a bit of a thing for her. Why not choose them? Well, a prophecy delivered by Prometheus, who was still chained to his rock at this time, still bargaining with his knowledge, warned that Thetis' son would be greater than his father. So, if Zeus fathered a son on Thetis, that son would overthrow him, just as Zeus had overthrown Kronos, and just as Kronos had overthrown Ouranos. The cycle of divine succession, that pattern we traced in part 1, well, that's still operative, still threatening. Zeus's response to all this was to ensure that Thetis married a mortal instead, so that her son would be a mortal hero. Now, that doesn't mean that he's not going to be great. Sure, he would be quite great, but he would not be a god, and not a threat to the Olympian order. And so Achilles is the product of this calculation. He's born to be extraordinary, but not to be divine. Born to be the greatest man who ever lived, but condemned by the politics of Olympus never to be more than just that, a man. His mortality was engineered. Zeus traded Thetis' child's divinity for his own survival, ensuring that her extraordinary son would be magnificent, but at the end of the day, just a mortal, never enough to threaten Olympus. And Achilles suffers because Zeus was afraid. Paris went to Sparta. He was received as a guest by Menelaus, the institution of Xenia, guest friendship, the most sacred social obligation in the Greek world. Good hospitality, basically. It required a host to protect and honor his guest and a guest to respect his host's household, too. Well, of course, Paris was going to violate this obligation. Not just in, an accident way like breaking a dish. He was there to steal Menelaus' wife, which is generally not good to your guest. Well, depending on what story you go with, he either seduced or abducted her. He fled with Helen to Troy. He took her, and he took a substantial portion of Menelaus' treasury with her too. The violation was triple. You had a breach of guest friendship, a theft of a wife, and a robbery. It was an offense against every code the Greeks held sacred, and it demanded retribution on a scale that matched the offense. But Helen, she was not merely Menelaus' wife. You see, remember, she was a daughter of Zeus, conceived when Zeus came to her mother Leda in the form of a swan, and she was the most beautiful woman the world had ever had. And before her marriage to Menelaus, every king and prince in Greece wanted her. And her stepfather, Tyndareus, terrified that the rejected suitors would start a war among themselves, had made them all swear an oath that whoever won Helen's hand, the rest would come to his defense if Helen were ever taken from him. That was the oath of Tyndareus. It was the mechanism that transformed a domestic dispute into this continental war that we're dealing with. So when Paris took Helen, guess what? Dust off the oath. Every king who had sworn it was bound to it, and they all joined the expedition to recover her. But then, of course, there is this question of Helen's agency. Did she actually go willingly, or was she forced? Very good question. And when you look at the ancient sources, they don't give an answer. They leave it deliberately open for your interpretation. Now, Homer's Helen in the Iliad is a figure of extraordinary complexity. She regrets what she's done. She despises Paris. She mourns the suffering that she's caused, but she does remain in Troy. She even calls herself a, quote, bitch. The word is hers, not the narrator's. And she weaves a tapestry depicting the battles being fought over her, as if she is simultaneously the cause of war and its historian. Euripides, in his play Helen, proposed a bit of an alternative, and that was that the real Helen never even went to Troy at all. The gods sent her Phantom and Eidolon, a copy made of Cloud, and the Greeks and Trojans fought 10 years over what was basically an illusion. The real Helen waited in Egypt the entire time, innocent and faithful, and ultimately safe. While the possibility that the war was fought over nothing, that's one of the most destabilizing ideas in Greek myth. Really, it suggests that the entire heroic enterprise was just some kind of cosmic joke. The men basically died for a hologram in spiritual form. Helen's own voice in the Iliad is rare, but when it does pop up, it's pretty powerful. In Book 3, she stands on the walls of Troy with Priam, identifying the Greek warriors below. A scene called The Viewing from the Walls, by the way. And her descriptions are marked by a weary precision. The voice of a woman who's seen too much and, well, judged herself quite harshly. In Book 6, she tells Hector that she wishes she had died before coming to Troy, and that she and Paris are cursed. The line goes like this: set to be the subjects of song for generations to come. Well, quite self-aware, isn't it? Helen even knows at this point that she's going to be a character in a great myth. She knows that her suffering will become a kind of story and entertainment, and she knows that future generations will sing about her beauty and catastrophe, and she hates that. She hates being reduced to a story, doesn't want to be this agit prop, resents the Kleos that will immortalize her shame. Talk about the meat in the sandwich, huh? Poor girl. Helen is the most famous woman in Greek mythology, and she doesn't want to be. Her fame is her punishment. Well, there's another question too, a more historical one. Was there a real Troy, or was there a real war? Well, that's been quite fascinating too. And if you've watched our video on it, you'll know that Heinrich Schliemann excavated the site of Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey in 1870s, and he announced that he had found Homer's Troy. The site is real. It is. There's not really any argument about that anymore. The city existed and was destroyed violently around 1180, the approximate date the Greeks themselves assigned to the Trojan War. Whether that destruction was caused by a Greek military expedition, earthquake, or civil unrest remains debated. After all, 1200 BCE was pretty much bad for everyone. The upheaval at the collapse of the Bronze Age. The first end of the world since the Ice Age, I suppose. But that's not really what we're here to talk about. All we can say now is that some conflict, some siege, some catastrophe involving the city at Hisarlik lies behind the Homeric tradition, and the myth is not a pure invention, but rather memory transformed by oral transmission into something grander, and perhaps more terrible than whatever actually happened. Well, let's get to the war itself. The Greek fleet gathered at Aulis, on the coast of Boeotia. Over 1,000 ships, according to the catalogue of ships in the Book 2 of the Iliad. One of the oldest and most detailed military rosters in Western literature, by the way. The commanders were the greatest of the age, a star lineup. You had Agamemnon of Mycenae, the king of kings, the supreme commander, whose authority rested on his wealth and lineage more than on his personal courage. Then there was his brother, Menelaus, the wronged husband, whose cause was the war's official justification, and he wasn't going to miss it for the world. You had Achilles of Phthia, the son of Peleus and the goddess Thetis, the fastest and most deadliest warrior alive, who had been given a choice by the fates, a long, peaceful, and forgotten life, or a short one, but one of imperishable glory. Guess what he chose? Well, there's a reason why we still talk about him. He chose that short life, glory of a homecoming, Troy over the quiet years that might have followed. Then there was Odysseus of Ithaca, a man of cunning who had tried to avoid the war by feigning madness, ploughing his fields with an ox and a donkey, yoked together and sowing salt instead of seed. His deception was exposed when Palamedes placed Odysseus' infant son Telemachus in front of the plough. Odysseus swerved to avoid his child, proving that he was just making the whole thing up. Imagine calling a sick day for the war, huh? Well, it tells us two things about Odysseus. One, that he's clever enough to devise an elaborate ruse, which we'll get to that in part 6. And that he loves his son enough to abandon it. He will spend 20 years trying to get back to that son. Well, then we had Ajax of Salamis. Yes, that Ajax, the biggest and strongest of the Greeks after Achilles. An absolute mountain of a man, veritable brick shithouse, if we can use layman's terms. Probably shouldn't, but you know. Well, he fought with a shield as large as a tower, and he never received any divine help. He didn't need it. He never had a god come in and save him. He relied entirely on his own massive mortal strength, and there was plenty of it. Then there was old Nestor of Pylos, the counselor, the voice of reason. He had fought in the previous generation's wars, and was now offered advice that was sometimes wise and sometimes merely long-winded. Then there was Diomedes of Argos, the most underrated hero of the war in my opinion. He wounded both Aphrodite and Ares on the battlefield. A mortal that drew divine blood, a feat almost without parallel in the mythology at all. Then there was Patroclus, the companion of Achilles, his closest friend, whose relationship with Achilles is the emotional center of the Iliad, and whose death will trigger the catastrophe that defines the poem. The exact nature of their relationship is debatable too, whether they were brothers in arms, friends, or maybe something a little more. Aeschylus, in a lost play, treated them as something more. Homer's a bit more ambiguous, describing an intimacy so intense that it transcends easy categorization. What is not ambiguous is the depth of the bond. Achilles loves Patroclus more than he loves his own life, and when Patroclus dies, his response is a grief so extreme that it defines the final act of the war. But before the fleet could sail, the wind died. The goddess Artemis, offended by Agamemnon, who had boasted that he was a better hunter than she was, or who had killed a sacred deer, depending on the source, becalmed the fleet at Aulis. The ships sat motionless. The army grew restless. The seer Calchas delivered the oracle. Artemis demanded a sacrifice. She demanded the life of Agamemnon's eldest daughter, Iphigenia. Well, Agamemnon agreed, not getting any Father of the Year awards for that one. He sent a message to his wife, Clytemnestra, telling her to bring Iphigenia to Aulis on the pretext of marriage to Achilles. The girl came, excited, believing she was about to marry the greatest warrior in Greece. Instead, she was led to an altar and killed like an animal, or in a more merciful version of the story told by Euripides, snatched away at the last moment by Artemis, who substituted a deer on the altar and carried Iphigenia to Tauris, where she became Artemis's priestess. In any case, the damage was done. Agamemnon had killed his own child to get a favorable wind. He'd chosen the war, over his daughter. Not good. Not good at all. Well, Clytemnestra never forgave him. Understandable, of course. She waited 10 years, through the entire war, nursing her rage in a palace at Mycenae, planning her husband's destruction with the patience of a goddess. And when Agamemnon finally came home, she drew him a bath, and once he was nice and relaxed, killed him. The murder of Iphigenia is the first domino in a chain of retribution that will consume the house of Atreus for generations. Well, eventually the fleet sailed, and the Greeks arrived at Troy. And for 9 years, nothing happened. Or rather, everything happened, but nothing was resolved. The Greeks put the city to siege. They raided the countryside, sacked the allied towns, plenty skirmishes and duels. But the walls of Troy, built by Apollo and Poseidon, if you believe the myth, they held, and the war ground on year after year in a stalemate that mirrors the 10-year stalemate of the Gigantomachy, if you didn't notice. Well, the parallel's deliberate. Of course it is. The war at Troy is a human echo of the War of the Gods, and like the Gigantomachy, it will be decided not by endurance, but by a crisis that changes everything. Homer does not depict the early years of the war. These events were told in Cypria and other poems of the epic cycle, which are, before you ask, now lost. Fingers crossed we'll find them. But from summaries and fragments, we know that the Greeks raided extensively. Achilles sacked 12 cities by sea and 11 by land, accumulating plunder, captives, the war prizes that would later cause such catastrophe. It was during these raids that Achilles captured Perseus, his prize, his Time, and Agamemnon captured Theseus. The war prizes were not merely wealth, but they were the currency of honor, a visible proof that the warrior was valued by his community. Kind of showing off a trophy, this kind of thing. To take a man's war prize was to take his standing, his identity, and his place in the hierarchy of worth. The quarrel between Achilles and Agamemnon is not, at bottom, about a woman, but it's all about recognition, about whether the community will acknowledge the warrior's value or treat him as a resource to be exploited and discarded. The Iliad covers only a few weeks near the end of the 9th year, a tiny slice of the timeline, and its subject is not the war itself. Sure, that's important, but the main thing is the Wrath of Achilles. The crisis begins with a quarrel over plunder. Agamemnon has taken as war prize a woman named Theseus, a daughter of a priest of Apollo. Well, Apollo's not happy about that. He didn't really ask for permission, didn't he? So Apollo sends a plague on the Greek camp. Alcas, the seer, identifies the cause. He tells Agamemnon that he has to return the girl. Well, Agamemnon agrees, but he demands compensation. He takes Perseus, a woman who had been awarded to Achilles as his prize. Well, that insult is devastating. Perseus is not merely a captive, but a symbol of Achilles' honor. His Time, as we said, is public recognition, a tangible proof the community values him above others. So that's why the insult runs so deep. By taking Perseus, Agamemnon isn't just stealing a woman, but he's declaring that Achilles' honor is subordinate to his own, that the greatest warrior in the army is, in the hierarchy of the camp, just another subordinate. It's kind of like he's telling him, know your place, kicking him back down. You might be the best warrior, but I'm the king. But guess what Achilles does? He doesn't fly into a rage. He just withdraws. He goes to his tent. He refuses to fight. He asks his mother, Theseus, to petition Zeus. Let the Trojans win. And the Greeks realize how much they needed him in the first place. No Achilles, no victory. Let them suffer and die. Agamemnon's arrogance should cost him everything, right? Well, Zeus agrees. Reluctantly, though, because supporting the Trojans will put him in conflict with Hera and Athena, who favor the Greeks. And the tide of the battle turns. The Trojans, led by Hector, push the Greeks back to their ships. The situation becomes desperate. Agamemnon sends an embassy to Achilles, Ajax, Odysseus, and the old tutor Phoenix, offering an extraordinary ransom: the return of Perseus, 7 tripods, 10 talents of gold, 20 cauldrons, 12 horses, 7 women skilled in crafts, and one of Agamemnon's own daughters in marriage. Achilles refuses it all. His wrath is beyond comprehension. No amount of treasure can repair what was taken. The honor cannot be brought back, because it was not sold, it was stolen. And that theft revealed the truth about Achilles' position in the army, that he's valued not only for what he produces, well, not for what he is, but that no gift can unsay any of this. Well, unfortunately, Achilles' refusal is one of the controversial moments in the Iliad. Do you think he's justified? I mean, for me, I would refuse. There's no way. I mean, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube after that insult. It's kind of like getting fired and then all of a sudden they call you in for a shift. I think a few of us have had that kind of situation. He was publicly humiliated and violated, but his withdrawal means the death of his comrades. You see, there's Greeks dying now because Achilles isn't going to fight. And his demand that Zeus help the Trojans is, in effect, well, it's treason, isn't it? It's a demand that his own allies and friends be slaughtered to satisfy his pride. Well, moving on. Is the honor worth more than lives? Personal dignity, more than collective survival? That's the question that Achilles is grappling with. The Iliad doesn't resolve the tension either. It presents both sides with an equal force, leaves the reader there to decide. The Greeks who first heard the Iliad performed would have recognized this question as urgent and unanswerable, because it is the question that every warrior culture has to face. What do you do when the system that rewards courage also produces injustice? Well, during his withdrawal, Achilles does something extraordinary. He sings. Homer tells us that Achilles was found by the embassy, sitting in his tent, playing the lyre and singing the glorious deeds of men, Clea Andron, the very songs that constitute the epic tradition of which the Iliad is itself a part of. Achilles, in his tent, performing the Iliad before the Iliad even exists. He's singing about the heroes, while refusing to be one. He stepped outside of the heroic system, no longer participating in the war. He doesn't care anymore. He just contemplates the system from the outside. The image is one of the most psychologically complex in Homer. You see, the warrior is playing this poet role, a man of action just in reflection, and he understands his own mythology well enough to critique it. In his speech to the embassy, Achilles does something even more radical. He questions the value of Kleos itself. He says, cattle and fat sheep can be seized, tripods and horses can be won, but a man's life, that can never be won back, once it's crossed the barrier of his teeth. He's saying what no other Homeric hero ever says, that life is worth more than glory, that the system that trades life for fame is a bad deal. Perhaps there's a rational choice, that long, quiet life. Maybe it would have been better. For a moment in his tent, Achilles sees through that heroic code, and he looks at that reality beneath it, that glory is the compensation for death, but if you can avoid it, you would not need the compensation. What's the point in fighting anyway? This is the kind of stuff that he's grappling with at the moment. Talk about a demoralization. It's a devastating insight too, especially within this context of Greek heroism. And Achilles will ultimately reject it. He will choose to fight and die and be remembered. But at least for one extraordinary passage, the greatest hero in Greek mythology considers just packing up and going home. I suppose, after he got treated by the king, you can't really blame him. Now the crisis breaks when Patroclus begs Achilles to let him fight. Unable to watch the Greeks being slaughtered while Achilles is sulking in the tent. Achilles agrees, but Patroclus has to wear Achilles' armor. He may lead Achilles' men, the Myrmidons, into battle, but he must only drive the Trojans back from the ships. He must not pursue them to the walls of Troy. He must not seek glory for himself. Well, guess what? Patroclus breaks the conditions. He fights brilliantly, and so brilliantly that the Trojans believe Achilles himself has returned. He drives them back. He kills the Trojan ally Sarpedon, a son of Zeus, by the way, whose death Zeus himself cannot prevent. And in the heat of battle, he forgets Achilles' warning. He charges toward the walls of Troy, and it's there that Apollo strikes him. A god hits him from behind, knocks the helmet from his head, the armor from his body, the spear from his hand. He's stunned. He's stripped Achilles of Achilles' divine armor. Patroclus is wounded by Euphorbus, and then killed by Hector, who drives a spear through his belly as he lies helpless on the ground. Achilles' grief is one of the most shattering passages too in the tale. He tears his hair out, and he throws himself on the ground, pouring dust over his head, screaming, and the scream is so terrible that Theseus in the depths of the sea hears it and rises. He lies in the dirt, weeping, and his companions hold him, because they're afraid that he will cut his own throat. The language Homer uses to describe Achilles' mourning is that used to describe the mourning of a woman for her husband. Achilles mourns Patroclus with the grief of a panicked widow, the grief of the most intimate, most total loss that imagination could conceive. The consequences are immediate and apocalyptic. Achilles returns to battle. He's not doing it for any honor or Greek cause. This time it's personal. He wants revenge. Theseus commissions Hephaestus to forge new armor, the shield of Achilles. On one of the most famous passages in the Iliad, they do this, which the smith god depicts the entire known world. Cities at peace, cities at war, weddings, sieges, the ocean, everything. As if Achilles was carrying the whole weight of the world into battle on one arm. The shield is a cosmos in miniature, you see. The whole world, beautiful and terrible. Hephaestus placed it in two cities. Places on it two cities, one at peace, where a wedding procession moves through the streets, and a law case is being settled in the agora, and one at war, where armies clash and women watch from the walls. Between the cities, the countryside, ploughing, harvesting, all the normal stuff, and around the rim a great river. Ouranos encircles everything. Achilles carries this into battle, knowing that everything depicted on it will not be his. He's chosen the short life, and he's sure about it now. The world on the shield is a world he will never inhabit. The cost of glory rendered in bronze. He fights with a fury that terrifies both sides. He fills the river Scamander with so many Trojan corpses that the river itself rises against him, flooding its banks, trying to drown the man who is polluting it with death. The gods themselves enter the battle. Ares against Athena, Aphrodite against Hera, Apollo against Poseidon. And for a moment the Trojan War becomes a second Gigantomachy, a war between gods fought on a human battlefield. And then Achilles finds Hector. the duel between them, the climax of the Iliad, one of those great confrontations. Well, Hector runs. The greatest Trojan warrior, the defender of the city, the man who killed Patroclus, he runs from Achilles in terror 3 times around the walls of Troy, with the entire city watching from the battlements, and his father Priam and mother Hecuba screaming from the gates. Achilles is behind him, silent, relentless, and unstoppable. Athena steps in. She tricks Hector into stopping, disguising herself as his brother Deiphobus, offering to stand with him. And when Hector turns to face Achilles, this Deiphobus has vanished. Hector then understands what happened. He says, "The gods have called me to death." He fights, and he dies. But Achilles, his revenge still unsatisfied, ties Hector's body to his chariot and drags it around the city of Troy, round and around in full view of everyone, even Hector's family. He does this day after day, desecrating the corpse of the man he has killed. The Iliad does not end with Achilles' triumph, but rather an act of grace. Priam, the old king of Troy, comes to the Greek camp at night. He's alone and unarmed. He's only guided by Hermes. And when he gets there, he kneels before Achilles, kisses the hands of the man who killed his son, and begs for Hector's body. He tells Achilles, "Remember your own father." And Achilles does remember. He remembers Peleus, whom he will never see again. He remembers that Priam is a father too. And for a moment the war stops. The enemy becomes humanized. The killer and the bereaved sit together. Both of them have lost something. Achilles weeps for Patroclus. Priam weeps for Hector. And the weeping is the most human thing in the poem. So Achilles returns the body and the truce is called. The Trojans bury Hector, and the Iliad ends with a funeral. The poem that begins in wrath ends in mourning, and the mourning is shared between enemies who have for one night finally recognized each other as human. The ending is perhaps one of the most remarkable artistic decisions in literature. Homer could have ended with triumph. That would have been the more Greek style, don't you think? He could have ended with the death of Hector and Achilles standing victorious, but instead it's just an old man weeping and a young man who understands. The Iliad resolves none of the problems, not the war, not the cause of the wrath, and it pointedly refuses to offer a moral. It offers something more precious, I think, but a little disturbing too, that shared moment of humanity in the middle of the violence. It's grace, I suppose, the grace of seeing a person within the enemy. And then the moment just passes, and the war resumes. Troy will fall. But for one night at least the killing stopped, and that was enough to make a point. That was everything. Now, as for the Iliad, that ends before this fall of Troy, but the story continues in the poems of the epic cycle. Lost now, just a few summaries and later sources, but we get the picture. The events that follow Hector's funeral are a cascade of loss. Achilles killed Memnon, the Ethiopian king, son of the dawn goddess Eos in single combat, and Eos wept for her son. Her tears are the morning dew in Greek tradition. Achilles killed Penthesilea, the Amazon queen, who came to Troy's aid, and she died, and their eyes met at this time, Achilles falling in love with her at the moment of death. Well, then there was Paris, the weakest of Priam's sons, the man who started this whole war, the shepherd who judged the goddess, who shot an arrow at Achilles, and Apollo guided it to the one place that Achilles was vulnerable, his elbow. I'm just kidding. His heel, of course. Well, Thetis had dipped her infant son in the river Styx to make him invulnerable, but she had held him by the heel, you see, and that heel remained mortal. The greatest warrior in the world killed by the least impressive man in the war, with divine assistance through a vulnerability so small it seems almost comic. The Achilles heel, the fatal weakness of the hero, well, that's become a permanent metaphor in our Western language. It lies in the power of its absurdity, all that strength, glory, and suffering undone by an inch of unprotected skin. Well, the death of Achilles completes the bargain he made with fate. He chose the short life. He chose Kleos over Nostos, that is glory over homecoming. The fate kept its end of the deal with precision. The glory is immeasurable, and life is short. Achilles is killed before Troy falls, and he never sees that victory, never goes home, never sees his poor father Peleus again. But he gets exactly what he chose, you see. The imperishable fame. And, well, here we are still talking about him, 3,000 years later. So, that's something, surely. But he also gets what he chose to pay. Everything else. The Iliad's deepest insight is not that glory is good or bad. It's just that glory is exactly as expensive as it claims to be. The price is non-negotiable. No bargaining with fate. No escaping destiny. Well, after Achilles' death, Ajax and Odysseus quarreled over his armor. Hot ticket item. The divine armor forged by Hephaestus. Everybody wanted that. The Greeks voted, and the armor was awarded to Odysseus. Ajax, the great warrior who had carried Achilles' body from the battlefield, who had fought with nothing but his own strength. Well, he went mad. He was not impressed. Neither was Athena, though, because she struck him with Yrsa, the same divine madness that afflicted Heracles. In the madness, he slaughtered a flock of sheep, believing them to be Odysseus and Agamemnon. And when the madness lifted, he saw the sheep's blood on his own hands, and he took his own life because of it. Sophocles' Ajax dramatizes this with devastating restraint. The strongest man in the army, who never needed any divine help, is destroyed by the one thing that strength cannot combat, and that's shame. Thus the war entered its 10th year. Troy still stood, and Odysseus, well, he devised a stratagem that would end it. He ordered the construction of a great wooden horse, hollow, large enough to hold a company of soldiers. The Greeks hid their best warriors in there: Odysseus, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, by the way, and others. And then the entire Greek fleet sailed away, leaving the horse on the beach, apparently an offering to the gods, a sign of retreat. While the Trojans debated, lots of scratching of heads and rubbing of chins. Cassandra, Priam's daughter, the prophetess cursed by Apollo to speak the truth and never be believed, screamed that it was a trap. Laocoon, the priest of Poseidon, hurled a spear at the horse and declared, "I fear Greeks, even bearing gifts." Well, in Virgil's Latin it was Timeo Danaeos et dona ferentes, one of the most quoted phrases in Latin. Well, Athena sent 2 serpents from the sea that crushed Laocoon and his sons, and the Trojans, interpreting the serpents as divine punishment for attacking a sacred offering, dragged the horse inside the walls. That night, while Troy slept, the Greeks climbed out. The Trojan horse is, well, it's pretty famous, right? Everyone knows about it, metaphorically and literally. It's a generic term for any deception that invites the enemy to destroy himself. It's Odysseus' masterpiece, truly, a triumph of intelligence over brute force. It's worth noting what the horse represents in the larger mythology. The war that force could not win in 10 years was won in a single night by a pretty clever trick. The warriors who could not breach Troy's walls from the outside were carried inside by Troy's own citizens, who dragged the instrument of their destruction through the very gates of their city with their own hands. The horse is the ultimate expression of Greek conviction that intelligence is the real power. The clever man's more lethal than the strong one, and the most devastating weapons are the ones you can't see. Achilles' spear couldn't take Troy, but Odysseus' mind could. And the price Odysseus will pay for his cleverness: 10 years of wandering, the loss of all his companions, the near destruction of his household, will be the subject of our final chapter. The Perseus, the sack of Troy, as the Greeks called it, was one of the most frequently depicted and most deeply felt subjects in Greek art and literature. And it was, of course, depicted not as a triumph, but a complete horror. The Greeks were not celebrating the fall of Troy. They mourned it, or rather they used it as a mirror, a kind of agitprop to examine their own capacity for cruelty and sacrilege through the lens of a mythological event that laid bare the worst of what a, quote, civilized people could do. The Greeks opened the gates, and the fleet returned under cover of darkness. That's when the slaughter began. Old King Priam, who had came to Achilles in the night, who had kissed the hands of his son's killer and granted the dignity of a truce, he was murdered at his own altar by Neoptolemus, Achilles' son. The boy killed the old man in a sacred precinct, a crime against every code of warfare and religion that the Greeks possessed. Astyanax, Hector's infant son, was taken and thrown from the walls of Troy, because the son of Hector might one day seek vengeance, and because the men who sacked Troy, well, they understood with terrible clarity that the cycle of retribution would never end as long as Hector's bloodline survived. And then there was Cassandra. She was dragged from the temple of Athena by Ajax the Lesser, the other Ajax, not the great one who had taken the self-checkout line. And he did things unspeakable, right at the goddess's altar, clinging to the sacred statue. The violation of a sacred space, the assault on a woman under divine protection, an act so sacrilegious that even the victorious Greeks were appalled. Athena, whose own priestess had been violated in her own temple by her own allies, turned against the Greeks entirely, and her rage would pursue them across the sea on their journeys home, wrecking ships and drowning men, ensuring that the victory at Troy would cost the victors more than the defeated. Hecuba, Priam's queen, who had dreamed of the firebrand, had lost her husband, her sons, her city and freedom, and she was taken as a slave. In Euripides, the Trojan woman, she sits in the ruins of her palace, and the play is nothing but her grief, the grief of a queen reduced to slavery and a mother who outlived every child she ever had. Well, let's think about it in terms of an anti-war piece of art. It's performed in Athens in 415 BCE, the year that the Athenians were preparing their expedition to Sicily, by the way, an expedition that would, well, not work out very well for them at all. Euripides held up the mirror of Troy and showed his audience what conquest looks like from the other side. The Athenians watched. They understood. And then they just sailed to Sicily anyway. Andromache, Hector's wife, the woman who had stood on the walls and watched her husband chased to death, who had begged him not to fight, and who had told him that he was her father, mother, brother, her husband all in one, was awarded to Neoptolemus as a concubine, the wife of the noblest Trojan, becoming the property of the son of the man who killed him. a precise and deliberate cruelty. It's not enough to kill the enemy. You have to take his wife, child, legacy, and future, erase him completely so that nothing remains. But there was one who escaped. Aeneas, the son of Aphrodite, the Trojan prince who would carry his aged father Anchises on his back throughout the burning city, leading his young son Ascanius by the hand, fleeing westward across the Mediterranean to found a new city, a new civilization, a new Troy. Now the Romans would claim Aeneas as their ancestor, and Virgil's Aeneid, that great Roman national epic, would tell the story of his journey from Troy's ashes to Italy's shores. Troy fell, but the soul of its people survived. The city burned, but the bloodline didn't, and the war that destroyed one civilization became the founding myth of another. The fire that consumed Troy lit the forge of Rome. So, the heroes who sacked it are all scattered now. Agamemnon will go home to be murdered by his wife, Menelaus to wander for 8 years, Ajax the Lesser to be shipwrecked and drowned. Good riddance to him. Diomedes will find his kingdom usurped. And then there's Odysseus, the architect of the horse, the entire mind behind the victory. He will spend 10 years trying to get home, pursued by the anger of the gods he offended, tested in every way possible. The war is over, but not for him. The consequences, the homecomings, the long bitter aftermath of a victory that was also a crime, they're just beginning. And the longest, strangest, most human of all of those homecomings is the subject of the 6th and final part of our series. Well, I hope you enjoyed today's one about the Iliad. It's a complicated piece, isn't it? Surprising, because everyone thinks it's, like the film. And I tell you what, the film Troy was really good. I liked it. I don't really care about this, accuracy thing. I don't expect it from Hollywood in the first place. I just try and take it for what it is and enjoy it. Anyway, thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you to all subscribing and liking, commenting, and supporting on the Patreon memberships, donations, all that sort of thing. See you in the next one. Goodbye for now. Welcome back to our complete guide to Greek mythology. It's been good having you with me across the breadth of this 6-part series, and we're going to finish off strong. Let's take off from where we were last time. The first word of the Odyssey is Andra, man. Not a god or a hero in the abstract, just a man. There was a quote, too. Tell me, Muse, of the man of many turns, who was driven far and wide after he sacked the sacred city of Troy. You see, the Iliad, which we discussed last time, begins with wrath, menis, a word borrowed from the vocabulary of divine rage. The Odyssey begins with a human being, however, and a very specific human being. Its namesake, Odysseus, a man of many turns and devices and sufferings, whose defining quality is not strength or courage, but what the Greeks call metis, intelligence, cunning. It's this ability to adapt and survive. Now, the Iliad was asking a question at its core, and that is, what is glory worth? But the Odyssey asks a different kind of question. Depending on how you view it, maybe it's a more radical one. And that is, what would you endure, sacrifice, or what would you become to get home, back to that place where you belong? This is the final installment of our journey, and I think it's proper that we end on the Odyssey. Of course, we could go into all of the different Greek myths, and perhaps if you're all begging me in the comments to do a different video about these smaller myths, we could do it as a kind of epilogue to this series. But I think The Odyssey, in terms of its homecoming and struggle to find one, is a good place to sort of end. You see, we've traced the arc of Greek mythological imagination all the way from chaos to the Gigantomachy, and the shaping of mortals, the age of heroes, and last time the burning of Troy. And now we're just following those survivors home, and we discover that getting home is in many ways harder than going to war. You see, war has a clarity and a finality that peace does not. War has enemies you can see, battles you can fight, and objectives. But the journey home has none of these things. It's just this quiet confrontation with yourself, with that person you've become in 10 years of bloody combat, and that question of whether that person can even fit into the life that they left behind anymore. All those terrifying possibilities that home might not be exactly what you remember it, and you might be something different to what everybody at home remembers you to be. And so the Odyssey is in many ways the first great novel in Western literature, the first extended narrative concerned not only with the great deeds of gods and armies, but with the interior and intimate life of a single person just trying to get through. A poem about intelligence, rather than strength and glory. Odysseus is the cleverest of Greek heroes, and his cleverness is earned of a skill of a man who's been paying attention and who's learned from every little mistake. He can read the room and adjust his approach accordingly. The hero as survivor, and the Odyssey is the poem that says survival is in itself heroism. Staying alive is a labor. The reward is not glory or immortality, but something smaller, and in its smallness, infinitely more precious, the chance to sit by your own fire in your own house with all the people who love you. So, today let's follow that Odyssey of Odysseus through all the monsters and the kingdom of the dead, back to Ithaca, where his wife was waiting for him. Let's get right to the journey. Odysseus's travel from Troy to Ithaca should have taken a simple few weeks, but it turned into much longer than that. A 10-year journey. Now, the delay was partly divine punishment. You see, Poseidon hated Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, and partly the consequence of Odysseus's own nature. It was his curiosity and inability to resist the temptation to see what lies beyond the next headland. The wanderings of Odysseus are not merely obstacles on the road home, but tests, intelligence, self-control. Well, each one strips away another layer of the war hero and reveals beneath it something more interesting. Just a normal, run-of-the-mill man, flesh and blood. The encounter with Polyphemus, the Cyclops, is the episode that defines Odysseus' character and seals his fate. Arriving at an island, Odysseus and his men enter a cave belonging to the one-eyed giant, the son of Poseidon, a shepherd who lives alone, outside civilization, without any laws or social bonds. Polyphemus traps the Greeks in his cave, and he begins eating them, 2 at a time for his meals. Num 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 num. Odysseus devises a plan, though. He offers the Cyclops wine, strong, undiluted wine, a gift from a priest of Apollo. And when Polyphemus asks his name, Odysseus says, "My name is Nobody." The Cyclops drinks. He falls asleep, and Odysseus drives a sharpened, fire-hardened stake into his single eye. Polyphemus screams in terror and pain, and the other Cyclops come running in to ask who is hurting him. Polyphemus shouts, "Nobody. Nobody is hurting me." And so the other Cyclops shrug and go home. The trick is, Odysseus at his most brilliant, it's language as a weapon, identity as a tool that can be put on and taken off. Clever. But then Odysseus makes the mistake that will haunt him for a decade. You see, As his ship sails away from the island, he cannot resist. He stands at the stern, and he shouts his name, his real name this time, at the blinded Cyclops. If anyone asks who blinded you, tell them it was Odysseus, the sacker of cities, the son of Laertes, who lives in Ithaca. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have told him, right? Well, the boast is catastrophic, because Polyphemus now knows who hurt him, and he prays to his father Poseidon to let Odysseus never reach home. Or if he must reach home, let him arrive late, broken, alone on some stranger's ship, and when he gets there, have him find trouble in his house. Well, Poseidon hears all of this, and the prayer is granted, almost word for word. Odysseus's pride is the flaw that transforms a short voyage into a decade of suffering. A man who called himself nobody, he could have just gone home. He could have wiped his whole hands of it and set himself up for a nice little retirement. The man who could not bear to be nobody will wander for 10 years. The Cyclops episode is a meditation on civilization itself. You see, Polyphemus lives alone. He's got no laws, assemblies, social bonds. Simple life. He doesn't cultivate the land. The earth produces for him spontaneously, which is easy when you got Poseidon on your side. He does not respect Xenia. He eats his guests instead of feeding them. He is the antithesis of a civilized life, and the contest between Odysseus and Polyphemus is a contest between culture and nature, between a man who lives by wit within a community and a giant who lives by appetite without one. Of course, Odysseus wins, but the cost of winning is the hatred of Poseidon, which is to say the cost of defeating nature is that nature turns against you. The sea which Odysseus must cross to get home, that is his enemy now. There's a lesson here about the relationship between civilization and the natural world that the Greeks understood instinctively. You can outsmart nature, but it's not going to forgive you for doing so. The subsequent adventures form an extraordinary catalogue of temptations and dangers, and they each test a different aspect of Odysseus's humanity. There are the lotus eaters. They offer forgetfulness, a fruit that makes you forget home, forget duty, and forget who you are. Odysseus drags his men away by force. To forget home is to cease to exist. Odysseus was not going to allow that. Aeolus, the keeper of the winds, gives Odysseus a bag containing all the contrary winds, a gift that shall guarantee a swift passage home. But Odysseus's men, suspicious and greedy, open the bag while Odysseus sleeps, and the winds scatter the fleet back to the sea. Trust fails. The journey is extended by human weakness this time, not by divine malice. The Laestrygonians, cannibal giants, who destroy 11 of Odysseus's 12 ships, hurling boulders from the cliffs and spearing the sailors like fish. They reduce the expedition to a single vessel. In one afternoon, Odysseus loses the vast majority of his companions, and the scale of that loss is staggering. Homer describes it with a bluntness that refuses to sentimentalize anything. The men get impaled, carried away and eaten. The Laestrygonians are barely characterized. Their hunger is their character. They are violence, they are pure destructive force. A world that does not care about your journey or your destination. They are what the sea does, when it's not being poetic about it. Now, Circe, the enchantress, transforms Odysseus's men into pigs. A transformation that is on one level literal witchcraft, and another a commentary on what war does to men. It reduces them to appetite and animal existence, forgetting what it means to be human. Odysseus, however, resists the magic of Circe, protected by the herb moly, given to him by Hermes. And he stays with her for a year. sharing her bed, eating her food, and living in comfort. The temptation of Circe is easy. She offers life without a struggle, without any responsibilities, and that grinding effort of getting home. I suppose everybody was ready for a break after all that sailing. So Odysseus stays for a year. I mean, he's not superhuman, he's not immune to pleasure. But eventually he does leave. His men remind him, remember, Ithaca, home, Penelope. The mission reasserts itself, and Odysseus tears himself away from comfort, which is in some ways the hardest thing he does in the entire poem. Circe sends Odysseus to the Underworld, to the house of Hades, kingdom of the dead, to consult the blind prophet, Tiresias, about the way home. Now, the descent to the Underworld in Nekia, Book 11 of the Odyssey, is pretty important. It's the moment when the Odyssey confronts directly and without evasion the reality of death. Odysseus digs a trench at the end of the world. He pours in the blood of a sacrificed sheep, and the dead come. They swarm toward the blood, because blood's life, and the dead are desperate for that. The shades in the Greek underworld are diminished, faded copies of their living selves, without strength, substance, or without the solidity of body. They flit and squeak around like bats. They can't speak until they drink the blood, and even then their speech is thin, strained, as if the effort of communication across that boundary of death exhausts what little energy they have left. The whole thing's just thin, kind of watered-down human. Odysseus sees his mother, Gaia, who has died of grief during his absence. She died waiting for him, died because her son did not come home. He tries to embrace her 3 times, and 3 times she slips through his arms like a shadow. She tells him, this is the way of mortals when they die. The sinews no longer hold the flesh and bones together. Now this seems pretty devastating. A son who cannot hold his mother, and a mother who's become untouchable. That almost fundamental human embrace rendered impossible by that fact of death. Homer doesn't elaborate too much on it. He doesn't philosophize either. He just describes it. The reaching and the falling, and the silence does the work. The Nekia also introduces the theme of memory that runs through the entire Odyssey. The dead have lost almost everything. Their bodies, strength, their pleasure. But they retain memory. They remember who they are. They remember the people they loved, too. Memory is the last thing that death really takes from you. And it is the thing that the dead cling to most desperately. When Achilles asks about his son, Neoptolemus, when Ajax turns away in silence, still angry about the armor, when Agamemnon tells his bitter story, these are all acts of memory, performed by beings who have nothing left but their stories to tell. The underworld is, in a sense, a kind of repository of narratives, like a library, lives reduced only to their essential plots, told and retold by shades who cannot really do anything else. And the poet, Homer himself, well, he's the living counterpart of the dead, the keeper of the stories and the voice that remembers on behalf of those who can no longer speak for themselves. The Nekia is Homer's most explicit statement on the purpose of poetry. It exists to do what the dead can't. It exists to remember. Pretty cool, huh? Well, Odysseus also meets, guess who? Achilles. And the conversation between them is actually really interesting because it directly contradicts the heroic code that the Iliad appeared to endorse. And do remember, it's the same author. So Odysseus greets Achilles as, quote, the most blessed of men, honored in life and ruling among the dead. But Achilles is not too proud to see him. His response is immediate and frankly quite savage. He says, "Don't try to console me about death, Odysseus. I'd rather be a slave to a landless man, a man with nothing, working for his bread, than the king of all the perished dead." End quote. Well, so there he is, the greatest hero in Greek mythology, the man who chose glory over life, the Kleos, literally imperishable. And here he is telling you that he made the wrong choice, that life at all, any life, even the most miserable, is better than a death with glory. Now, isn't that interesting? Because the Odyssey seems to make a reflection on the Iliad. And in this reflection is kind of an answer. It takes that central proposition that glory compensates for death, and it asks the people who made those choices, and they flatly deny it. The encounter with Achilles does something else essential to the Odyssey's project. It validates the choice of Odysseus. You see, Achilles chose the short life of glory, and he's regretting it now. Odysseus is choosing the long life of homecoming. And the Odyssey, through Achilles' own mouth, tells us that he is right. The poem that celebrates the man of Metis over the man of Bier, the survivor over the warrior. It gives us the ultimate warrior himself as witness for the defense. Achilles, from beyond the grave, endorsing a life that is opposite to his own. The Iliad's Achilles would have despised Odysseus' caution, that's for sure. His disguises and willingness to hide and wait, to scheme, rather than just come out, all guns blazing, and fight openly. But the Achilles of the Odyssey, dead, diminished, and trapped in a grey afterlife, well, he'd give anything to have Odysseus' problems, to be alive, hungry, cold, and afraid. And to the dead, these are privileges. They are sensations of a body still functioning, a life still being lived. Unpleasant or not, at least you're feeling something. The dead would trade all of their glory for a single day of mortal discomfort. The tragedy is that that trade will never be available to any of them. After the Underworld, the temptations continue. The Sirens, whose song is irresistible and fatal, who sing to every passing sailor of his own glory and knowledge, promising the one thing no mortal can resist, the assurance that your life has meaning, are navigated by Odysseus' famous stratagem. He gathers all of his men together, and he plugs their ears with wax. He has himself tied to the mast. He doesn't plug his own ears. He's wanting to hear the song without being destroyed by it. Because the Sirens offer knowledge and truth. The answer is whatever it is kills you. Well, Odysseus hears the song and survives because he has bound himself, literally and physically, to the structure of the ship, to the commitment of getting home. And without the ropes, the truth would pull him into the sea. Scylla and Charybdis, the six-headed monster and the whirlpool, positioned on the opposite sides of a narrow strait, presented a choice without a good option. Pass too close to Charybdis, and the entire ship is swallowed. Pass too close to Scylla, and the 6 men will be snatched from the deck and devoured. Well, Odysseus chose Scylla, chooses the certain loss of 6 men over the possible loss of all. And, well, he does not tell his crew about any of this. Probably be a bit of a morale hit. He makes the decision alone, and he bears the weight of the moral implications of condemning 6 of his own men to death. Leadership sometimes means choosing the lesser evil and living with the guilt. This passage is Homer's meditation on command, the leader who must sacrifice some to save the rest and cannot share the burden of the decision. He has to watch his men die, knowing that he was the one who chose their fates. After the narrow strait, there's one final disaster. The island of Thrinacia. where the cattle of the sun god Helios graze. Odysseus warns his men not to touch the cattle. Tiresias and Circe have both told him that slaughtering the sun's herd will destroy them. But the men are starving. The winds pin them on the island for an entire month, and when Odysseus falls asleep, always in this poem at the moment of vulnerability, his men slaughter the cattle and have a huge dinner. Helios demands justice from Zeus. Zeus strikes the ship with a thunderbolt, and every man dies except Odysseus, who clings to the wreckage and drifts alone to the island of Calypso. Now, this episode is the final demonstration of the theme that the Odyssey has been developing throughout. That Odysseus cannot save his men. Sure, he's clever and stronger than all of them, more disciplined and more foresighted, but that doesn't matter. They're all going to die anyway, and he's just going to have to live with that. Every single companion that left Troy with Odysseus dies before he reaches Ithaca. The man of many turns arrives home alone on a stranger's ship, exactly as Polyphemus's curse predicted. Cunning saves the self, but the community are doomed. The last and most profound temptation is Calypso, the nymph whose name actually means the concealer, the goddess who hides Odysseus on her island Ogygia for 7 long years. Now here's the thing, Calypso adores Odysseus. She loves him to death. She offers him what no mortal has ever been offered, immortality. Stay with me, she says, and you'll never die. You'll never age. You will live forever on this island, in this paradise, with a goddess who loves you. And all you have to give up is Ithaca. All you have to give up is home. Stay with me. That's it. Well, Odysseus refuses. His refusal is the moral center of the Odyssey, the moment on which the entire poem turns. He gives up immortality, eternal youth the goddesses love, and instead chooses morality. Specifically, he chooses to go back to Penelope, his mortal wife. She's older now, and she's suffered. She cannot compare to Calypso in beauty or power, sure. But Odysseus loves Penelope. Odysseus acknowledges this explicitly. Quote, I know that Penelope is less impressive to look at than you, in height and beauty. She is mortal, and you are immortal and ageless. But even so, I want to go home. I want to see the day of my homecoming. End quote. The choice is extraordinary. It's the opposite of what Achilles chose in the Iliad. Achilles chose glory over life. Odysseus chooses life over paradise. The Odyssey's answer to the question of what is worth dying for is, well, less than home, less than a wife's face, less than the smoke rising from your own hearth on an island in the western sea. Well, Calypso's offer and the refusal is the theological crux of the entire work. Every other temptation in the poem is a lesser version of this one. The lotus eaters offer forgetfulness, and Calypso offers eternity. She is the ultimate temptation because she offers the ultimate thing, and that's escape from death. I mean, you can't get a much better deal than that. And Odysseus still says no. He says no because immortality without Ithaca is preservation, the maintenance of a body and a consciousness in a place that is not home, with a person who is not his wife forever. And that forever without a home is a prison to him, not a gift at all. Ogygia is the most beautiful prison in the mythology, but Odysseus, the man who escaped the Cyclops' cave, well, he doesn't want it. He recognizes a cage when he sees it, even when it is a prison made of a paradise, I suppose we can say. Now Penelope, meanwhile, has been conducting her own kind of odyssey, an odyssey of endurance, intelligence, and resistance. In, well, its own way, it's as heroic as anything her husband accomplishes at sea, just for different reasons. You see, for 20 years, and remember it was 10 years of war for Troy and 10 years of the homecoming, she has held the household together. And in that time, over 100 suitors have occupied her home. They've come to eat her food, drink her wine, and each one of them was pressuring her to marry. Penelope had resisted through her own form of metis. She told the suitors that she would choose a husband when she finished weaving a funeral shroud for Laertes. And every day she wove. Every night she unraveled what she had woven. The trick sustained her for 3 years before a servant betrayed her. The weaving and unweaving is one of the great images of feminine resistance in world literature. The woman who uses the tools of her domestic role, the loom and the thread as weapons of delay, and that transforms the symbol of her confinement into an instrument of freedom. There is a long-running scholarly debate about whether Penelope actually recognized Odysseus long before the moment of a formal reunion, whether she knew, or at least suspected, who the beggar was, which we'll get to in a minute, and chose to play out the test of the bow rather than reveal herself. The evidence is suggestive rather than conclusive. You see, she acts with strategic timing. She asks exactly the right questions, and her decision to stage the bow contest happens to occur on the very day Odysseus arrives. Some ancient readers, and modern ones, have argued that Penelope's metis matches Odysseus's precisely. That she is not the passive recipient of his clever return, but an active partner in it, and the whole time she was running her own long game. The Odyssey, as with so many things, leaves just enough ambiguity to leave that question up to you. Telemachus, her son, born just before Odysseus left for Troy, now a young man of 20, has grown up fatherless, watching his mother besieged and his household consumed. The first 4 books of the Odyssey, the Telemachy, follow his journey from helpless boy to active agent. He travels to Pylos and Sparta, seeking news of his father, and in doing so, he begins to become a man. The Odyssey is a poem about family. It is about what holds a family together, even when everything conspires to pull it apart. So let's move on now to Odysseus's return, when he finally gets back. And when he gets back, well, things happen. Odysseus arrives on Ithaca, disguised as a beggar, transformed by Athena into an old, filthy, unrecognizable vagrant. Now, the disguise is necessary, and, well, thematically it's essential. You see, Odysseus, the man who called himself nobody, now is a nobody. He has to earn back his identity. He must prove that he is Odysseus, and the proof will not be his appearance or name. The proof will be his knowledge, the only things Odysseus would know. The recognition scenes are among some of the most psychologically precise passages in Homer. Odysseus' old dog, Argos, left on a dung heap, neglected, flea-ridden, and nearly dead, recognizes his master the moment he sees him. Argos wags his tail. He lowers his ears. He does not have the strength to come to Odysseus. And Odysseus wipes away a tear. And then finally, Argos dies. He had waited 20 years to see his master come one more time, and having seen him, having known that Odysseus was okay, and he'd returned, well, Argos can finally let go. Now, the scene's only 4 lines long, but it's honestly pretty devastating. Anyway, Euryclea, the old nurse, she recognizes him by a scar on his thigh, a wound from a boar hunt in his youth. Homer interrupts the scene with a 70-line digression about the boar hunt, the naming of Odysseus, the history of the scar, another narrative technique so audacious it's fascinated critics for quite a few centuries. Now the scar is identity, the mark on the body that proves who you are, and you are who you claim to be. Odysseus is identified not by face or name, but by damage. He's known by what's hurt him. And the climax comes when Penelope sets the contest of the bow. Whoever can string Odysseus's great bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads will win her hand. The suitors all try, and guess what? They all fail. Odysseus, still disguised, takes up the bow. He strings it effortlessly. As Homer says in the work, quote, as a man who knows the lyre strings a new string upon it, comparing the weapon to a musical instrument. He shoots through the 12 axe heads, and then he turns the bow on the suitors, and things get interesting. The slaughter begins. It's violent and morally complex. Odysseus kills every one of them. The disloyal servants are hanged, and the hall is purified with fire and sulfur. The violence of the homecoming raises a few questions. Once again, we have to wonder, are these deaths really justified? After all, they were all trying to, as we say in Australia, trying to cut his grass, steal his wife, that kind of thing. They violated the sacred law of hospitality. They abused a host's household in his absence. They consumed his wealth. They pressured his wife. They plotted to kill his son, too. Well, in the Greek moral framework, this makes all of this quite legitimate. Their deaths were brought upon themselves. But it's in the sheer scale of the killing. Over 100 men, some barely more than boys, pleading for mercy. It pushes against even the Greek tolerance for retributive violence. Odysseus doesn't show any mercy. Not one suitor is spared. The man of intelligence and nuance becomes a machine of execution, and that transformation's quite unsettling. Has Odysseus been corrupted by 20 years of wandering and war? Has this whole journey changed him into something? Someone who can no longer distinguish between justice and a massacre? Well, once again, the Odyssey doesn't say. It just shows you the blood on the floor and says, make up your own mind. In any case, the reunion of Penelope and Odysseus is, well, quite interesting not because it's dramatic, but rather because it's cautious. You see, Penelope does not run into Odysseus's arms. She sits across from him, she's kind of silent, just studying him, and she tests him. One final test. She tells the servant to move the bed from the bedroom. Odysseus erupts. Who has moved my bed? I built that bed myself, around the trunk of a living olive tree. One post of the bed is an olive tree rooted in the earth, immovable. Now no one could know that, except for Odysseus. The bed is the secret, the thing that cannot be moved, the thing that is rooted and permanent. And finally, Penelope relents. She runs to him and throws her arms around his neck. Homer compares her relief to the relief of shipwrecked sailors who see land. Penelope's been suffering for 20 years, drowning, and Odysseus is the shore. The olive tree bed is Odysseus's master symbol. Rooted, literally growing in the soil of Ithaca, a living tree around which Odysseus built the bedroom and the house. It can't be moved because it is alive. The marriage can't be dissolved either because it's organic, it's part of the landscape, as permanent as the land itself. And the suitors, they could sit in Odysseus's hall, eat his food, court his wife, but they couldn't move the bed, because they did not know that it was there. The knowledge that the bed exists, that's the final proof of identity. More reliable than a name or permanent than a face. Odysseus is who he says he is because he knows about that olive tree. And Penelope is Penelope, because she is the only other person who knows. But Odysseus' homecoming is the successful one, the one that works, the one where there's a bit of a happily ever after. Well, once they've cleaned all the dead bodies out of the room. The other homecomings are disastrous. They together form a catalogue of the ways in which war destroys the people who win it. So let's talk about them. We mentioned them briefly before, but we'll just go over them in detail. Now, Agamemnon came home to Mycenae, and his wife, Clytemnestra, who had waited 10 years, who had not forgiven him for the murder of Iphigenia, who had taken a lover, Aegisthus, had killed him. In Aeschylus's Agamemnon, she entangles him in a robe and strikes him with an axe. The imagery is pretty terrible, you see. In the bath, the robe, the wife, and the home, it's quite domestic. All those safe spaces turned lethal. Probably would have preferred the battlefield. I mean, he survived 10 years at Troy, but he couldn't survive one night in his own home. The murder of Agamemnon is the Odyssey's shadow narrative. That is the homecoming that went wrong, and a cautionary tale, one that Odysseus hears and absorbs. Homer has the shade of Agamemnon in the Underworld tell Odysseus his story directly, and the warning is explicit. Don't tell your wife everything. Well, that advice is perhaps a little bit paranoid, and, well, the Odyssey quietly refuses it. You see, Odysseus does trust Penelope, and Penelope ultimately proves to be worthy of that trust. And there is a contrast between Clytemnestra and Penelope, the murderous wife and the faithful one, the queen who destroys and the one who preserves. It's one of the poem's structural oppositions. I mean, on one level, it's profoundly patriarchal. I mean, the good woman waits, the bad woman acts. But Penelope's waiting is itself a form of action. Her weaving and unweaving all those tests and manipulations of the suitors, they're all expressions of the same metis that Odysseus employs at sea. Penelope's really strategic. Her strategy saves the household as surely as Odysseus' strategy saves the ship. His son, Orestes, returned to Mycenae and killed Clytemnestra, his own mother, to avenge his father. The Erinyes pursued Orestes across Greece, driving him mad. Aeschylus dramatized the resolution in the Eumenides. Orestes is tried in Athens before a jury of citizens, with Apollo defending and Erinyes prosecuting. But the vote's tied, until Athena shows up and breaks the tie. The Erinyes are pacified, transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones, guardians of justice rather than avengers of cold blood. And there it is again, the cycle of retribution that began with the castration of Ouranos, but this time is at last broken, by law, by a trial. The Oresteia is the founding myth of Athenian democracy, the moment when vengeance finally gives way to law. The furies are tamed and justice moves from the blood-soaked cycle of killing into the more civilized courtroom. While the transformation of the Erinyes into the Eumenides is one of the supreme mythological achievements in the work. It does not deny the existence of dark powers, nor does it pretend that the forces of vengeance and retribution are unreal or unimportant, but it seems to incorporate them. It gives them a place within the civic order, and in doing so, it transforms them from destructive forces into more constructive ones. As for the Furies, they are not destroyed, they're employed, their rage channeled finally, and the city that accomplishes this, Athens, the city of Athena, of wisdom, becomes in Aeschylus's vision a model for all civilization, the place where the raw material of violence is processed into the refined product of justice. The gavel replaces the sword, and the jury replace the blood feud. Now, especially for the time period, this all seems quite optimistic. It's a good vision. It's a contrast in any case to the Iliad's bleak acknowledgement that war produces nothing but more war. Perhaps it's a little bit too optimistic. Once again, it's up to your interpretation. Now, Menelaus and Helen, remarkably, were reconciled. Forgot about Helen, didn't you? They returned to Sparta and lived together in apparent harmony. In the Odyssey, Telemachus visits them and finds them hosting a feast. Helen mixes a drug into the wine, nepenthe, a substance that banishes grief, and tells charming stories about the war. The ease of their reconciliation is, depending on your reading, either a testament to the resilience of love or a commentary on its shallowness. The woman over whom the entire war was fought sits back in her palace, drugging the wine, telling stories, as if that 10 years of slaughter was just a kind of picturesque anecdote, a kind of narrative detour. The Helen we see in Sparta, poised, beautiful, slightly uncanny, is one of Homer's most enigmatic creations. You see, if Helen needs nepenthe to make the evening bearable, the reconciliation is probably a bit less complete than it appears. The grief is still there, chemically suppressed rather than resolved, and the stories Helen tells about the war, stories that cast herself in a favorable light, stories that Menelaus gently contradicts, by the way, suggest that the couple had agreed to a shared narrative that allows them to sit in the same room without really confronting the enormity of what happened between them. It is a portrait of a marriage held together by the mutual decision to not look too closely at the past. Perhaps that's a continuing trend into modern times. Well, it is one of the most realistic moments in Homer. And honestly, for both of them, it's a little bit devastating. Anyway, it's their marriage. They can do what they want. Now, next up is Aeneas, the Trojan prince who escaped the burning city, carrying his father on his back. Well, he journeyed westward to Italy, where he would have found the line that built Rome. Virgil's Aeneid transforms the Trojan defeat into a Roman origin, and Aeneas's descent to the underworld in Book 6 introduces a concept largely absent from Homer. That is, the idea of the underworld as a place of moral judgment. You see, the Greek afterlife was aristocratic. The Roman afterlife, as Virgil imagined it, was ethical. And the Christian afterlife would push the ethical dimension to its absolute extreme. The evolution from Homer's grey shadows to Dante's circles of flame begins here, on those myths of the dead. And speaking of the dead, let's talk about the underworld for a moment. The Greek underworld is the place where everyone goes, good and bad, king and slave. For most, it is the Asphodel Meadows, a place of quiet, diminished, grey existence, drained of pleasure and pain, and most of what made a person a person. The slow fading of everything. It makes you, you. It's not really torture, it's boredom, really. The disillusion of identity by degrees, the gradual erasure, is perhaps worse than punishment. At least punishment involves being seen. Well, there are exceptions. Tartarus houses famous sinners whose punishments have become proverbial. Tantalus stands in water beneath the fruit-laden branches. When he reaches for the fruit, the branches rise. When he bends to drink, the water recedes. He is tantalized. The word comes directly from his name, by the way, a rare case of mythology, bleeding so completely into language that the origin has been forgotten. And then there's Sisyphus. He pushes a boulder up a hill for eternity. Every time it nears the top, it rolls back. The punishment is the futility, not the labor. The knowledge that the effort is permanent and, frankly, permanently useless. Ixion is bound to a spinning wheel of fire for attempting to seduce Hera. The Danads, the 50 daughters of Danaus, who murdered their husbands on their wedding night, pour water into a vessel with holes, forever filling what can never be filled. And each punishment is precisely tailored to the crime, and each has become a metaphor for a specific kind of human suffering, the unreachable desire and endless compulsive repetition. And then there's the other extreme, Elysian fields, where the favored dead live in eternal summer. Entry to Elysium is a matter of divine favor or heroic status. You go because you are related to the gods, or because you're a hero of significant stature, not because you were a good person. Deeds aren't enough to get you into Elysium. And that's a crucial distinction between the Greek afterlife and the Christian one. Your fate after death is determined by your status, rather than moral character. The system is aristocratic, and on the whole the Greeks were pretty comfortable with that. Later Greek thought, particularly the mystery religions, Eleusinian and Orphic traditions, introduced a more democratic and ethically weighed afterlife. The Eleusinian mysteries, held each autumn at Eleusis near Athens for roughly 2,000 years, promised initiates a better fate in the underworld. We know the ceremonies involved fasting, a torchlit procession, dramatic ritual performances, and some kind of revelation at the climax. The thing is, we don't know what that revelation was. I know, right? What a tease. The penalty for revealing it was death, and the penalty was apparently effective across 2 millennia of initiates, which include essentially every famous Greek and Roman you can name. Not one account of the inner ceremony survives. The secret kept itself. What we are left with is the testimony of those who emerged. Cicero wrote that after Eleusis, he had learned not only to live with joy, but to die with hope. I really wish someone had wrote it down. Oh well. The Orphic gold tablets, the thin sheets of gold found in graves across the Greek world inscribed with the instructions for navigating the afterlife, they survived where the Eleusinian secret did not. They told the dead what to say to the guardians of the underworld. The instruction to drink from the spring of memory, I'll quote it. I am a child of earth and starry heaven. I am parched with thirst and I'm dying. Give me the water of memory. One was written like that. Well, this instruction from the spring of memory, rather than the spring of forgetfulness, suggested a belief that the worst thing in death you could do was forget who you once were, and that the right act of preparation, the right kind of knowledge, allows you to resist the erasure and enter the next life as yourself. The tablets suggest a belief in reincarnation and purification through successive lives that is remarkably similar to Hindu and Buddhist concepts. The Greek underworld was not static. It was evolving, accumulating new layers of belief and the new expectations about justice, memory, and the possibility of transcendence. The seat of Dante's precisely calibrated Inferno is right here, in the grey meadows of Homer, waiting for 2,000 years of subsequent theology to elaborate it into its full and terrifying architecture. Well, we have come a long way, haven't we? After 6 hours of full-on Greek mythology. And now at the end, there's another question. Why do these stories still matter? Why are myths composed by wandering bards 3,000 years ago, about gods who do not exist in a world whose geography that's largely imaginary, still read, still taught, still adapted, and still wept over? Well, the answer is not that the myths are timeless. Nothing is timeless. The myths are not products of a specific culture, that we do not share and should not idealize things like aristocratic, slave-owning, and warlike cultures. Of course, they contain a bunch of unpleasantries, the imperialism, the casual acceptance of violence that is often deeply uncomfortable. But to read them uncritically is to miss the context. To reject them on the basis of that context is to miss their power. Well, the myths survived because they ask the right questions, even if they don't give the right answers. But the right questions, phrased with such clarity and such emotional force that every subsequent civilization has recognized them as something very familiar. The question of fate and free will. Can you escape your destiny? Or does the act of fleeing become the path that leads you to it? Oedipus runs from the prophecy and runs directly into it. Kronos devours his children, and the children he misses devours his power. Well, the Greek answer is not comforting. Fate is real, and you can't escape that. But the dignity of the human being lies not in escaping fate, but in facing it head on, in knowing what is coming and choosing to meet it with courage. But then there's the question of hubris. What happens when a mortal overreaches? Bellerophon flies toward Olympus, and he falls. Arachne challenges Athena and is turned into a spider. Niobe boasts about her children, and she watches them all get killed. The Greeks were obsessed with the boundary between human and divine, and their myths are a continuous mapping of that boundary, catalogue of what happens when you cross it. And then there's the question of suffering. Why do good people suffer? Well, the Greek answer is not that suffering is deserved, more so that the condition of existence demands suffering. It's just a necessary thing. Heracles suffers because Hera hates him for reasons that have nothing to do with his behavior. And of course, the Greeks did not offer the consolation of a cosmic justice. It was more the consolation of clarity, that the world is not fair. And knowing that it is not fair is better than pretending that it is. Well, another question. What does it mean to live a life worth remembering? Odysseus and Achilles made their own choices. And then there was Hector. He chose duty. Prometheus chose his compassion. And, well, Penelope too. She chose endurance. And each answer is valid. But each one costs something. The myths don't really tell you which answer is correct. They lay the options before you and show you with unflinching specificity what each costs. And then it's up to you to choose. It is worth considering what we have actually lost, alongside what we kept. Somewhere around 2,000 individual Greek tragedies were written and performed in the 5th century BCE alone, and we have 33 of them. The plays of Sophocles' younger contemporary, Agathon, praised by Aristotle as one of the finest, are entirely gone. Of Aeschylus' estimated 70 or 80 plays, we've got 7 of them. We don't know what the Eleusinian initiates saw at the moment of revelation, and we don't know what Homer, if Homer was a single person, which is another question, looked like, where he was born, exactly when he lived. We're just reading the survivors of a catastrophe of transmission, the books that escaped the library fires, the stories that someone decided were worth copying more than one time. That the Odyssey survived at all is in some sense improbable. That it survived and still matters is, well, quite remarkable. Well, these myths were Greece's way of thinking about the world. They were composed with such intelligence and precision emotionally that they outlasted the temples, cities, and political systems, very nearly the entire language itself. And think about that, because the Parthenon is a ruin. Athenian democracy was eventually destroyed. The Greek language survived only because of scholarship and the church. But the Odyssey is read, in full, by millions of people every year. In 2017, Emily Wilson became the first woman to publish a complete English translation of it. The fact itself reveals something about how long certain exclusions lasted, and her version introduced the poem to readers who had never encountered it, in a voice that felt new and 2,000 years old simultaneously. The stories travel further than the civilization that made them. And so, our journey, for now, is over. We began in that yawning gap of the void, and we've ended up here. The muse has sung, and the song is done. Well, the questions it asked about fate and freedom, about what we owe each other and what the gods owe us, all those questions remain open, and they always will be. That perhaps is the greatest gift the myths have given us. Not answers, but more questions, so perfectly shaped that 3,000 years of asking them has not worn them smooth. Thank you so much for joining me. We've had a good time. And thank you for everyone who followed along with the entire playlist, everybody who supported the channel to keep this project crowdfunded and ad-free. You got my thanks and the thanks of the entire team, and everyone who shared the videos around. I've been your host. I hope you've learned something. Good night, and farewell for now.